Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal. My name is JDoza, joined by the amazing, the wonderful Scarzig. What's going on, man? How you doing today?
Doing good, and I hope everybody else that's joined us today is doing good as well. They finally got us back on the desk together again. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, for sure. I popped into your stream one day. I was like, hey, man, we need to cast again. And then poof, it happened right away. So very, very excited to get into this. Arguably the most important seasonal thus far of all the seasonals, because this is the last chance qualifier here for the World Championship coming next month. So with that said, let's go ahead and get into kind of the rules here of the tournament, Scarzig.
Yeah. For those of you who might be unfamiliar, we're going with the classic Riot format for our 9 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 matches. The players are going to bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. The players will get to ban one of their opponent's decks before they begin their best of 3, and after a player gets a win with the deck, they can't play it again during that set. Each round of the Swiss today will be 60 minutes maximum, just so we can keep things moving right along. And I also want to talk about what these players are competing for. The top 32 players from the Swiss rounds will be competing next weekend for a $20,300 prize pool, with first place taking the lion's share at $10,000.
Yeah, that is a big prize pool, Scarzig. You know, we've had a few winners already put that money to good use. It's pretty awesome seeing this sort of prize pool for a seasonal tournament here in Legends of Runeterra on the competitive scene. So, and then Worlds is going to be even bigger. So again, this is a shot for people to not just win this prize money here, but also qualify for a chance at Worlds next month in September. So very exciting stuff. And very excited to be here with you, Scarzy, to get into the day today. Actually starting with round 4, which we'll get into in a little bit. But first, before we get into the rounds here, we want to go ahead and take a quick look at kind of a meta preview. We get a snapshot here, an awesome graphic put together here, showing kind of all of the decks in their percentage play rate here. Going into the tournament. You can see Plunder at the top there, and I know a lot of us are familiar with that deck. You've probably seen it on Ladder if you've been playing Ladder lately. All the way down to Zombie and Nivea. So, Scarzig, what are your thoughts on this?
This is a very, I think, balanced spread of like the top decks that are being played on the Masters ladder, with Plunder at the top. Sivir, Zed, and decks thereof have seen tons of play. Azir, Aurelia always creeping in the metagame. And then with the Rally Elusives, the Zed Lulu has been a breakout star as well, being able to counter those decks. Same with Plunder. And then Lurk, popular on ladder, but I'm not sure it's going to be super popular for the tournament today. But we'll be able to take a deeper dive into some of these deck lists as well, so we can get a closer look at how exactly all of these lists are trying to function and bring their own spin to the meta.
Yeah, and first up here, Scarzig, we do have Plunder, which we just saw there as the top played deck.
Yeah.
Gangplank, Sejuani, just coming back with a vengeance, Scarzig. I know this deck, if you remember back in the day, a few formats ago, there were some good Plunder decks, and it's kind of just fallen off until recently. We finally have Gangplank, Sejuani back in the mix, and it's looking good, Scarzig.
Yeah, using the leveled up Sejuani, that AoE Frostbite, especially at burst speed, with a warning shot or something, just shuts down all of the other board and combat-based decks that we saw spread out across the rest of the top 10 Masters lists. The buff to Make It Rain also lets this deck stabilize much better against aggressive lists, and Monster Harpoon has been fantastic for buying tempo, as your Yordle Grifter and Black Market Merchants will reload you, so you have additional resources and additional outs versus what your opponent's trying to set up. Overall, this is an incredibly well-rounded list, and it's meant to shut down Sivir, Zed, Akshan. We saw previously some people are running just Sivir Zed, some people are running just Sivir Akshan, and this has sort of ended up being the spread where players kind of want the best of both worlds. And you get on board, you have the Spell Shield with Sivir and Ruin Runner. Sivir levels up, grants Spell Shield and Quick Attack to all of the other followers that are attacking alongside her, and you just have massive potential overwhelm damage with the Absolver and Flurry of Fists.
Yep. Yeah, this is an absolutely insane combo deck, you know, and I gotta point out Ren Shadowblade finally making its way into a list. I just want to throw that out there because it's one of those cards. It always feels good to see a card that's kind of underplayed since the game's inception. Really, that's finally starting to see its time in the limelight here. But yeah, I absolutely love this deck. It's been doing incredible as of late. And, you know, we can't really sleep on Spell Shield. Ruin Runner and Sivir are just absolutely incredible together. And then next up here we have Azir Aurelia. This is also a deck that's been around for a little while now. And, you know, it had some nerfs, right? Quote unquote, you know, that's arguable, I guess, with some of them. But it's still in an extremely strong spot right now, Scarzig. It's so many attacks flying at you, so many blades. You have the power of that Aurelia there once she's leveled up to, you know, swap out and get that 4 damage in wherever. And honestly, I think we are going to see a pretty high presence of this deck today, Scarzig. And it's probably going to pick up wins.
Yeah, it's tough to say because if you're running Aurelia Azir, you're giving up that Ionia Shurima region combination for your lineup, and so you can't bring the Sivir decks. This list, surprisingly, you know, has a lot of nuance. It's going to be a little bit harder to play here during the open rounds where the players are going to be the best of the best from the North American Shard, and you're going to get punished a little bit harder if you don't play the deck as cleanly as you need to, or if your draw quality simply isn't there. So we'll see how many players really opted to bring Azir Aurelia over the combo. Meanwhile, Lulu Zed is a sort of a new breakout star for the metagame, popularized by Swim, of course. Started out as a cheeky, rally, elusive deck, and it just ends up having such strong matchups versus things like Aurelia Azir and Sivir that we've been talking about, where they can't keep up with that repeated elusive damage and no way to stop the rally. You just take so much damage before you can get set up and start doing what your deck wants to do. So it's going to be a nice silver bullet list, perhaps, to take down some of the other popular picks from the top of the metagame.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to mention with this deck is, so one of the first games we're going to get into here is Mo. And we do have word, this just in, Mo is playing triple aggro. So this is one of the decks. Yeah, I know, really big surprise, Scarzig. I would have never guessed. So one of the decks is actually Lulu Zed. And it's interesting, you know, this gives me flashbacks to back in the olden days, us OGs remember in beta, you know, playing the Zed elusive decks. This really feels like that deck from back in the day. And you know, it's very up and down. You know, you can just draw a bunch of elusives with rally and win the game, or you can flop to various, you know, control decks. It really is going to depend on the matchups that we see.
Exactly. As you can see here, the deck has no card draw, so you're definitely all in on your strategy. And that brings us to Lurk, another deck that's very all in on its strategy. We've seen tons of decks that want to get on the board, pressure the opponent, and just forward their own win condition. And Lurk does it in similar fashion with just massive stat lines. You get down with a Xerxai Hatchling, a 1-drop with Fearsome that can punish so many of the other decks that we've seen that don't have the ability to deal with Fearsome appropriately in the early game, and you just deal that damage repeated, and then maybe scale into Death from Below from Pike, or a nice Overwhelm swing from Xerxai Dunebreaker, or Rek'Sai herself. So it's been a decent deck on ladder, but who knows if players might consider it to be too volatile of a strategy here for a tournament setting.
Yeah, I think that what's going to happen with this deck, it does have a decent play percentage like we just saw in that graphic, but I do agree with you, Scarzig. I don't think we're going to see a ton of it today. But what I do think is the people that are playing this deck are 100% going to have that surprise, you know, with their opponent. No, I don't think many people are expecting to see Lurk. And I do think you're going to kind of have that element of surprise in your court, you know, to your advantage. So we'll see if that's going to play out here for the Lurk decks a little bit later. And I don't know. All I can say is we got a lot of great players that are going to be playing today. And a lot of players, you know, like I kind of alluded to earlier, Scarzig, a lot of players that are on the cusp of making it into Worlds based on these seasonal points. And then some players that aren't currently qualified, they're just over that kind of 22-player threshold that there is for seasonal points qualifications.
Yeah.
And if they have a good tournament performance today, they'll actually qualify for Worlds.
And there is so much on the line for these players, their future careers, their ability to participate in the highest level yet of Runeterra competition that's coming through directly, from Riot Games. Tons of support. And just looking at the top 10, we're seeing a sort of a theme of aggression and combo-oriented decks, but when you expand your scope just a little bit, you're starting to run into maybe some other decks, like what about Lee Sin? What about Deep? Still, what about Viego? Noticeably absent from some of these top spreads. And once you start getting into a format like this where you can bring 3 decks and ban one, start to manipulate the matchups a bit more in your favor, you can really make room for some creative comps. And that's actually what we saw during the previous seasonal, where Duckling was able to take the whole thing with the Lady of Clouds deck.
Yep. Oh yeah, 100%. And you mentioned Lee Sin. So Lee Sin, always a competitive deck. So I do want to mention, we did see that Majin Bay, if I remember correctly, is currently playing Lee Sin. And I think you know what I'm getting at. I think you know what I'm getting at, Scarzig. So there's basically a tweet from Majin Bay saying, triple aggro doesn't exist. That's not a thing, right? Lo and behold, I mean, I guess we can always rely on Mo to go ahead and bring triple aggro. So that's always going to be a thing. I don't know why Majin Bay thought any differently. But we do have Majin Bay going ahead and bringing Lee Sin there. But we are going to go ahead, speaking of Mo, and going to jump into Mo's triple aggro lineup. And as you'd expect, Scarzig, we are jumping straight into good old pirate aggro here, even with that double up added in. And what is there really to say about this deck? You draw Decimate and you win games, right? That's what Mo would say, right, Scarzig?
You get the 9/1 drops and you just smork your opponent down. This is a deck that is deceptively difficult to play, right? Where you think, oh, I'm just going to curve out, I'm going to win. But with Pirates, because it's a little bit more honest when it comes to their early mid-game board presence with attacking and trading and defense, you can see Mo has sort of adapted by adding cards like Arachnoid Sentry, Iron Ballista to push through a little bit more damage against these lists that have the chump blockers in the early game that this deck really can get slowed down by. Also with Jack the Winner at the top, just a little bit more of that burn damage at the end for those games where things are kind of grinding down and you need just a little bit more to get over the finish line.
Yeah, notably no Captain Farron here. I know generally, you want to play a Captain Farron for something like Anivia, let's say. If we are expecting to see a lot of Anivia today for some of that over-the-top damage. I guess just the 3 main deck decimates are A-okay for Mo here. And otherwise,
exactly. Otherwise, you can ban the Anivia. We know that Mo also did bring Lulu Zed, which you kind of touched on a little bit earlier, which has been a really strong deck. I mentioned against Sivir and whatnot, but against Anivia can also be very punishing if they have to commit to a large play like a Blighted Ravine or something, and they just get punished by a rally, right? 5 rallies in this deck. 3 Relentless Pursuit, 2 Golden Aegis means that if a Zed sticks with the help of Sharpsight or Twin Disciplines, suddenly, as a control player, you are under immense pressure every time you spend your mana.
Yeah, this deck, whew. I mean, this is one of those decks that you hate to see going up against on ladder, because you know that your opponent can just draw the nuts, right? They can 100% just draw those elusives, draw the rallies, win the game. But on the flip side, this deck can also have some pretty terrible draws as well. And again, mentioning something like Anivia, obviously Anivia would also be a pretty good counter to this deck if it's able to draw into avalanches and things of that nature. I keep mentioning Anivia too, because Anivia kind of is the boogeyman for this lineup, I would think. It's a deck that Mo probably has on his mind while he's going into the tournament today. But we did see on that meta preview graphic that there isn't really a whole lot of people playing Anivia right now. So maybe that's one of the reasons why Mo did decide to go with this lineup.
If somebody brings it, it'll be super easy to ban.
Yeah.
We've got Discard Aggro. This deck still has a reputation for its ability to just astronomically high roll people, get wins where it has no conceivable right to get those wins, and with a little bit more emphasis on the champions, notably, in this deck. We've only got 2 copies of Crowd Favorite and 2 copies of Survival Skills. This is going to make it a little bit easier to protect that Jinx, get her flipped immediately, and start snowballing. You don't care about emptying your hand with the Augmented Experimenter, even if you're discarding some really strong cards. simply because a flipped Jinx is such a powerful win condition, and every rocket is a free decimate.
Yep. Yeah, always looking for those decimates in other cards, right? And yeah, I agree 100%, Scarzig. You know, and if this deck, I mean, what it really does, right? It goes wide early on in the game as well. You throw something down like a crowd favorite. I think that's not something that a lot of decks are going to be able to deal with right now. You know, when you look at something like Sivir, you know, like everybody's been talking about Sivir and Ruin Runner, right? Like those are kind of the decks, and I think that a lineup like this counters that lineup, counters Sivir decks very, very well. I think it's able to aggro them down before Sivir can really get that combo online, get the Flurry of Fists online, give Overwhelm to everything on the board, things of that nature. So it's definitely cool to see Mo just staying true to his strategy like every other seasonal, bringing triple aggro Scarzig. We were just talking about that earlier, right? It's good to see people top cut with the deck that they're comfortable playing, right?
And when you have not just a strong aggro position when you consider the overall metagame, but when you have a player with so much experience playing the lineup, regardless of the meta, right? Still getting these wins, finding these really specific lines and outs, it's going to be a pleasure to see. And when your opponent is also bringing something a little bit more aggressive, something that wants to get on board and attack you, but doesn't like to defend, you know, we're going to have some very volatile games. It's going to be a bloodbath, essentially, where is discard aggro going to get vision and crowd favorite, or is Sivir going to land the forbidden ghost plus Fury of Fists, like right on round 5 to deal some strong damage there as a big burst? But we'll have to see. There's gonna be high rolls and low rolls, but it looks like we do have finally our round 4 match here. We're starting at round 4 for today's broadcast with Mo trying to figure out the lineup, and there's Anivia and Lee Sin.
Yup, and that's the exact concern that I just mentioned. Now, you had also mentioned Scarzig. Okay, ban Anivia, right? That takes care of it. But that does not take care of the additional deck in Lee Sin there, which Eye of the Dragons, we know how much, you know, any aggro player will tell you they absolutely hate the 1 mana when it all comes down to it. Eye of the Dragon, that just continues to put Dragonlings on the board throughout the game. So I got to imagine it's either Lee Sin or Anivia. I guess the question is, which of those decks do we think we have a better chance of beating? And I do think that, I mean, you have to take the priority here and ban the Anivia. I think that's going to give Mo kind of the better shot at taking the best of 3 here.
Yeah, if you're confident at Lulu Zed's ability to beat Anivia with your rallies, like I mentioned earlier, then you could maybe count on the opponent, who I'm just getting word is actually 4LW. This is a very heavyweight match here. Great players, have been in tons of tournaments, very strong, and there's that extra layer of mind games of who's going to ban what. If Lulu Zed really comes down to being the ban, I think that if Mo has to play discard aggro and pirate aggro versus Anivia, it might be a lost cause. Whereas when you're playing against Lee Sin, there's a lot better of a chance for them to brick. Whereas Lee Sin's at the bottom of the deck, they don't get their Eye of the Dragon or their Gifts from Beyond to tutor those. But another thing I want to quickly touch on is the Sivir Jarvan. The Sivir Demacia variant of this list forgoes the Flurry of Fists and Twin Disciplines, and instead runs the Demacian package. So you still have Sharp Sight as a really fantastic combat trick, but then you get some answers towards your opponent's backline, where your opponent cannot really set up as easily against you, so there's a lot of disruption here. So Mo really agonizing over the decision to ban here. A deck with 2 control decks and then a nice disruptive anti-meta mid-range to round it out is very difficult for a triple aggro lineup to navigate.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, so you mentioned 4LW, so yes, 100%. This is a great matchup to get to for the very first match of the day. But what I do want to mention is 4LW, in their own right, is also qualified, it looks like, via 2 outlets here. So for those of you watching, there are 22 players that will qualify for Worlds based on their ranked finishes at the end of seasons. There's also 22 that will qualify based on their seasonal performances. And 4LW is towards the top of both of those lists. So locking in a Worlds qualification, I should say, for 4LW, which is going to be nice. So I think 4LW is sitting pretty in this tournament. Knows, not too much to worry about. Mo, on the other hand, does have a little bit of work to do. We got to go ahead and, secure that Worlds qualification. So let's see if we can go ahead and do that versus 4LW.
And so getting into round 1, we've got Pirates versus Lee Sin. For those of you who didn't catch it, Elusives, the Zed Lulu, was banned by 4LW, and of course Mo ended up banning Anivia. This matchup, I think you can get on the ground early. We've got the Legion Rearguard already. Mo not favored, however, by the attack token gods, missing out on the turn 1 attack.
Yeah, that's going to feel bad. You do like having those 1-drops able to attack on turn 1 in aggro deck specifically, especially with Legion Rearguard in hand, and 2 of them, no less. So, we have the 1-drops early on here to possibly put on some pressure. I'm thinking, Rearguard and Saboteur early on. This is going to be a pretty big swing, and I'm actually very curious to see if 4LW decides to go ahead and block with the Zoe just for the sake of saving life. I'm almost positive, hopefully for the sake of 4LW, that an Eye of the Dragon can come down. But nope, we're going to get that super cool star chart. And this might be the sort of start that Mo is looking for going up against Lee Sin. If they can't find an Eye of the Dragon, this is going to be looking pretty good.
Ooh, burst past. That means the Serpent was not drawn to get an extra blocker here as part of this. Does indeed trade the Zoe. A lot of damage already being forced through. So this could say, with Zoe being traded away, maybe there's a second one in hand, or the Eye of the Dragon is going to come through after all.
Oh, Scarzig. I am so excited we have 4LW and Mo for the first round. This is an absolutely banger of a match here. And just Mo again on triple aggro. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I guess I like Mo. He's a great player, but just always seeing him stay true to his triple aggro lineup.
Yeah, he's just so confident. When he's on this lineup, even when the matchup isn't in his favor mathematically, he still recognizes that aggro always has a chance as long as you play towards your outs. And when he picks up those really ridiculous wins based on a couple percentage points, he's like, well, it was a foregone conclusion. I'm running all these decimates. Of course I was going to win.
And you can tell the experience that he's had with these decks, because they play the concussive palm. 4LW's playing the concussive palm. He just immediately all right, grab everybody, throw them in for the attack.
Oh, I love this. The Make It Rain stacked up with Misfortune's double tap to clear this board. So Mo gets to keep 4 attackers alive going into Lee Sin. 8 HP, no Eye of the Dragon.
Oh,
the caster curse.
Oh, you just had to say it again, didn't you, Scarzig?
This is where things will shift. I have seen it time and time again. Lee Sin stabilizing at 1 or 2 HP. We know that Emotional has the double up in hand. So if 4LW is forced from this position to spend a lot of mana simply to get Dragonlings from this unit.
Wow. That was a lot committed just to get rid of this Misfortune. That is dedication, Scarzig.
Yeah, the Misfortune is, you have to get rid of it because the double up is going to deny your Dragonlings on defense.
Yeah, and we saw Mo hover the Decimate there first, thinking, all right, is the 4 damage better or is the 1-drop better? Actually, I think gets rewarded a little bit too, drawing the additional 1-drop. So getting rewarded by being able to develop additional
5 1-drops is fantastic here, because when the Eye of the Dragon is on board with the Dragonling, you can still offset a lot of that lifesteal just by going wide. Lee Sin has the ability to answer, with the Challenger, with the Concussive Palm. They can neutralize 1 threat at a time, but they can't really do a lot against 5. 4LW maybe can get a cheeky Gifts from Beyond, tutor a second Eye of the Dragon, but you aren't going to get the Dragonling till next turn. Do you go for Gravitum or Calibrum, delaying the inevitable?
We also have the double up, which, I mean, right now it's looking like double up's got Dragonling's name written all over it. And that's going to not only prevent the lifesteal, but also throw through another, basically, Decimate. And that might even just be lethal this turn. Yeah, and here it is. Yeah. We're just going to
Severum.
I mean, Severum's not enough, though, right? That's not
Severum. It's only going to grant +1/+2. Twin Disciplines being used just to keep the Dragonling alive. Because it doesn't kill the target, Mo misses out on the bonus damage, but here's the wide swing. There's 4 damage worth of lifesteal here.
Oh, what a Twin Disciplines there. So now the question is, okay, the question is going to be, I guess, does 4LW go ahead and take the open attack with the Dragonling on the next turn? Because we are within Decimate range. If we give Mo any sort of priority with his actions to play Decimate, that should be game for the most part. But yep, there it is. There's the open attack. So this is gonna allow 4LW to live for another turn.
Reconsidering, if 4LW takes the risk versus Decimate here, is there a smaller play? Maybe trying to hold Deny mana? With Shadow Assassin still has the Deny mana.
Yep. And we still have the Decimate mana. So I think this might be Mo here. Just, allow the attack, now play the Decimate and go in for an open attack, possibly. That is a lot of
He's
damage.
very cautious. Again, if this Decimate gets denied, you maybe still have lethal on the open attack.
Okay.
Throws out the early Shenny emote. Got the read after that second. Of course, the second Shadow Assassin comes down. There is no deny.
No Dragonling this turn either.
And no Dragonling. That's right.
Yep.
You have to spend your mana developing the board. You can't just play a bunch of spells to get the Dragonlings. Only one Eye of the Dragon, not able to hold the fort. And one damage needed is on the stack. We've got Guiding Touch in these Lee Sin decks.
Yep. It's
still going to be a struggle. You can't count out Lee Sin.
I mean, the Shen emote's going to be accurate one way or the other, because if... okay. Oh, yeah, that's exact game. There we go. I was going to say, because if Mo can't take this here, 4LW probably swings it back and stabilizes.
Yeah, and there is an Imperial Demolitionist in the hand, and that's what you want to do. You want to put that pressure down, even with the Eye of the Dragon. There was just too many threats coming from too many different angles to handle here. And so now Mo trying to win the best of 3 with discard aggro.
Yeah, and gonna have 2 shots at it. And honestly, I think that if there's a deck, and I've said this in the past too, if there's ever a deck that you want multiple chances at winning a game with, it's probably discard aggro, because that just means you're getting 2 chances to high roll your opponent. Which is exactly
decision
what
being made here. Mulligan's the Jinx, embracing the Legion Rearguard Zonite package and the Battlecaster. That means that this is going to be, again, that swarm strategy that Mo has built into the discard aggro. And it's going to pay off just like Pirates, where you go wide and you swing in.
Yeah, the question is, are we going to get the crowd favorite? Because that, with that strategy you just mentioned, Scarzig, is really what's going to allow Mo to just roll over 4LW here and get a really easy victory. Arena Battlecaster, also a good start, being able to go wide and add that attack to everybody. So we'll see how Mo's draws pan out. Right now, though, it's looking not bad to start things off, because we are going to be able to drag Zoe and not only kill the Zoe, but also save Flame Chompers for another pull. And it's not every day you get 2 pulls out of that Flame Chompers.
But we do have Eye of the Dragon now coming down a lot earlier than previously. Crowd favorite, the Blessing.
There it is.
Mo is channeling the favor of the aggro gods here. So Eye of the Dragon just going to attack. Get a little bit of chip damage, try to force Mo, wants Mo to block to keep this board thin, recognizes the crowd favorite's coming, but the wall is being constructed, Gifts from Beyond, to get the second Eye of the Dragon here from the Crescendum.
Yeah, this is kind of the worst case scenario for an aggro player going up against this deck. Actually, opting to... Okay, we're going to discard the crowd favorite to get rid of the Eye of the Dragon. Now, I definitely understand getting rid of the Eye of the Dragon. Getting rid of crowd favorite seems a little risky, but we do have Rummage to refuel, and we also do have 2 Draven. I was going to say 1, but now 2 to go ahead and utilize that Rummage. So maybe that was the better option here, knowing that we are going to go ahead and play Draven on this turn. So things still looking okay for Mo, but I don't think this... I think this second Eye of the Dragon is here to stay, Scarzig.
With the Zenith Blade on it, it's going to take a lot of work to get through. And as when you're playing an aggressive deck like this, if you're forced to spend so much of your resources just to remove the obstacle in the way, it becomes a you know, a huge threat. And 4LW not trying to take the risk of the Eye of the Dragon, of course, to block the Draven. Not going to play into any sort of vision shenanigans that's going to buff the Draven to kill. Just wants to keep this alive, get the multiple reps, of course, with the Dragonlings. And Mo, you talked about it. Discarding the crowd favorite means that you don't have that nice payoff for this wide board, but I think with Concussive Palm, potential for Hush, it's just not reliable enough for his taste.
And now we have the attack token over to 4LW with a pretty... I mean, this is a pretty wide board for Mo. This is not a bad position for Mo to be in, but there's a big hand on the side of 4LW, which means there's probably a lot of responsive tools in there. Even one Concussive Palm going into Mo's attack turn next turn is going to probably be pretty big for 4LW here and taking down in this game, and it's basically stabilizing. And that's the thing, too. You know, there's a certain point with any aggro deck versus Lee Sin, and that's kind of why we saw that Shen emote from Mo the last game, where when the aggro deck makes that final push, it's probably, okay, if Lee Sin's player stabilize, they're just going to go ahead and take the game from here. With discard aggro, that's not necessarily the case, because, like you mentioned before, Jinx could just absolutely change the game.
Twin Disciplines being committed onto the Dragonling. 4LW needs this lifesteal. I think that this reveals that the rest of the hand is probably very mediocre, and Mo's just going to take the hit. Recognizing again that 4LW is probably in a tight spot to use such an important combat trick just to heal. And there was, of course, the play with Whirling Death and etc. to try to sidestep that lifesteal altogether, but no point in taking that risk, right? So here comes Vision, getting tossed away. Ooh. 2 cards now. Another...
Oh, wow.
1 drop to go into slot number 6. So now we've got Flame Chompers to drag the Dragonling all the way down to the bottom of combat, or the top, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, and we just got an Augmented Experimenter off the top. So that's what I was talking about earlier with Jinx. You know, let's say we push a lot of damage here, like it looks like Mo is going to do. We now have more refuel with this Augmented Experimenter. So this is not the end of it for 4LW. We have a lot more damage to get through. And even one Eye of the Dragon might not be enough here. I mean, we got another Get Excited in hand, too. I mean, that could just be 3 more damage to the face if we really needed it to.
I wonder if Mo is going to go for Get Excited onto the Eye of the Dragon. Going to try to commit that. Maybe just go for the Spinning Axe.
Yeah, Axe seems like the best bet here. Just, you know, that way we're not... Okay, yeah, actually, we are... So this plays around... Well, I guess this plays around Pale Cascade, another Pale Cascade if we have it. I mean, I'm surprised we didn't go with the Axe. So he just must really be wanting to get rid of this Eye of the Dragon. But hey, it works out. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's really the scare card, you know, going up against Lee Sin, right? You just don't want that continuous lifesteal coming turn after turn after turn. And now Mo, with Augmented Experimenter in hand, has set himself up pretty good to take it real fast 2-0 here, potentially, versus a hell of a competitor in 4LW.
Oh, man. Lee Sin comes down at the perfect time. There's a Zenith Blade in hand to grant Overwhelm. 1 more spell will level him.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate part about Lee Sin. You get through 1 wall in Eye of the Dragon. You get rid of the lifesteal just to be met with another in Lee Sin, which just ends the game for the opponent because he can just deal all that overwhelm damage to your face.
So with the level up, Lee Sin will get 1 more attack power, and then only 2 more needs to be found for the OTK to go through. A Twin Disciplines was used earlier to heal from the Dragonling, right? And so 4LW is looking for Hail Cascade or the second Twin Disciplines here.
We'll see. We have 5 mana, so we got plenty of mana for it. There's
and
the
there
Twin
it
Disciplines.
Is.
Wow. And I think, I think Mo
that is
knows
going
it.
to be lethal coming in from Lee Sin here at the last second.
Wow. Did you happen to see if that was top deck Scarzig? I'm so curious if we just drew that this turn. That's incredible. Oh man, and 4LW though, on the bright side for us, Scarzig, now we get to see a game 3 between Mo and 4LW. So I'm not mad at
and
that.
You said, you know, if you want to give a deck multiple shots, like discard aggro is the deck to do it with.
Yep.
But Lee Sin is also a deck that if you give it another shot, it can certainly pop off on you. So this will be our first look to this Sivir Demacia build. The Jarvan's going to be really nice tempo come round 6, but the key here is that without Ionia, this deck is missing out on Spirit's Refuge, which has allowed, the Sivir Zed variants to also have outs versus aggressive lists, or to buy themselves another round or two if they fall behind early in the game.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice advantage here for Mo, not having to deal with that additional lifesteal. The problem, I guess, in this matchup is going to be dealing with, as we see the Treasure Seeker come down nice and early here, there's going to be a lot of units. And that go-wide strategy that we were talking about earlier, not going to be nearly as effective, depending on some of the draws here from 4LW going up to turn 6 when Jarvan eventually hits the board. So we do see some wide units. Once again, we have Vision with House Spider and Daring Poros. I mean, that could be a pretty big turn there, getting the additional attack on the Poros. But, okay, this isn't bad either because Akshan is not the greatest blocker, and this is going to push a lot of damage. So, again, okay start for Mo, but it's really going to be dependent on the next couple of units that 4LW throws down here.
Yep. And Mo, of course, more than happy to give this value trade for the sake of pushing through this damage. With the Vision, the 2 Daring Poros in hand, thanks to Poro Cannon, like, the plan is clear. And it's just a matter of trying to keep a respectable board versus a deck like this. You've got again, I mentioned it before, the disruption, right? With single combats and things of that nature. And now with Merciless Hunter also coming through and setting up these value trades.
Yeah, really smart from 4LW too to pull with Akshan there, possibly playing around something like Get Excited, so we save the Merciless Hunter as a blocker there. But that Get Excited, I don't mind it from Mo. It always feels bad or questionable when an aggro or burn deck isn't just throwing it at the face, because that's 3 more damage you could have had towards lethal there. But I think that the board presence on the side of Mo, like I just mentioned, depending on the units 4LW has, if we're able to remove some of those units, I think it's going to be a pretty big deal. And I think that this Waking Sands might show that 4LW doesn't really have any follow-up after this Merciless Hunter right now. And maybe that works out for Mo.
Yeah, this defensive card now being spent, and 4LW is left potentially without anything left to develop to the board. Meanwhile, on Mo's side, we've got Augmented Experimenter about to drop in a couple rounds. Another Akshan.
Ooh. This is not looking that great for Mo. Scarzig. Oh, okay, wait, hold up. That's double Vision next turn. Potentially discarded with Augmented.
Now, you'll notice that 4LW has been curving out here. Very little mana being saved in the chamber to set up for combat tricks, is trying to further this game plan purely based on stats, 1 Vision being cashed in so that the House Spider can trade up and remove this blocker.
Yeah, and suddenly now with this other Vision drawn, that's a lot of elusive damage. Now, this deck does play single combat on the side of 4LW, and that's something that it has going for it versus, some of the other Sivir builds that we were just talking about. But this could be the swing that Mo needed here. Let's see what we got. Oh!
Rite of Negation!
Oh.
Absolutely devastating from this position. Because not only do you save your Akshan, you're also denying Mo that card draw, that much needed card draw, and now Bright Steel Protector comes through. You're still targeting an ally that still works for the Warlord's Palace. And so now Mo is putting all of his hopes and dreams here in round 4 on the backs of the 2 Daring Poro brothers.
Yep. Yeah, actually, if these Poros cannot get removed by the next attack turn, with the Arena Battlecaster, Mo theoretically would have lethal. So now the question is, though, we just predicted and drew a card there. I'm sure that we're going to be able to
Treasure Seeker was the pick there from the top.
Never mind.
So
I was gonna say
whatever 3 options were there, 4LW still missing out on single combat, still missing out on Sharp Sight. This is going to be a close one.
And Mo not missing out on Jinx, Scarzig. We just topped a Jinx as well, so we can get Jinx and Arena Battlecaster down this turn to empty our hand. Yeah, if we chose Treasure Seeker, that was a tongue twister, I gotta think there's already a single combat in hand. Maybe 4LW's been saving it for, this part of the game, possibly. But You're right. This is going to be close. This is going to come down to the last turn, I think.
Yeah. So Shape Stone. 4LW is looking to pressure, looking to close out soon. I think this might be another indication that 4LW is really feeling the heat here. Recognizes the situation, that the game's going to be over in 1 or 2 rounds, and 4LW needs to be the one that's aggressive here, going into the next attack turn. And the relentless pursuit!
Oh, that feels bad. Do we have... I think we have enough blockers.
Yeah, this isn't going to be lethal, but now Sivir gets to share the quick attack and spell shield.
Oh, wow.
There is still 2 mana left for 4LW. Is there a cheeky Sharp Sight or another Shape Stone?
This is so close. So, from this board, Mo can set up blocks, and there is no lethal, unless, like you mentioned, if there's Sharp Sight or Shape Stone in hand. So now the question for Mo is, okay, because of that, do we have to line up blocks with every single unit? Now, we can line up blocks with also the Jinx and still have her live, if that's the case. But it looks like, I think we're going to try to do the best of both worlds, like, right? All right, I like this. Because even if there is a Shape Stone here onto the Treasure Seeker, we do still live. And then obviously nothing else matters. I mean, I guess double Shape Stone, like, you got me if you got it.
Yeah, and
so...
for Mo, right? Shifting to the Jinx win condition, you're getting draws like this. You're getting massive reload.
Wow.
Second Augmented Experimenter off the top with the Jinx. And saying the odds that 4LW hasn't gotten Sharp Sight at this point to stop the elusive swing regardless means that Jinx is actually the more favored win condition. Yep, there's the Sharp Sight. Protects the Action, but now at least Mo gets the Rocket, gets 3 cards drawn. Very high chance of Get Excited.
Yep, there it is. This could be lethal, Scarzig. There's plenty of blockers, so there's not, you know, this Flame Choppers isn't really gonna represent anything.
Does this indicate another rally? Mo does not have the mana for the Rocket and the Get Excited here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this turn, if there is a rally, we don't have enough time to get this Get Excited off. That would be crazy from 4LW. Oh, there's the chance. There's the chance. Click the
Takes
end.
the round end. And the Shenny Mo.
Yeah.
Mo checking the deck list. I think 4LW only has 1 Right of Negation.
That's gotta. I don't think Mo would have that reaction otherwise. And he is smiling and clapping and having a good time, Scarzig.
Getting that Augmented Experimenter along with the Jinx. Look at this hand. So much fuel drawn. Shape Stone. Gets the Sentinel's Horde. But none of those treasures can heal you, my friend.
Nope. Where is Star Shaping when you need it? Unfortunately, not in this deck. And it's looking like Mo here. Thinking about, I don't know why we just hovered the Poro Cannon there for a second.
Yeah, you can discard the survival skills. That's going to go on to Jinx, of course. Yep. And there it is. Game 3 goes to Emotional over 4LW.
Wow. All right. What a way to start the day, Scarzig. I mean, that's amazing. You know, triple aggro, obviously still a thing. Majin Bay. And it's something we got to be on the lookout for every seasonal. I feel like every seasonal we're having this discussion where people feel like, triple aggro is kind of a bait lineup. You shouldn't really go for it. And then you got somebody like good old Mo who says, you know what? Nope, that's my go-to. That's my sweetheart. I'm going to play the deck, and I'm going to absolutely wreck with it and go 4-0 through the first 4 rounds of the Rise of the Underworld.
Yeah, we see the potential there simply because going up against 4LW had Lee Sin and Anivia, right?
Yeah.
You can ban, if your opponent only brings 1 control deck, you just ban it. Your triple aggro lineup is safe. If they bring 2, then you just have to get a really strong roll against the one you have the best matchup against. Again, we saw it here on display. Lee Sin, sometimes Pirates or Discard can get a wide enough board to pressure through Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, 100%. So, very much looking forward to see how Mo does for the remainder of the game. But we do have Roxas here versus Loser Beam. Loser Beam, not somebody who I'm familiar with, Scarzig, but Roxas.
They're 3-0 apparently.
Yeah, they're 3-0. They're doing good, and they're going up against a very challenging competitor here in Roxas. Looks like, what do we got here?
Yeah, I know that you've casted Roxas on a few tournaments leading up to this point, and Roxas is playing the Draven Riven deck. Now, this list is a bit more mid-rangey take on discard aggro, where you get the Ballistic Bot or Neandroid set up with these Flame Chompers, and pull all of your opponent's blockers to the side and hit them hard. Because of the axes and the blade fragments being created cards, your augment units scale so quickly, and Neandroid already threatening a bunch of damage and some really clean trades here.
Yeah, we were talking about this deck earlier, so I'm actually pretty excited to see it in action. And doing well, apparently, because both players are 3-0, so that's pretty cool. What I will say, too, is both players currently are not qualified for Worlds. So at least from, basically the last rankings update that Riot had put out. So both players would need to basically top 4 this seasonal in order to get that Worlds invite. So
yeah, and if you make the top cut, for the top 32 and beyond, you're still getting some nice prize money and some nice practice for future lineups. So here we go. Quicksand coming out as a beautiful tech here to take down the Neandroid. And this is going to put Loser Beam in a fantastic spot here going into the next swing turn.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good with the 2 Merciless Hunters on board here. A lot of pressure going to start to come from Loser Beam. I mean, this is, up until now, it seems like Roxas has been...
And the Ruin Runner off of the top. This Sivir is going to level, and if I know anything about this deck, it does not do very well on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty... I don't want to say it's the nail in the coffin, Scarzig, but when you already have Sivir on board and you go ahead and top deck into something like Ruin Runner, we talked earlier about how these spell shields are incredible. It's just so hard to get those units off the board because of spell shield. And then not only that, Ruin Runner, I mean, it's got 4 health. None of these units on board currently trade with it either. So it's just such a strong card. Drawing it late in this game like this, I mean, this might be what Loser Beam needed to close things out. And let's see what we have from Roxas here as a response. I mean, we need something, right? I mean, we can't be taking this much damage. If we do, I feel like there's a pretty good shot that Loser Beam is going to be able to take this going into, or this is the 3rd game, so this would be the series then. There's the level up.
Yeah, Draven Riven, incredibly explosive. We missed out a little bit on the earlier rounds. I don't know if a Riven has been played just yet. Probably not with the fragments. Is there some sort of miracle without another Sharp Sight, or rather Quicksand, to stop the elusive swing? Maybe there is. We've got 2 damage in play already, and finding 9 more in Demacia Noxus isn't entirely unheard of. The key is definitely going to be putting it all on the backs once again of these elusive units to sidestep the Spirit's Refuge.
Yeah.
So Roxas, again, taking the time here to figure out what the outs are, what the plays are. Even if Roxas doesn't really have anything playable from this position, it's nice to take this extra time to think, especially when you are in such a dire situation. Getting to this point in the Swiss rounds, this is where I think the fatigue is going to start setting in as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just thinking to myself earlier today, watching the EU seasonal as well. There's a lot of players that go 1-1, and then they 2-0 all the rest of their opponents for the rest of the seasonal. It's those middle rounds, like 3 to 7, where, like you mentioned, fatigue. You're really just trying to make it through the entire tournament and not make as many mistakes, because whoever makes the least amount of mistakes is likely going to end up on top and end up, top cutting to make it to next week. But here we go. We have a little bit of
the makings of a miracle.
Yeah.
Blade of the Exile on the Daring Poro. A nice free attack thanks to the Ruined Reckoner.
Yeah, the only problem...
More. It's not going to be enough. Yeah. Is that all Roxas had in the chamber? Was hoping for maybe a specific top deck, but wait!
Oh!
Double Mystic Shot!
Wow! Oh my god.
From the jaws of defeat, from staring down a level 2 Sivir and a Ruin Runner, Roxas pulls it off. You have
That
the Poro,
oof.
your only hope, and listen, if Final Fantasy's taught me anything, if you have to put all your hopes on one thing, you give it a big sword. Anime protagonist energy coming through there in the final turn.
I love the Final Fantasy reference. That's gonna be one of my favorite games of all time. That's awesome. Yeah, that's crazy. And honestly, again, I haven't really seen Loser Beam too much, at least in the competitive scene. Doing a lot of the grassroots tournaments, stuff like that. I have seen Roxas a lot, and you start to think, well, maybe that tournament experience, is what led to Roxas being able to set that up. Because I don't know about you, Scarzig, but I've seen a lot of games where players, especially back in the Karma Ezreal days, or even Draven Ezreal now, where instead of using things like Mystic Shot or Get Excited as removal, you kind of let them chill to the left of your hand there for a little bit, because they start to add up, all right? And then towards the later of the game, you can unload, or the later part of the game, you can unload them all onto your opponent's Nexus and surprise them, because that was a surprise to us, and I'm sure it was a surprise to Loser Beam there.
I talked about it. I don't know if we talked about it, I think, a little bit before, like in the pre-show when we were getting settled in. I talked about this Riven Draven deck. It has this surprising damage. It's a meta outlier right now that a lot of players just maybe don't have a lot of matchup experience against, and so you don't consider those lines of burst damage. And from Loser Beam's perspective, sitting at a comfortable 11 HP, right? You say, oh, there's the Rune Runner off the top, and you just slam it right down. You're going mad with power, but a separate line of just taking something safer with the Spirit's Refuge, healing for 5 on that turn, would have made it a different story. And those are the sorts of things that you just can't predict. When you're in a position like that, we were like very sure, that Rune Runner was just going to swing in, and that was just so fantastic coming from behind like that to close it.
Yeah, and I had my eye on that Spirit's Refuge the whole time, too. I'm trying to think to myself, like, how do we use the Spirit's Refuge to gain health so that we're outside of lethal here? Like, what do we... But there's no combat tricks in that deck. Not the non-Demacia version, right?
Exactly.
So you can't activate it unless you're on the attack or on the defense. So,
I'm honestly really excited to see Roxas advance and see more of this deck, because it's so fun to watch in motion. When you look at the deck list, it's a little bit harder to evaluate what it's up to, but once you see it in play, you see the sorts of combos that it's capable of, it really captures your attention.
For sure. So it does look like that's going to be the last game of this round. But I do want to bring something up real quick, Scarzig, and that is the Black Boss. Okay. So now that we've seen a couple rounds, or sorry, one round. Whew, I feel like I've been here all day already.
I know, right?
We've seen one round. We've seen Mo, get a victory there, go 4-0. Black Boss, another competitor. I'm not sure where their record is at right now, but another competitor that I want to mention, because we know Black Boss, a Brazilian beast, right? Largely considered one of the best Brazilian players, like period, right? And Black Boss, for those who don't know, has topped the last 3 straight seasonals, and
monstrous.
Yeah, that's insane, right? I mean, that's when you really think about card games, that's crazy. So now, if Black Boss is able to top yet again the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal, he's going to be the first person in Legends of Runeterra to be able to top 4 in a row. I am just hearing now too that Black Boss is unfortunately 2-2, but there is still a shot. There's still a shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I do mention that, too, because there's some other players that have topped 3 seasonals. So we have Majin Bay. Everybody knows Majin Bay at this point. We also have... there's one other. There's Henneke. So Henneke, somebody who I don't think people are as familiar with, but has been a tournament player in the tournament scene for quite some time. Henneke, actually, the only person to go ahead and top 4. 2 of the seasonals as well. So just some things to look out for as we go throughout the day today, Scarzig. But with that said,
I was going to say, hopefully we will get a chance to spectate some of these heavy hitters from your personal list, but we'll see where the cards fall when we get back from this break.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal. I am JDoza with Scarzig, and Scarzig, we just witnessed Mo take down 4LW for the first round of the day for us, but that was round 4, leaving Mo at 4-0. So what a way to start the day.
Yeah, the triple aggro lineup really paying off. Smart bans, very clean play, and just a little bit of an exploitation, perhaps, of some of the other players' experiences. They're looking to counter a lot more of a combo mid-game, combo mid-range sort of metagame, and aggro just finds a way to punish these lists. And let's not be too much up Mo about winning, because that match was close, right? With Lee Sin, we saw the Lee Sin OTK come through, and we saw, I think, on perfect display during their brief interactions, was certainly the double-edged sword of Lee Sin of, sometimes you get your Eye of the Dragons early, sometimes the Lee Sin is perfectly timed, and if any of that goes awry, then you're still opening yourself up to aggro. On the other side of the coin, we also saw a quick preview of Draven Riven, sort of a wild card deck that I had my eye on from some previous tournaments, having a nice showing here from Roxas as well to take his game 3.
Yeah, me too. I like that deck, to be honest with you. But we did want to go ahead and take a second here to look at some other players that were kind of, just on our list here. They're really good players. We've seen them top previously as well. So first up, we do have Henneke. So Henneke here, we actually, so Henneke top cut Monuments of Power, top cut Cosmic Creation, the first 2 seasonals, and then just top cut the last one, Guardians of the Ancient. Henneke currently sitting pretty at 4-0. Meaning that Henneke, similar to Black Boss, can also be one of the first players to top cut 4 of the seasonals. And here we have Henneke's deck lists that he's currently undefeated with. And Scarzig, wow, look at this. Twisted
Fate Gangplank. Now, one deck that we mentioned briefly before that was kind of absent from the overall metagame statistics that we've been looking at was TF Swain. A classic control deck that got a new lease on life thanks to the buff to Make It Rain, plus some other cards as well. And this is like the newer take on that list, where you swap out Swain and the Leviathan for Gangplank and the Dreadway to threaten just a better 5-drop to immediately start pressuring the board thanks to Overwhelm, and then the Dreadway doubling up the damage of all of your smaller units that suddenly they're hitting for 4 or 6 damage. Gives it a lot more burst in the late game to close out, rather than relying on the slow clock of the Leviathan. So Henneke making a strong read here to say, I don't want to play Plunder. I want to use Gangplank in this control deck, alongside Ezreal Draven. A lot of overlap here. 2 decks that want to do very similar things.
Yeah, and Draven Ezreal, listen, I am not going to take too long to really dig into this deck. We know what it does. It's been around for quite some time now, even after Tri-Beam Improbulator kind of got the nerf there a little bit. It's still doing well, still playing 3 Tri-Beam Improbulator, no less. So just a really consistent deck, a deck that a lot of people talked about bringing to this seasonal. And a lot of people, they kind of joke that they don't want to bring it because they've played it a million times, and it's just like, it's a deck that everybody knows. But as
throughout Ezreal Draven's storied history in the metagame, there's still not an agreement of whether or not it's actually good. And that brings us to Azir Aurelia, a deck that everybody agrees is good. Henneke running the now, I think, established recipe for the deck. There's been a little bit of a shakeup. Some of the very experienced Azir Aurelia players like Darkodius have been putting Dancing Droplet back in, messing with these ratios of different cards. But this is the classic brew, the one that's going to do exactly what you want it to do as consistently as possible. And maybe Henneke wants this to get banned, and you get to play the other 2 decks that you really want to pilot.
So Henneke gonna kind of be the one of the players to watch here, again, potentially getting into the 4th top cut. But there is also one other player, Scarzig, that I know you know. I know you know this player. Everybody loves this player. At least I know I love this player. What am I? Good old Jordan. What Amix, whatever you want to call him. Playing yet again in yet another seasonal. And we also have What Am I's decks here as well. And holy
Look at this lineup.
Scarzig. Oh my god.
So right off the bat, our first Viego that we're seeing. This was a lineup, a champion that I thought kind of deserved an honorable mention as part of some of these top decks in Master Tier. And this list is combining with Twisted Fate. You get a little bit more of an early board control style thanks to like Dreadway Deckhand and Line 'em Up and Red Card with your Make It Rains and Vile Feast. Anything that's trying to summon 1 and 2 HP units against you to get set up on the board is going to find themselves having a very hard time trying to do so, especially with Withering Whale. So a lot of control, but because of Viego, the Bilgewater Shadow Owls package, as we know from the old Go Hard days, have quality units to hold down the fort in the early mid game, and it just carries you up to Hydravine. A breakout card, honestly. I didn't think players expected it to be as strong as it ended up being.
No, 100%. I got to agree with you there. But for the second deck here, so we got, Twisted Fate Viego. That's all well and dandy. That's definitely a little bit of a different deck than what we're used to seeing. But, so I would say, generally, we look at this deck, Scarzig, any other player brings this deck and we go, wow, this is a deck we haven't really seen much of. Why did they decide to bring this? Well, this is What Am I? And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know What Am I, this is what Am I does. What Am I brings Targon decks. And this is the first of two, because the second one is also Targon. But this, in particular, Scarzig, I'm sure you've seen What Am I play this deck as well, but always trying to go with Thresh, Aurelion Sol. I am very curious. We were just talking about this earlier. Very curious if Targon kind of sneaks in here as being a good deck, because everybody's pretty much forgotten about it. It's largely considered one of the worst classes. So to be playing so many Targon cards like this, it just seems like such a risk. But maybe it's not. Maybe this has carved out a niche for itself, and it actually has some good matchups versus all of these kind of combo-oriented decks, Scarzig.
And getting into the deck number 3, another PNZ Targon. Now, we've seen multiple takes on PNZ Targon. It was popularized a few metas ago as the quote-unquote Ruben Pile, and so now this is the new variant. We've got Leona now part of the mix just to hold down the mid-game with stuns, and you're just building towards your value win conditions with Submersible and the Star Shaping. Overall, these are decks that are going to take a lot of finesse to play, and because of What Am I's experience and love for the region of Targon, I think he's going to be able to pull it off. We do have stats here that What Am I is currently 3-1 in the Swiss round, so still has a lot of room to prevail, but I mean, getting that many wins already showcases that this lineup has a little bit more strength than what it might appear to have on the surface.
Yeah, 100% Leona too. That's so crazy. Putting the Leona in there. Really a pile now. I mean, if this wasn't a pile before, it's really a pile now. So yeah, awesome decks here from What Am I, and I wouldn't expect anything less. Like I said, always, kind of gravitating towards those Targon builds. So 2 great players. What Am I 3-1. Hopefully What Am I will be able to make another run. What Am I, another player, also with 3 top cuts, looking for the 4th. So right now, I mean, Black Boss again 2-2. We have Henneke and What Am I that are sitting at 4-0 and 3-1. Hopefully, maybe by the end of the day today, Scarzig, we're crowning the first ever person to make 4 top cuts. Maybe multiple. Maybe there's going to be multiple here.
Yeah, the players, just in terms of qualifying for Worlds, they're still trying to make the top cut because there is still a prize pool for this tournament. We don't want Worlds to completely overshadow the fact that players are still here to compete. They still have a lot on the line. But going over those top players, the players that we've seen before, players we know a lot about, kind of leads us into our next competitor we're going to be following heading into the newest round, and that is Zorig Dungu. And for those of you who don't recognize that name, this is actually Filthy Gamerweeb's brother, who has been annihilating people on the ladder. We saw, I believe it was from Blevins' write-up, kind of giving us a list of players to keep an eye on. Him and Filthy Gamerweeb were like neck and neck on the ladder placements going into the seasonal tournament here.
Yeah, 2 completely different play styles too, which I think Blevins also had mentioned. You'd think that they would play test together or something like that, and it doesn't really seem like it. But Zorig apparently just blowing away the competition right now, doing a great
beat
job. Also,
Stan, I'm hearing.
Yeah, yep, from last round. Yep. Oh, yeah. Which is insane. I mean, Stan, Black Boss, again, awesome competitor. We just mentioned earlier. Stan, Also, another huge Brazilian competitor, been around for quite some time now. Love to see it. Love to see these really high-profile quality matches here throughout the day. But we do have a Zero Relia as another deck. So Draven Ezreal, again, pretty typical deck. A Zero Relia, again, another deck that we're kind of used to seeing. We did talk about at the beginning of the day how we're probably going to see a pretty big presence of this deck. And, you know, people haven't disappointed, Scarzig. We're seeing it all over the place. And Field Musicians, we got a one of Field Musicians and a one of Rite of Calling there for Zorig. Honestly, you know, those are sort of the two cards that I look at a lot of the time that people might swap out. They might play, they might not play. But I feel like nowadays, Field Musicians, and we talked about this, I think, a couple days ago, Field Musicians, so crucial to this deck, really, later on in the game, being able to just continue to put pressure on and draw additional cards. So, yeah, I mean, this
really
this
makes
pretty
up for
typical.
the loss of Dancing Droplet as well. Field Musicians, not aside from the draw, also attunes. And look at this, Zorig also bringing the Twisted Fate Gangplank technology, a list that, again, I really enjoy. The classic style, especially with the buff to Make It Rain. It brings this Bilgewater Noxus archetype back to the forefront. Monster Harpoon has proven to be a fantastic tempo tool. Just hold down your opponent from stabilizing in the mid game. And you end up with this list that has the ability to swarm the board, get through so much chump damage, and because of the threat of Ravenous Flock and Death's Hand, suddenly chumping these small units becomes a huge detriment to your 4 and 5 HP blockers that you're trying to rely on. And the longer the game drags out, we've got Dreadway and Captain Farron at the top. I think it's very obvious here that Zorig Dungu is taking a similar idea to Henneke of bring Aurelia Azir so it eats the ban, but these are the other two decks I really want to play. And decks like this, historically, have been very, very high skill ceiling decks, where you are confident in your ability to pilot the deck, you're confident in your matchup knowledge, and your ability to just outplay the opponent, essentially.
Scarzig and everybody watching, I think I'm gonna make everybody's day here. We are about to see Zorig take on Mo.
Oh my god!
Yes, that's right. You heard it correctly.
It writes
Mo
itself,
and Zorig.
JDoza.
It really does. I mean, it really does. It really does. Oh man, this is great. You know, just the story behind Zorig right now, and then obviously Mo on just the typical triple aggro lineup. I'm at a loss for words here, Scarzig. I don't know who I want to win, because usually, I'm not gonna lie, usually I'm on Mo's side. Like, I love seeing Mo play triple aggro, but this is a hard one for me. I don't know if I can pick a side here.
That's when you know you've got a great match.
Oh,
when you
yeah.
don't know who to root for. Playing, I mean, the triple aggro lineup is, you know, you're always going to have, I think, a bit of that underdoggy, like, people's champion vibe. But Zorig, again, kind of rising up and making a name for himself, coming out from underneath the shadow of Filthy Gamer Weeb, and demonstrating that he is a skilled player in his own right, and having a platform like this to tell everybody who he is and show such clean play right now is going to be phenomenal. Zorig going through with the bans here of Lulu Zed, taking that out of the equation. Looks like Mo has banned the TFGP. Again, that just the Make It Rain and the early Swarm allows that deck to stabilize very well against board-based aggro lists. Despite the lack of healing, Mo doesn't want to take that chance.
It's so interesting to me that versus, you know, any aggro lineup or any lineup that has pirate aggro in it, it never seems like it really gets the ban. And, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe that's just from the games that I'm seeing. But generally speaking, I mean, I feel like people, I don't know, it's like they feel comfortable dealing with pirate aggro just because it has such consistent play styles. Like, you just kind of know what it's going to do.
I
and you know
definitely,
what to expect.
I agree with what you're saying, JDoza. Pirate aggro is an aggro deck that doesn't have a lot of frills, if that makes sense. It's you can use your anti-aggro best practices against it. And as long as you are properly accounting for potential trades or potential outplays with the Noxian Fervor, it's just a matter of getting on the board early and trading and defending yourself, hoping they run out of resources. And Mo channeling the primordial forces of the aggro soul, the aggressive energy that undercuts all card games, has the ability, we saw it consistently, to draw 6 1-drops or 9 1-drops.
Hey, that's the name of the game.
Likes the matchup versus Aurelia Azir.
Yep.
That's very surprising to me that Mo's like, I don't care if you remove my board, I'm going to beat you through Sand Soldiers. Zorig Dungu, we'll see how this gambit plays out. We speculated that he might have brought the deck specifically so it gets banned, and might not have practiced as intensively with it compared to the other 2 decks in his lineup.
And yeah, you can see we actually have both hands for this game, which is absolutely spectacular, especially for this lineup. So we're going to take a look at the mulligans here real quick. And that is a very early Captain Farron. I'm not sure if you like to see that this early out of Zorig, as you are going to have to be dealing with the wide board that you just mentioned, Scarzig. That's kind of going to be a dead card in hand, I think. Time Winder, though, in this version of Draven Ezreal we see there in the hand of Zorig, you know, that's a card that when it first came out, it didn't really see a lot of play. But now I feel like we're starting to see a lot of players, especially in the Draven Ezreal realm, starting to, you know, really utilize this card, and maybe it'll be a difference maker here, as it can ping a couple of units off the board.
Because of the discard synergy, it's easier to fit it into the deck alongside Ballistic Bot. Some variants of Ezreal Draven are running the Boom Baboon. Zorig has 3 copies, so it's very easy to squeeze it in, and it just gives you that extra tech versus aggro. You don't have to reach for something really volatile like a Death Lotus.
Yeah, you know, the problem is, I say that, and then I also see the Static Shock. Like, great, we got plenty of removal, right? We could even summon an Ezreal, maybe get another Mystic Shot. Problem is, then I just go back to the old, remembering that Draven Ezreal has no heal. and that's kind of just the problem.
The tempo! Mo has included the Ballista and a single copy of Arachnoid Sentry in this deck, and this is why. You remove your opponent's blocker, and you are looking to swing with a massive amount of damage here. So early in the game, round 4. We have yet to see Mo attack on an odd turn, by the way, on stream. He's always got the attack token on evens, but it's working out beautifully here. Time Winder going to take out the Saboteur, saving 3 damage by taking out that 1-drop. Already down to 5 HP. Mo has done it. Again, against a deck with no healing, it just becomes an inevitability.
Yeah, this, I will say, this definitely seems like it is the favored matchup for Mo, 100%. I mean, there's so much aggression that Zorig can, honestly, I mean, we have tools to deal with it, except the problem is we don't necessarily have enough mana to deal with everything in the early game. Static Shocks, as great as they might be for some really wide boards, they're very expensive. And these units, unfortunately, do not get pinged away with a Static Shock. You need the Mystic Shot, like you just saw there. We actually did end up summoning the Ezreal, like I mentioned earlier. And it's just not enough. It's just too much damage coming through there.
Against something a bit more mid-rangey, this draw would be fantastic. But Mo has the early aggression combined with this mid-game tech. Running Pirate aggro with just a little bit more of a beatdown style for your mid-game, and then Jack the winner at the top end to get that little bit of extra burn that we mentioned, that with double up, to have that fuel to cross the finish line. And now Zorig gets a late Tri-Beam draw, and this is just really unfortunate to see in game 1. Ezreal is leveled up, but not enough damage has been done to Mo's Nexus for this to really be a threat.
Yeah, the problem is Zorg's dying this turn, so I don't know if I mean, we would need a lot of mana to be able to unload on Mo here to actually win with this Ezreal, and as quick of a level as that might have been with things like Time Winder and stuff. Yeah, we're gonna see the surrender from Zorg. Zorig's look, the face on Zorig's, the look on Zorig's face. Ooh, that was a good one. You know, you could tell that whole game just kind of disappointed, like kind of knew, like, ah, man, he's got the. It's like there's not much you can do in that matchup because you're Draven Ezreal, because you have no way to heal. You're just going to take it all to the face, and here we go, game number 2.
So Zorig actually staying on Ezreal Draven, still in the mindset to play this deck, doesn't need to switch. He'll have to get the win with it eventually, and this might be an indication, right? Because sometimes what players will do, if they lose game 1, they'll actually switch to their other deck for game 2, just because it might have a better matchup. You get that sort of free win, shift the momentum a bit in your favor, fix your mental state just to get a W under your belt. But Zorig not opting for the Azir Aurelia, who maybe thinks it's a bit too even against discard aggro. These Legion rear guards are reporting for duty for Mr. Emotional. We've yet to see him whiff on turn 1.
Yeah, and Boom Baboon's hitting the field for Zorig here, too. Going to get those Flame Choppers to hand. Not Flame Choppers on the side of Mr. Emotional, though. None there. We'll see if this is going to prevent enough damage early on, though. I mean, again, you know, we have these pings here early on to deal with the field. Now, I will say, I feel like Draven Ezreal versus discard aggro, it's a lot easier to deal with the field with discard aggro.
Oh my god! Look at this aggression! Get excited
oh my god.
to discard survival skills and protect the Legion rear guard.
That's such a
and
Mo
then
play.
deal 3 more damage to face. It's a repeat of the last game. Round 4, Zorig is still bleeding, is on the ropes, and another rear guard just to add insult to injury.
You would think Mo is like a robot. Like he just basically makes whatever decision is going to do the most amount of damage that turn, every single turn. And like we even saw when we saw him on camera when we were doing his perspective in round 4, he's just so quick to just toss out the cards. You know, he already knows what he wants to do. He just throws everything on the field, and we know, okay, we're going to do as much damage as possible. And that's the same route Mo is going at. But unfortunately for Mo, Zorig, the Arachnoid Sentry, actually going to do a lot of work to shut down this attack right now.
It's this. We've seen it time and time again. Discard aggro. It looks like you're about to stabilize. They're almost out of cards. We've got Tri-Beam and Thermogenic Beam, another Arachnoid Sentry. The pieces are there for Zorig, but it's a matter of, do you have the time? Zorig even floating the mana rather than developing the Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, and right now, Mo is out of gas. You know, we need an Augmented Experimenter. We need a Jinx. Like, we are done. We're probably not going to push any more damage tempo-wise on board. Or, I mean, maybe. I mean, we got the Flame Choppers there. Maybe we'll pull something, but I highly doubt it. So really the only way that Mo is going to be able to close out the game, I feel, is by drawing the Jinx, is by drawing just Burn off of the top of the deck right now. But we're actually going to play the Vision and Defense to get this trade here. This might lead to an open attack for some damage.
You saw the quick hover there. Zorig was thinking about Static Shock to protect his blocker, but recognizes that the crowd favorite and the Legion rearguard are higher priority targets. And if Jinx or Augmented Experimenter are not the top decks here in the next couple rounds, then Mo is definitely losing his grip on this match. Zorig, comfortable, doesn't even develop the Draven, just keeps floating mana, just keeps working, stacking this Tri-Beam Populator now. If a Jinx or a crowd favorite comes down, it's going to eat this beam, and Zorig will get perhaps a 4-drop.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of music Zorig's listening to, if any. You know, kind of bobbing his head there a second ago, but he's definitely. It feels like he's in a groove right now. He's kind of go to the beat of his own.
And we've got the lethal. There it is with the get excited and the ignition. Zorig stabilized and turned it around, the classic Ezreal Draven style aggro versus a deck with so much removal. The draws were just a little bit better, and now. Game 3, we get to see
again
Aurelia Azir versus discard aggro. In the early days of Aurelia Azir's rise to power, discard aggro was cited as one of the decks that could really punish this list. And if our speculation is correct, that maybe Zorig Dungu wasn't actually expecting to play this deck a lot, there is potential for a certain flub of resources that could allow Mo to pull through. There's a Jinx in the opening hand. We've got Zonai Urchin plus Poro Cannon. So the early game is secure for discard.
Yeah, and again, this is the second game on discard aggro. So Mo has put himself in a situation in back-to-back rounds where we're getting the 2 shots with discard aggro, and that's the deck that you want to do it with because, all right, cool, we didn't draw the nuts in the first game. Let's go ahead and try to give it a shot again in the second game. And now, you know, starting with things like Augmented Experimenter and Jinx, this already looks a lot better than the last game anyways for Mo. We'll see how it pans out here in a second. But I do think you're right, Scarzig. I do think you're right about the Azir Aurelia matchup. I think that discard is a deck that can punish it a lot. But we'll see here. We got the early Azir. Maybe we'll be able to draw into early Aurelia as well. And that's kind of what this deck relies on, right? If it can draw the champions early, it's going to have a whole heck of an easier time dealing with literally any deck, not just discard aggro.
And Mo taking out the Sparring Student. It's a 2-2 right now, doesn't have the ability to scale. And this is forcing, Azir to attack alongside this. And I think that this is going to be a strong indication of what we're going to be seeing in this matchup is both players not blocking. They need to keep their boards up. They need to stay alive. The elusives are coming through. But no Aurelia and no Deus means that Zorig is losing out on a lot of the power potential for this deck. Meanwhile, Mo has the Jinx on curve and is about to flip her.
Yeah, very bad early draws, though, from Mo, right? Like 3 Zonite Urchins, really leading to a very awkward hand here. I think we should be fine when everything is said and done, especially with that Draven draw. You love to see that. But a lot of aggression coming through now for Zorig, and I think because Mo didn't really have that great go-wide crowd favorite start that can punish Azir Aurelia, like you mentioned, just a little bit of a slower start here dealing damage. There might be some concern for Mo. Both players, by the way, can we just take a second to step back? Both players playing ridiculously fast. Like, have you realized that, Scar? Both of these players are just slinging the cards the entire game. Wow.
Yeah, you know what you've got to do, and both players recognize that this matchup is a knife fight.
Yeah. Yep. And they both brought knives. They both brought knives.
So we've got to flip Jinx on the side of Mr. Emotional, a nice wide board, a couple elusive attackers. Meanwhile, Zorig Dungu has the Aurelia Azir, has Homecoming to maybe send Jinx back to the hand. This is a very awkward attack, even though Zorig has the attack token. Just opts for the lead and follow here. Or a slight shift in decision making. It's the Waking Sands in first.
Alright, so this is another decent size attack. The quick attack on Aurelia is going to come in pretty big as well. I think the issue now is going to be that we can't really allow these tokens, these sand soldiers, these blades, that we can't allow them to just come in for chip damage. We have to start committing these blocks like you see on the side of Mo, because they're all going to get that additional attack buff from this Azir now. So it's a little bit of a problem for Mo. We do have this Jinx. We're going to get a rocket. Maybe this is just where Jinx chills in the back row for the next 2 or 3 turns. We're able to stay alive and just throw 3 rockets, 4 rockets at face, and that's lethal. I mean, maybe that's the route Mo needs to go here.
And because both players have been so aggressive, the curves have been so on point, there's not a lot of floated mana, right? You have to spend everything you have to develop to keep your defense up, and we don't see the normal mind games of like maybe discard aggro and Aurelia Azir. We're like, oh, are they going to have Defiant Dance here? Is this a Shaped Stone? Do they have Get Excited? It's just, I'm trying to force my win condition. Whichever one of these players is under enough pressure that they want to cash in their board is going to be the loser here. The benefit goes to Aurelia Azir simply because a lot of their attacking force is created from the sands of Shurima themselves. And Mo has to play real cards to stop taking damage from these tokens.
Yeah, this is, when we were going over Azir Aurelia previously, that's the issue in this specific matchup getting this late into the game for Mo, is all these free tokens, these free attacks that are generated every single turn out of Zorig. But I'm telling you, I really think there's no real good way for Zorig to get the Jinx off the board. And I think if she sticks around, maybe the rockets are enough. This is going to be a pretty big attack if we go in with everybody. And I think we
Zorig's because the way Zorig has committed the mana here, trying to almost desperately make Mo trade the board away. There's no mana open for the Homecoming, right? To threaten this Jinx or to remove another one of these attackers. And we can see there, thanks to the Oracle's Eye, we've got the lethal presented here with the rocket in hand.
Yep. And I don't think, from what I'm looking at, because like you mentioned, there's no Homecoming mana available, I think this is going to be Mo wrapping it up.
Mo
think
taking advantage of that early get excited to get rid of the sparring student, and Zorig Dungu getting Aurelia and Azir, but no Emperor's Deus to really synergize the token engine of this list, gave Mo the edge he needed to get through the lethal here in the final round. Zorig throwing the Shen emote, very well played, very quick and volatile gameplay as we expected.
Wow. I thought Mo couldn't impress me more with the triple aggro lineup, but he just continues to do so. Absolutely outstanding performance yet again. And again, I think so therein lies the skill, right? Because I feel like a lot of people, and this is not just Mo, this is any player that plays aggro deck, especially triple aggro lineup. I feel like a lot of aggro gets a bad rap. It's kind of like, oh yeah, it's an easy deck, you smork go face, right? Like smork go face. That's not it. I mean, you really have to very, very carefully calculate your outs a lot of the time. You need to know exactly how much damage you have and exactly what the opponent can do to prevent or, heal some of that damage. And another level to that, another layer, which I think Mo is doing really well, is setting up your matchups properly in a tournament like this, in a competitive format where it's 3 decks, 1 ban. Like I mentioned, that's twice now that we've seen Mo have 2 shots with discard aggro. That's really, really good. I mean, discard aggro is so good in that scenario, and we can see why. You draw a Jinx, now that second game, entirely different from the first one.
And just the speedy play is what I want to call attention to. The players still have, it's not that the players don't have a lot to think about, it's that the players are so comfortable with that matchup and what they have presented to them. And we saw just that battle of wills play out, where you want to be the one that's trying to constantly take the reins in the match and force your opponent to block and get the tempo for yourself. And nobody cracked. It was just punching and punching and punching. And unfortunately, Zorig went down. And he still got a lot of shots here, heading up through the rest of the Swiss rounds. And based on the rest of the lineup, if nobody else brought triple aggro, then these lineups that we're seeing fall to Mo maybe do have better matchups across the board.
Yeah, maybe yet again triple aggro is the way to go. I would be curious. Again, I'm not sure how What Am I maybe still playing for this round. I'm not sure where he's at right now. I'm curious to see if Targon does something. Is What Am I the only one that brought these Targonian decks?
Yeah.
Or there's some other people that brought some weird iterations of Targon to mix things up. So it'd be interesting to see that as well. But I think so far, a lot of what we've seen is what we've expected, right? With the exception of Viego. We saw that cool Viego deck. So that was pretty nice. But again, we didn't actually see that play yet. But for the most part, we're seeing a lot of Azir Aurelia. We did see a lot of Sivir in round 4. And as we get towards the later portion of the day, round 7, 8, 9, we're really, we're finding out who's going to make the top cut. I feel like that's actually, for the seasonals anyways, where we're going to see some of the really spicy builds for the people that just surprised everybody. They had the element of surprise. They brought something nobody was prepared for, and now they're winning because of it. So I am hearing that we are going to be going to Game Boy Rob versus Rolls next. So Game Boy Rob, another great competitive player, has done well in a lot of seasonals as well, so very excited to get into that game. But before we do, Scarzig, real quick, I want to ask you, with what we've seen so far, what do you think is the number one deck that you think is going to be, it's just going to have the most success as we get towards those later rounds? Like, let's say something really weird does pop up. Out of those decks, what do you think can handle it well?
I think it's probably going to be something like an Ezreal Draven. Basically its claim to fame is that it kind of goes even against everything with the right draws. And if something is too far out of left field, something that just has a stable and straightforward game plan like that can still adapt. It'll be similar enough to something else in the metagame currently, or something that existed in a previous metagame that the longtime Ezreal Draven players might be able to adapt. But we've got Game Boy Rob now versus Rolls playing the Ezreal Draven versus what looks like a Lulu Zed.
And I want to throw in there too, Game Boy Rob's lineup right now. So we have this perfectly acceptable deck. This is a very typical deck. The other two decks, Sivir, Twisted Fate, and Gangplank Sejuani. So very, well, I wouldn't say very, because there is still Sivir in there, and I guess a lot of people are playing Sivir, but a little bit of a different lineup than what we've seen so far today. So excited.
Darkstar Zed has 2 mana open for the Twin Disciplines.
Is this actually the first time we've seen Plunder in a lineup, Scarzig?
So far, it was on a, it was on the meta report, and I think a lot of players that even brought Gangplank have surprisingly been pairing it with Twisted Fate, but I'm very surprised that Game Boy Rob hasn't brought his signature Marauder LeBlanc Ash list. That was definitely what he was known for back in the day. Got very high with it on the ladder, despite the metagame saying otherwise. But Game Boy Rob's in a very sticky situation here, because you've got some removal in hand, but if you commit here, you can't stop the Zed if there is a rally from this position, and it forces Game Boy Rob into this awkward scenario where you just have to develop chump blockers versus the Zed. Having the Inspiring Mentor also to buff up that attack power, it means that it's going to be an even bigger threat. Both players, I'm getting word here, are 3-1 in their Swiss rounds right now, and depending on what their ladder placement was for qualifying for the Swiss rounds, this could be it. You know, some players can get away with taking 1 loss, depending on if you're high enough on the ladder, you're allowed to get away with a 7-2.
Yeah, something to mention too, Rolls, you know, a player that I personally have not seen a whole lot of. Rolls is actually not too far off from being in the top 22 to qualify for Worlds with seasonal points. So with a really good performance here, Rolls has a chance to potentially qualify with seasonal performance. And of course, you know, if Rolls does top 4 here, as you know, all the top 4 people make it.
Agonizing. I can see the hesitation, all in on this thermogenic beam. Sharp Sight, Ranger's Resolve, Twin Disciplines, and there it is. The Lulu is protected.
Wow. That feels bad.
At the very least, by dealing that damage to Lulu, you can still block and kill her if she attacks alongside this Blade Scout or the Zed.
Yeah, and to add to that point about rolls as well, if anybody's curious. So Game Boy Rob, almost, you know, certain, you know, we've done some math behind the scenes. It was not me. I know I'm bad at math. You guys don't need to tell me that. I get it. But somebody else who we trust with math did some math. And I'm pretty sure Game Boy Rob is locked in for a Worlds qualification with ranked performance on ladder. So it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off today for sure.
But the pressure is off for the world spot, but the pressure is on for the current board state. Ghost on the Lulu means that the 2-pronged attack that Game Boy Rob set up to deal that damage to Lulu and finish her off is going to be denied. Is forced to go for a Scorched Earth here. And chump blocks the Zed. These very valuable blockers being cashed in to avoid this damage.
I will say Game Boy Rob, you know, not really too far behind, or actually ahead on card advantage right now. So I'm not sure we're too worried just yet. We also, I was going to say we also have Ezreal to potentially poke for some Mystic shots, but that's actually taken off the board now. We could eventually Static Shock this Shadow Assassin away, but for the time being, we can't actually do that alongside Ezreal, alongside a Mystic Shot. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge, I think, for Game Boy Rob to stabilize here, because Rolls does seem to be putting on a fair amount of pressure. What's going to matter is whether or not we can get the Zed off the board. We got the Mystic Shot. We have plenty of removal. We actually have Get Excited and Mystic Shot this turn if we wanted to.
There's removal for all of this board, but it's all unsafe. There's 3 cards in Roll's hand, and we already saw Game Boy Rob get shut out by the Sharp Sight going throughout the game so far. That's the only buff we've seen. Because it's so dangerous to go for these removal spells that can't cover Ranger's Resolve or Twin Disciplines, the longer Game Boy Rob hesitates, the higher the chance that Rolls draws into them. And Zed goes down. The Mystic Shot connects, and that might open up some much needed breathing room for Game Boy Rob.
Yeah, that's huge. Actually, I mean, it makes sense too for him to do it with the attack token. You know, you don't want that priority to go back over to rolls and just potentially, you know, open attack and still get that shadow that's summoned there. But just going to go ahead and pass over. Looks like we're content with saving this spell mana, not worried about keeping this ignition. We will get another one generated next turn. And like you said, we basically, I mean, not the whole board now with a couple more units summoned, but this Static Shock deals with this board quite nicely. There's also even a blocker for the Young Witch in this Ezreal.
Greenglade duo.
Oh,
So
Static
Rob-
Shock looks so good now. Oh my god.
Rob already kind of has a read. There might not be a combat trick as that final card because the Zed went down.
Yep. Yeah, and now, you know, I'm looking at the board, Scarzig. Static Shock into Shadow Assassin and Greenglade duo, and then block Young Witch with Ezreal, because I'm pretty sure that Static Shock will level up the Ezreal. That gets rid of 3 units, and you can even block something with this Ballistic Bot. You're only taking 4 damage next turn. Suddenly, things are looking okay.
And Game Boy Rob has to get excited, actually opts to take down the Greenglade duo. This does cover Sharp Sight if that's the final card.
I think maybe debating keeping the spell mana until next turn for that Static Shock. I don't hate this. I think this is a pretty good play too, because either way, you're still going to have Static Shock targets. So what you use to get excited on, I don't think matters, and you have that free ignition. So I think things will still work out here.
This last card might be a rally.
Ooh, another Mystic Shot too.
That's fantastic. Yeah, the first Mystic Shot we saw was actually a second copy of Ezreal. So now there's another Ezreal shuffled into the deck. Slightly higher chance of getting that Mystic Shot.
That's also an Ezreal. I think that was also an Ezreal too. So that's 2 in a row then that were Ezreal's Mystic Shot.
And if you can keep this chain going and just keep increasing the chances of drawing into this removal, rolls will run out of resources. Because even with your combat tricks protecting your unit with that extra HP, it's only a matter of time before you just run out of threat altogether. Having an elusive blocker as part of this deck's recipe is so powerful for Game Boy Rob here. Elusive units can only be blocked by other elusive units, and Ezreal being a 2/4 means that he can swing in and live to fight another day. Game Boy Rob is just living the high life here, I think, as an Ezreal Draven player. You see that your opponent has 1 card left. This round 8 still has 15 HP available.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Game Boy Rob. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we've you know, joked before about having some games be in this sort of like purgatory state, where it's just kind of suspended, where, you know, we kind of know who the winner is gonna be. And I think that might be kind of where we're at here with Game Boy Rob. These Static Shocks with the board that Rolls keeps kind of presenting to Game Boy Rob, they're just completely disintegrating any sort of comeback that Rolls could even have. And yeah, there's a Shenny Mo. And just as I say that, Rolls saves us the extra 5 minutes of having to wait for Game Boy Rob to win. And it's going to tie up the series, Scarzig. So we get another Game 3 here that we're going to be able to take a look at.
These sets have been incredibly close. Once we get into the middle of the Swiss rounds, we get a quick peek at the decks. It's going to be Lulu Zed versus Plunder. Gangplank Sejuani. Game Boy Rob's going to be the first player on the broadcast that's going to demonstrate this for us and see how this deck plays versus the ladder boogeyman of Lulu Zed.
So surprising that we're just now seeing this today. So I'm very curious, because that might just be a luck of the draw, Scarzig. Like, we just haven't seen people play it yet. But so now that we are seeing it, I'm curious how good this deck actually performs, considering it is, you know, one of the more popular, if not the most popular decks in the format right now. And if it's actually the most popular deck in the tournament today as well. So
I feel like it's going to be playing out very similar to, you know, again, like even Gangplank Twisted Fate. They still use a lot of the same units. You hit the board early. Lulu Zed doesn't really want to block all that much, so your plunders are very consistent. Game Boy Rob has the Parley in hand. That's going to be fantastic for sniping a Greenglade duo, or maybe even a Fleet Feather Tracker. Monster Harpoon with that 5 HP now starts to get to a point where it can cover a lot of the combat tricks. And if they play a Lulu, Rolls plays a Lulu or something, and it gets eaten by a 3-mana Monster Harpoon, that tempo is going to be very difficult for Rolls to recover.
That turn 1 parlay as well is incredible for Game Boy Rob. Being able to ping a 1 health unit like that when your opponent has the attack token on turn 1 and already get a proc towards Sejuani and Gangplank's level up, That is huge for this deck. That's one of the things when you're a player going up against Sejuani Gangplank, you want to try to prevent those triggers when possible. You can't always prevent them. Like right now, Crackshot Corsair, if we wanted to attack, it would trigger it. But if you can, you want to, because a turn 5 or 6 Sejuani or Gangplank that comes down, I mean, that could just be game ending right there. And that's 2 turns in a row now. This is looking to be one of those games where they're level.
Yeah, beautiful Jagged Butcher to contest the 3-2, activate the Crackshot Corsair. But now we're heading into turn 3 Zed from Rolls. And Game Boy Rob's going to have to sacrifice something here to prevent the Zed level up potentially. That extra point on HP on Zed means that it has a much higher chance of surviving against this Monster Harpoon.
Love this skin, by the way. You mentioned it earlier, Scarzig. I love this skin. I think it's one of my favorite skins here. Although, I will say the pool party skins are quite nice. So, but yeah, Zed getting one of the procs towards his level up as well. So we could have a quick Zed level up. You never know. Like you mentioned, Monster Harpoon in the hand there of Game Boy Rob. And now going to trade. So as of right now, no proc for the turn towards that level up. But we do still have ways to achieve that. We got to Make It Rain. We have Yordle Grifter if we want to just try to get the warning shot. But I think that Game Boy Rob is actually not too...
Whiffed! Oh no!
Oh, man.
When you look at these Plunder decks, the only Freljord cards are usually just the 3 Sejuani and a one copy of the 3 Sisters. So with the Yordle Grifter whiffing here, so no warning shot to set up this this Monster Harpoon.
Game Boy Rob actually doubled down on making sure we hit Allegiance and only has 3 Sejuani in the deck. So there's literally this is one of the better chances of always hitting Allegiance with this build, and we still didn't hit it. Oh, feels bad, man.
Yeah, and if you don't play the Grifter there, and you just say, okay, I'm gonna Make It Rain to deal 1 damage to Zed. This level up is gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was great.
Oh, what an enormous punish! It looked like Game Boy Rob was about to stabilize. Has to sacrifice the Grifter. You've got Sejuani here for round 6, but now you don't have the attack token. Leveled up Zed swinging through. Is there a rally? Game Boy Rob has to save the mana for Monster Harpoon. Has 6 exactly.
Yeah, there it is. We saved the mana. Now we have a Monkey Idol off the top. Not really going to do a whole lot. And, man, you know, this is one of the issues that people have always had with this deck, right, Scarzig? It's that, you know, there's so many RNG type cards in here. You have the Allegiance now with Yordle Grifter. Now not getting the warning shot. So for those of you who might just be getting into the game now, a long time back, Yordle Grifter used to always get the warning shot, but then the Allegiance was only connected to the pilfered card. But then there's also Make It Rain. You know, we've seen so many times where Make It Rain just fails to hit the targets that are needed, and sometimes those things just straight up lose games, and that might have just lost the game here for Game Boy Rob. It's getting really dangerous at 6 health.
Yeah, we've got the Monster Harpoon now discounted. Rolls just wanted to protect the Zed, and this is still very, very spooky. If you go for the Monster Harpoon here, you just have to force Rolls to have some sort of double buff, or the worst case is probably that Zed goes down and Rolls plays a second. Now that Zed has leveled up, and a pass. Rolls doesn't have any more units? Is this all spells?
Okay, Make It Rain takes care of this, unless of course there's, you know, Twin Disciplines or anything like that.
So we've got Gangplank to get the barrel alongside the Make It Rain. We can see a small, tiny glimpse. 4 out of 5 for the Plunder. Almost leveled up here.
I think you pass here, because even if Rolls opens, well, not opens, but attacks, you know, without playing anything with the Green Glade Duo, you lose no matter what if they have Twin Disciplines. So it's not like, okay, so there's the pass from Game Boy Rob, and I do like that. So I'm curious to see if Rolls does have another unit. Okay, no, we get the 1 drop to pass things back over. I think this might still be an okay pass back here.
I think if you can like play the Gangplank, you have the barrel, you've got the Make It Rain to try to cover. Game Boy Rob had to take so many risks. Punished by the Ranger's Resolved. Doesn't set up the barrel.
That's rough. That's rough. Especially
and because
when
the Grifter whiffed, there's no warning shot in hand to proc this Sejuani.
Wow. Yeah, right there. That's a perfect example of how that might have just lost in the game right there, just not having that warning shot. I mean, there's probably some other things to think about there, especially like the card that you
There's
could
an
have
attack.
Gotten, but... Okay,
crossing,
no
Game Boy Rob is crossing his fingers versus so many cards, and there's
there
the rally.
Wow. I mean...
Can you get something?
Nope. All right. My heart just skipped a beat there for a second.
There was a chance to maybe get a sharp sight to still block that elusive unit. But, oh my god, what a heartbreak. The Yordle Grifter whiffed. There was that play with the Gangplank to try to set up the barrel. And you said it, the barrel buffs the Make It Rain, but it still doesn't cover Twin Disciplines and Sharp Sight. And he needed to cover Ranger's Resolve.
Yeah, that was... And we're not always seeing Ranger's Resolve either. That's the first time, actually, I've seen a Ranger's Resolve have that much of an impact to a board state. I guess I'm just used to seeing so many Scouts games. We're Scouts now, right? So, but we are about to get into Squeeby, I hear. Game 3. So we're right in time for one of the better games, getting into Game 3 there. And it's actually going to be Squeeby versus King Kombucha, which... I actually love that name, by the way. King Kombucha. I don't know if I've seen King Kombucha
So
before,
King Kombucha, we're getting word, actually took down the previous seasonal champion, Rigby, in the previous round. So has a strong read here on the metagame potentially, combined with some clean play. We've got a Plunder Mirror, it looks like. Squeeby has been very, very deep in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, training for the seasonal, trying a bunch of different decks and lineups, was even experimenting with some of the Targon P and Z, getting some tutelage from What Am I?
And as we've kind of kept the theme of the tournament today, both players actually currently not qualified for Worlds, which is actually surprising to me. And maybe it's just because I see Squeeby's name a lot. I know Squeeby very much an awesome person in the community, because let's be honest, the lore community is the best community. But both players would need to top cut here, and most likely top 4 as well to actually get their invite to Worlds. So just to kind of let everybody know what's up with this match.
Both players look pretty even on board. The double Black Market Merchant for King Kombucha, however, does swing the value game into his favor when you're able to play your opponent's cards, which are, in the mirror match, your cards. But at a discount, once you lose the tempo, it just comes down to the Gangplank and the Sejuani. Can Monkey Idol make Squeeby win the Plunder race here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's going to be the difference maker, right? Really wish we could see where...
Yeah, whichever player gets that leveled up Sejuani into play first. Maybe you don't even want to be the first player to play your Sejuani, so that the enemy can't use their Sejuani to kill yours.
With
the mirror match has its own mini meta within it.
Yeah, yeah. And that's true of any mirror match, right? Any deck. But definitely a good point, Scarzig. We see the Make It Rain here, just to proc the Plunder. So clearly King Kombucha here valuing that Plunder proc, even though we're not removing any units, actually gets a warning shot with the Yordle. Okay, all right.
Misses out on the Black Market Merchant discount there, unfortunately.
You know, and I can't even tell if that's good or not, Scarzig, right? Like, maybe I think a warning shot is good.
I couldn't get a glimpse there of the Sejuani. It was hovered for just a second.
Because, like, that's another board-wide freeze, that warning shot. So that's actually not a bad nab in this matchup. So I'm curious to see if that comes into play. This is going to be really interesting once both Sejuanis hit the board. And you got to figure both... I mean, maybe King Kombucha has one, considering we just saw the Make It Rain to force proc that Plunder there. So...
Oh, there it is. Sejuani's leveled.
Looks like
and with the warning shots to back her up, this is going to be a devastating attack token. Squeeby just getting this win condition into play. Doesn't care about attacking to get a free trade. The Frostbite is at your beck and call for the rest of the time here. And because of that thick 7 HP, he's not worried about, you know, a monster harpoon here.
Yeah, I actually love the timing of this Sejuani as well, because it's after the attack token has been used from King Kombucha. So that sort of situation that you had mentioned, Scarzig, of the other Sejuani coming down and putting vulnerable on. So now this puts King Kombucha in a weird situation where if you play your Sejuani, it's literally there's no point in playing it. But now you leave yourself open to this open attack here with, like you said, we have the warning shots. And I think that Yordle Grifter ripping one of those warning shots from King Kombucha's deck, I think that it was actually one of the better takes in this mirror match, because we're seeing it here.
So King Kombucha has to like put through a lot of blockers here, is relying on the double black market merchant setup again to just use discounted cards to put up a wall against this. But now this could just be a slow spiral around the drain where Squeeby just starts to strangle Kombucha out of the match. You're giving up your board for free versus the Frostbite here. The warning shots can be saved because of Crackshot Corsair.
Oh. Okay. All right. So I was going to say right before that Gangplank came down that, to your point earlier about whether or not you should play Sejuani first or second, I think in this case, it looks like playing the Sejuani first going into an attack makes more sense, because then you kind of force your opponent to be the first one to trade away the board before they get a chance to utilize Frostbite. But, I mean, Gangplank's going to throw out another keg. This is a very similar interaction where it's not Frostbite, but the 2 board-wide damage, the board wipe that's going to come through next turn on the open attack, will have a similar effect in removing a lot of these units, Scarzig.
And clearing the monkey idol here, you get that extra damage on the Nexus. You keep your opponent from summoning that powder monkey. And now the nabs are coming through. Squeeby's the one who gets to enjoy the double black market merchant here. Gets his opponent's Yordle Grifter.
Wow.
So now, Kombucha, this is the turn. You have to take the board back this turn. You have to try to deal with the Sejuani. It's got to be... Ooh. Yeah, Sejuani, it's got to be a couple monster harpoons.
I think all of this warning shot generation, though, out of Squeeby, it's going to be way too much. I think that these warning shots basically are just a, like, okay, skip, next turn. Like, every time Squeeby plays a warning shot, there's not really going to be anything King Kombucha can do about it.
Now, Squeeby gets to stop this overwhelm damage, but the AoE from the powder kegs is going to wipe these shrimpy units on Squeeby's backline off of the map.
Well, and proc the Frostbite on that side too. So it's basically going to be a bunch of bumping uglies here, so to speak. Except for the ones like you said that are going to get cleared. So looks like is there even a reason to assign blockers here? I don't know. I don't think it really matters. But yeah, there is the warning shot for the Frostbite. Gangplank's effect is also going to return the Frostbite here in a second. And something interesting to note, too, especially because I just looked into this. So attack effects are actually, and when I say attack skills that have that little yellow symbol like Gangplank, they will always be the last one to be put on the stack, regardless of the attack order, or front row, back row, all that stuff. So he will always get the keg here, even if Crackshot was on the other side of Gangplank. So just a little neat thing to know there. And then the other sort of effect that Crackshot Corsair has, that sort of effect is always going to go on the stack prior to any sort of the attack skills that have that yellow circle.
And when we look at now the leveled up Sejuani versus leveled up Sejuani, things are now going to be coming down to this chip damage and burn game plan. Gangplank is going to help with that immensely because of the free barrel generated every round and that AoE, but
Fortune Croaker going to dig a little bit more.
Yeah, needs to dig. What are you looking for if you're Squeeby? You need your Gangplank here. Or, what, maybe a second Sejuani so you have Fury of the North to rebuff your overwhelm unit after. Oh, man. Dreadway will certainly do it.
Well, I don't know, because Dreadway is a really big mana commitment. I don't know if Monster
That's 6 damage of warning shots, though.
Oh, that is? Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, that's just lethal, huh? That might just be lethal if you have the warning shots plus Make It Rain plus...
Oh my god! Oh. And the Dreadway is fearsome, so if you pre-frostbite and swing, if Kombucha comes up empty on a Nexus ping,
And that's actually really important, which it's more likely that King Kombucha technically doesn't have it because we stole...
running Entreat. Oh, man. Recognizing how powerful the champions are. Putting Entreat in the deck here.
Yeah, that's a new one. I actually haven't seen Entreat played in these. Makes sense, though. All right, there's the Monster Harpoon. Doesn't get rid of either Gangplank or Sejuani, though. Oh, not going for the Dreadway, huh? See, the problem with attacking is that if King Kombucha does have another Frostbite, I think this starts to go in the direction of Squeeby just not being able to really stabilize because of the Gangplank.
This for like if you don't attack, Kombucha can have like a parley to just target the Nexus with it, especially if it's a second copy of Gangplank that becomes a parley. And this one, you're forcing them to very specifically just have Warning Shot.
Or maybe baiting.
Make it rain.
Damage.
Pray.
Okay, that's not gonna
tank
hit.
Units. Tank.
Oh.
Tank my babies.
Wow, he got no. Okay, that's gonna be game then. So
yes,
I was just gonna
that
say
is
maybe,
game. That
maybe
is
we
game
bait.
now. It goes through, sets King Kombucha down to 3 HP, and there is the triple Warning Shot in hand. What is the math there? You cast 2 Make It Rains, and not only do they miss the Nexus, but they all target the exact same units.
It's probably a little more than 50% that they.
Oh, Squeevy's adding insult to injury.
Wow.
This is your Dreadway, by the way. Have a couple Warning Shots. And there
his
it
warning
is.
shot. It was also King's warning shot too. Oh man! And just as I said it earlier, Scarzig, it's the RNG with the deck. Like you can't. That's like the biggest issue that I've seen players have with that deck is the RNG. We saw the Allegiance get missed earlier. Now we have the RNG of pulling the Dreadway and the warning shot there, and then the RNG of the Make It Rain's missing. So. RNG all over the place, and it's not working out too great for people, Scarzig.
The Plunder deck, has that ability. The Frostbite is there to shut down those attacking-based decks. And then the Plunder is just an extra value tool on your side to get the extra resources you might need. And again, just catching your opponent off guard. Having to play around your deck and a little bit of theirs can be very, very hard to maintain. And now going into the next round, Squeeby dealt a little bit more mental damage, maybe just setting up a nice grudge. They both happen to make it the top 32.
Yeah, wow, 5 rounds so far today. Scarzig has been already pretty exciting. I'm not gonna lie. We saw a couple Mo matches there. Mo in round 4. Also Mo, going up in round 5 as well. Just like it's crazy the matchups that we've been able to grab so far. Mo and Zorig, like I would have never thought we would have been able to grab them for round 5.
Two players with like awesome stories behind them in that destined match, taking it all the way to game 3. And all of honestly, everything that we've seen so far today, I think has been, 1-1 going to game 3, 1-1 going to game 3. The players are feeling the pressure. And sometimes you can get a clean 2-0, you're feeling very confident, and you're just cruising into the next set. But when you have that extra stress, having to play that game 3, having to cross your fingers versus your opponent having a certain card or not, you might not realize it, but that sticks with you over the course of the day. And as we get further and further along in the Swiss rounds, we're going to see the players that have a lot of tournament experience, are used to playing these longer days, these repetitive matches. They're going to have that strong mental fortitude to still keep everything ship-shape.
All right, well, with that said, we are going to go ahead and go to our regularly scheduled 30-minute break. So we will be back for the remainder of the games, the remainder of the rounds today, because I don't know about you, Scarzig, but I am not trying to miss the rest of these rounds. This is going to be a very exciting conclusion to basically the last chance for people to qualify for Worlds. So with that said, let's go ahead and head on over to a break, and we will see you guys in just a bit. right, welcome back everybody to Rise of the Underworlds Seasonal. I am JDoza, joined by Scarzig. We are all rested up, ready to go for the remainder of the day today, Scarzig. How are you feeling about what we've seen so far? What are just some general thoughts?
The matches that we've been seeing are just nail biters. They're all incredibly high quality. We've seen a beautiful diversity of decks. We've seen, of course, the standard ones that we examined earlier in the broadcast from the top 10 most popular decks of the metagame, but we've still managed to get a variety of matchups and players still experimenting with some off-meta things. As we move further and further up the Swiss rounds, we're really going to start to see, really what the best decks are. This is the break point where we get to see the players' ideas about, okay, do I counter the metagame? Do I just play the metagame? Do I try to counter the counters? We're going to see who was correct. And now that we are all rested up, not just the crew and me and JDoza on the desk, but also the players themselves, now rested up after that break, we're going to be getting into the next round nice and fresh and ready to find out who's going to make that top 32.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about it earlier too, fatigue, right? So it is important. This break is actually more important than you'd think. Just being able to go off, grab some water, grab a snack or something like that, and just relax and not think about Legends of Runeterra for a little bit before digging your nails in for those last 4 rounds. Yep. And what I do want to mention real quick, so some players that will be digging their nails in the last few rounds here that are still kind of in the running to still make the top cut. We touched earlier on Henneke. Henneke still a impressive 5-0. We also have Bry Guy, who we didn't really touch on earlier, but also at 4-1. Bry Guy, just somebody that honestly, I've cast him in the past as well with some tournaments.
He's an excellent player. I recall him back from the Duelist days.
Yep.
And so he's still carrying the torch and being a monster in the tournament scene.
He speedruns Mario too. Fun fact. I don't. When we interviewed him when he won an OLS or something like that, and he speedran Mario in the past. I'm not sure if he still does it or not. But Majin Bay, we all know Majin Bay, 3-2, still has a chance of making top cut due to his placement on ladder. So it's kind of the fallback there when they come to do the tiebreakers for the top cut. We also have Black Boss and What Am I still in it too. Black Boss at 3-2 though. What Am I at 4-1? And I mentioned those because again, Black Boss, What Am I, and Henneke, all 3 players that have topped 3 times, and they're all looking for that sweet, sweet 4th one. Black Boss looking for the 4th one in a row, so very curious to see if one of them can do it today. Yeah,
so we've got, again, the repeat top cutters, the players who make that top 32 consistently, or maybe even top 4 consistently. We're still trying to see if we can get some repeat seasonal champions. What Am I, you mentioned already in the running. Still trying to hang on by a thread. He was still pretty high on the ladder, so he's still perfectly fine. Already qualified for Worlds, obviously, but still trying to make top 32, still trying to get that meta practice, and is running a very spicy lineup of Lee Sin, Deep, and Turbo Thralls. Yep. Quoted as saying, aggro is not real, and it can't hurt me. So, teetering on the very edge.
Mo has something to say about that.
I know, right? And Mo comes along, and I took that personally. Jumps on.
So with that said, what we are going to be jumping into in just a second here is Monte Cristo. Not sure who their opponent's going to be just yet, but Monte Cristo, another player we have seen an absolute ton of in the competitive scene. Scarzig, always killing it, and here bringing as the first of the 3 in the lineup here. Oh, here it is again, Scarzig. Azir Aurelia, just all over the place now.
I think that players have a really easy time coming up with 2 decks and maybe struggle to find their third. And as we've seen a couple players try with Henneke and with Zorag, that they bring Azir Aurelia just so that it eats the ban and they get to play their other 2 decks. And I think that's what Monte Cristo might be going for here. If we take a look at the next deck in his lineup, there's actually some comfort here. I consider myself also a Sivir LeBlanc player. It's one of those lists that if it speaks to you, then you love to play it. And opting to bring Sivir LeBlanc over the multitude of other Sivir variants that we've seen in the metagame lately and on display for today's broadcast shows that Monte Cristo really likes the deck, really believes in the deck, and again, is very comfortable on this list. We've got the buff to Incisive Tactician, so that you can get those loops going where you can duplicate it with Mirror Image off of LeBlanc, or transform it with the Black Rose Spy, get those bonus rallies, and swing through otherwise when your opponent might not be expecting it. Of course, we've got Might in this list as well, sharing the Overwhelm keyword with your large attackers. I really like this new take on the archetype, a lot more combo oriented.
Yeah, and you love the Incisive Tactician with LeBlanc. I mean, ever since that card has come out, I love the idea of grabbing her spell and, you know, getting a few rallies in a turn. You gotta love to see it. And, you know, Monte Cristo, like you said, it probably feels more like a comfort deck, if anything. Because, again, this is the first time we've seen this. Like, we've seen Sivir all over today. So don't get me wrong. This is not the first time we've seen Sivir. But Sivir LeBlanc, this is the first time we've seen this particular iteration. As far as the third deck in Monte Cristo's lineup, we have, well, there's Plunder again. And we were talking earlier, Scarzig, and I think it was right after, or maybe towards the beginning of round 5. It's like, you know, we really haven't seen Plunder yet. And we finally saw someone playing Plunder. And now we're starting to see it pop up a little bit more, which usually means it's in the decks that are winning more now that we're seeing it pop up. Is this the deck to beat right now?
This deck is, it's hard to beat, right? The reason that Gangplank Sejuani fell out of favor in the first place was because of Targon's existence, right? You have Hush for the Sejuani, and then your opponent has spent the entire game plundering and leveling up these champions, but they don't get their big payoff, and if they can't force through that overwhelm damage to close out the game, then all the deck is doing is keeping you from punching it. And eventually, you're going to get something to stick, you're going to get some damage through. And now with the lack of Targon, it really showcases this deck's power, and it just so happens to have very good matchups against the current metagame of other board-based decks. With the Plunders, you have so much versatility and utility against varieties of region combinations as well, if you're just taking their cards with your nabs.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to point out here too, and I don't know, after we saw Mirror Match a little bit earlier, right? And we kind of saw how important it was for Sejuani to come down early, and I mean, a lot happened in that game, let's be honest, because you're yoinking cards from your opponent. But we see here, the reason I bring that up is because there's the Entreat in this deck again. And that's what we saw earlier in one of the builds that we were watching as well. And I think typically up until this point, at least for me anyways, it hasn't been the most popular fourth Freljord card. Usually it's something like Three Sisters.
Yes.
And Entreat really going all in on getting that Gangplank or the Sejuani. So, I mean, Scarzig, do we think that's kind of like a mirror match tech? Like, are we worried about the mirror match? Or we just know that, okay, if we draw the Gangplank or Sejuani before our opponent, we're already increasing our win percentage ginormously?
I think that's definitely the case. It's very similar to how you'll see Rite of Calling in Azir Aurelia, where you're just recognizing and properly supporting that the champions are core to your deck's ability to function. And looking at the list, looking at the Entreat, which seems to be a more modern idea for the list, I think that just goes to show that Monte Cristo might actually be a longtime player of the deck, where you'll know when a player plays a deck a lot, they're also very up to speed on any shifts in the deck's recipe or any new techs that are starting to be included to improve the win rate. And we saw it a little bit from Squeeby as well. The longtime players of this deck are very benefited, right? Because Gangplank Sejuani was a side deck that kind of came out of nowhere. Everybody thought, okay, is this just a counter deck? Is it a cheesy Plunder meme? And now we're starting to see it has some real threat and staying power, combined with Monte Cristo's style of playing these comfort picks. It carries you beautifully into the latter part of the Swiss rounds, where when you know a deck well, you don't have to use as much of your mental energy to make your decisions, so it carries you further along without having to get that wear and tear of the mental fatigue. And previous seasonal winners like a Rigby and Majin Bay, their advice to so many players after their wins, they would say, play decks you are comfortable with. And so I think this puts Monte Cristo at a very 100%. Heavy advantage going into the next matchup, because how many people prepared for Sivir LeBlanc?
Yeah, not a whole. Well, they prepared for Sivir, just not the LeBlanc part. So yeah, 100%. And listen, you're right. Decision fatigue is a thing. That's a thing that not just in this game, but like in life, it is something you need to worry about. And I agree with you 100% with that fact. And Monte Cristo, something to point out too. I do want to mention. Currently, we'll need to win to continue to keep those shots alive at making top cut due to Monte Cristo's ranking on ladder. Unfortunately, an X and 2 finish will not actually solidify a top cut here. So that's something to keep in mind. So it's a little bit more pressure on Monte Cristo as well to keep this winning streak alive. And let's be honest, we have 4 rounds left. That's no easy feat. We have 4 whole rounds, and we are just finding now that it looks like Orbmeister is going to be the opponent. And listen, Orb, I know Orb very well. I'm very excited to be doing Orb right now. We used to cast Orb all the time in the LRA. For those of you who don't know, that is the Southern American League for Legends of Runeterra. And Orb, an outstanding player there, outstanding player in tournaments, has been a regular performer in tournaments. So yet again, Scarzig, we're killing it today. We're getting all these lucky matchups, all these great players going head to head.
Yeah, a lot of heavy hitters. Orbmeister has been a strong player from the OTK group of players and was an early adopter of Turbo Thralls. If you go all the way back to when like Lissandra Talia was first starting to get experimented with as a deck with Promising Future and the support cards that happened later on, Orbmeister was one of the early players that really thought it was a powerful list and did some early innovations before it started to catch on as a tournament deck. And even though it's not part of this lineup, again, some players think that Turbo Thralls is a bit too weak to aggro right now. I just want to bring up the point because it simply means that Orbmeister is willing to innovate and try to figure out where the holes in the metagame are. We're seeing a little bit, actually, the fact that Orbmeister is packing the Demacia Sivir variant we touched on a little bit earlier, using the single combats and things like Riposte to interact with your opponent's board in a little bit more of a direct fashion.
Yeah, and Orb going to be representing Team OTK, like I mentioned, from that Southern American League there. Very familiar with a lot of team members and, going to hopefully be getting a world spot for Team OTK as well. Unfortunately, Orb here, not qualifying prior to this on ladder or seasonal points. So Orb is going to go ahead and have to secure a top 4 finish today to go ahead and make it to Worlds next month. So it's going to be interesting to see if we'll be able to put that together. But in the meantime,
there's so many strong players. The top 32 just can't do it justice. We're always bursting at the seams with so many big names and recognizable names. And you can tell the pressure is mounting. These players are writing down a lot of different matchup spreads. You have to know what your opponent is doing, and you have to know what your chances are versus every lineup for the ban. Getting a closer look at the Sivir Action, we've got a couple Preservariums in here, so already you've got a little bit more card draw than you normally see in these builds. With the Absolver, Sharpsight, and Shapestone, you're still covering plenty of removal spells and combats with these strong tricks. But just the addition of Cataclysm and Concerted Strike means that if you get ahead early, your opponent has to take huge risks to establish a board against this deck.
Yeah, this, I love that we're seeing so many variants now of Sivir. And I'm curious too to start going through the rest of Orb's lineup as well, because usually when you see something like Sivir Akshan with the Demacia, it means we're using Ionia elsewhere. And look at that. This is the first time we're seeing this today, Scarzig. Ionia elsewhere. Yep, this would qualify. We have a Lulu Jinx deck that, honestly, this is not a bad deck. We have seen this deck in the past. It has done work. It is very much an aggro deck. It's, in my opinion, it's really just discard aggro with a little bit of a facelift. It's just a tad bit different in how it operates. But man, this deck can be explosive, just as explosive as discard aggro, because you still have that Jinx in there. I am really excited to see this one play out, Scarzig.
The list, it's funny because it always does well, but it just hasn't gotten that wider attention and adoption rate just yet. And compared that to Gangplank Sejuani, of course, which has been such a stable and tried and true deck. I think it's sort of even across the board it seems to be. The same way Ezreal Draven is a stable deck that you bring to round out your lineup. Except that Gangplank Sejuani has sharper counters to very popular lists while being a bit more board-centric. And that way you aren't completely at the mercy of drawing the correct removal spells when you can play some units to the board and have them do a bit of the dirty work. Double Ice Shard, notably, is Orbmeister's tech as a way to deal with Swarm and as a way to pop spell shields.
Well, I'm curious to see what they're going to ban here. Definitely a tough decision on the side of Monty. Looks like kind of hovering that Lulu Jinx, so maybe we go ahead and ban the aggro here. I mean, I will say we saw Mo earlier with the triple aggro lineup doing really well. I don't think a lot of people really prepared for aggro, and seeing that this is the only aggro list in Orb's lineup, maybe it makes sense to go ahead and ban the Lulu Jinx. So we'll see in a second if that's going to be the case. Looks like that is what Monty is submitting in, and there is the Plunder deck getting banned on the side of Monty. So you're going to have to deal with this Sivir LeBlanc, which I'm glad we get to see it because it is a little bit of a different deck like we were talking about earlier. And yet again, this Azir Aurelia here.
Now, the Sivir LeBlanc versus Sivir Akshan is going to be very volatile. But when we look at the reverse side here now with Aurelia Azir, we talked a little bit about earlier with Sivir and Zed. Zed puts that early aggressive pressure on Aurelia Azir. They don't want to block a lot of the time, so you have that threat of Zed eating their chump blockers, threatening to just swing through and rally. But there's going to be a little bit less pressure on Aurelia Azir in this matchup. When you don't have that power play of Zed, it's going to come down to things like Concerted Strike or Cataclysm to reach into the back line like we saw in Orbmeister's list. And those are risky plays because of Twin Disciplines or even Homecoming to sidestep that.
And we can see here getting started with double Sparring Student and Greenglade Duo. This is triple Sparring Student.
Now this hand looks good, but yeah, we need a dais or something to tie this together. We've got a big swing potentially coming through with the Ribbon Dancer. How slow can Monty take this? There's the Aurelia. Oh my god.
That's okay. Now that we have the Aurelia, that's insane. The Aurelia skin, by the way, which again, just love seeing these different skins by the players. But yeah, triple, and you got to on the side of Orb, just staring this down. You're gonna be looking at this like, what is happening right now?
Takes a risk here with the Sparring Student. Says, okay, if you use a sharp sight here, then I'm okay with it.
Yep.
Orbmeister still has to summon another unit to give the Fleet Feather Tracker Challenger, and that's going to give Monte Cristo a chance to summon a unit here and buff up these Sparring Students with the Ribbon Dancer. Excellent. They become 3/3s, get a nice value trade, and they're able to swing up into the Merciless Hunter. This is what makes these units so frightening, is if you don't have the pieces already in play to deal with them, a Ribbon Dancer suddenly takes away your good trade, and now things are going to get very difficult for Orbmeister to keep up with. Aurelia about to come down potentially with Flawless Duet.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough turn for Orb to deal with. I mean, you're essentially going to get +3/+3 on every single Sparring Student here. We technically also have a Dune Keeper we could play, but we actually just don't even have the board space for it. And this is what this deck does, which is what makes it feel so debilitating sometimes and so
impressive. Even the blades are different.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, you're getting those sweet skin blades too. Or blade, wow, skin blades.
Blade
skins.
Yeah, so Merciless Hunter and Akshan getting to block. This is a strike, of course, for Akshan to progress the Warlord's Palace. And Orbmeister might just say, good, I want this to keep trading over and over again and level up this win condition.
I don't know.
What a swing, though.
Yeah, I don't know if Orb comes back from something like this. I mean, I guess, now, with that said, Monty...
This is all in. Like, you're missing out on the Sand Soldier, but you're making your Sparring Students 5/5s, and that allows you to cover Sharp Sight to trade up into these. With the Blossoming Blade, I think it might be worth it to cover the Sparring Student. Because from this position, the Dune Keeper kind of has diminishing returns. You're never going to have enough space on the board, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. See, the other concern that I was just going to mention is, you know, Monty's going to start to run out of steam here, I think, a little bit, especially if Orb can deal with Aurelia. He's going to remember, I mean, we have Challenger units, we have combat tricks to go ahead and get Aurelia off the board. And after Aurelia's gone, there's not a whole lot left for Monty to have on board here. You can see here right after that, too. I mean, okay, Azir changes that a little bit, now that we have Azir, we got a whole lot we can do. And Monty just drawing everything we need right now. Those 3 sparring students with the Aurelia plus the Azir, and we're going to get Green Glade Duo down. This might just be game next turn with all the units that are about to get summoned again. So actually saving the Dune Keeper there, I think, was a good decision, Scarzig.
Yeah, because if you buff up your sparring students to 5/5, then you have a sparring student versus the Merciless Hunter. The Shapestone still trades up against the other, but the Azir just really puts the cadence back in Monte Cristo's favor. Now with Blossoming Blade and Flawless Duet off the top, this is going to be a level up, I think.
Yeah.
Another decision to be made. You can't Homecoming against Sivir anyway, so it's better to keep going, keep the pressure up, use the groundwork that was laid by the sparring student, and convert that into a win here.
Yeah, you know, when you draw 3 students plus Aurelia, I think that there's kind of just, you know what to do with the cards. Like, you know how they're going to get played, and that's what we see here from Monte Cristo. We talked about the confident, quick plays from Mo a little bit earlier. I think we're seeing something similar here with Monte Cristo, just kind of knowing we need to be aggressive, we need to throw the cards down onto the board, and honestly, when you're throwing cards on the board, you're going to win with the Zero Aurelia.
Yeah, so here comes the Flawless Duet. You want to level up the Aurelia here exactly. You get the Blade Surge. Orbmeister cannot go wide enough here. This is lethal being threatened just by the tokens. Yeah. If there is a block put on the stack, then Aurelia swaps into an open position and threatens an additional 4 damage. So this looks like a checkmate here, yes. And that is going to be game 1 going to Monte Cristo. It feels awful when you need to ban a certain deck and play against the Aurelia Azir, but that maybe Orb is saying, get your win with Aurelia Azir. I'm going to 2-0 your Sivir LeBlanc. We'll see if that's the strategy that pays off for him here.
I think you're 100% right there, because Plunder is obviously, you know, I think it's very well known right now that Plunder is kind of the deck to beat. So Orb, I don't think, should have a problem picking up a win with this Plunder deck versus LeBlanc Sivir. And if that's the case, yeah, I mean, this is kind of the off-kilter deck. This is the deck we talked about before where it's a little bit different. Might not be as proven as some of the other Sivir decks. So Orb's probably feeling a little bit more confident about going up against this Sivir deck here.
Yeah, we've got the Sivir and the Ruin Runner, but you have to do the early work with this deck in order to make these the power plays that other decks can turn them into. Preservarium on 2, when you have a slow opening like this, Orbmeister gets a lot of plunders out of the way. And if Sejuani happens before the Sivir and everything can get set up, then that Frostbite is just going to take Monte Cristo out of this game. Sivir LeBlanc has no real means to end games outside of attacking, and we noted earlier how rally-focused this variant was with the Double Tactician, drawing all the top end.
Yep. So Monty actually laughing a little bit there too, and I think it's because of the hand kind of, you know, it's curving out with LeBlanc, Sivir, Ruin Runner right now, but it's a little top heavy here. I don't know if this is good or bad, because again, I haven't really seen this deck play too often. But Orb able to sneak a lot of damage in there early, getting multiple plunder effects there, and it looks like also valuing, okay, we're gonna make it rain to pop the spell shield, but also valuing the 5 damage to the face here. Going to go ahead and sacrifice that Crackshot Corsair, which could have, you know, helped with another Plunder proc next turn. So that tells me Orb, whatever's in Orb's hand, probably has a good shot of still being able to level gank. Like I said, you want to quicken. Yeah, there we see the other Yordle Grifter, and that's where I think this deck is going to be able to win out here versus Monty, is that value, right? And then you talked about it earlier, Scarzig, where these Yordle Grifters and Black Market Merchants, they just get so many extra cards to the point where it doesn't really matter what your opponent does. 1-for-1 trades over and over again, you're just going to lose out because you just run out of cards before your opponent does.
Ooh, Monte Cristo taking a big risk here, using LeBlanc to be the carrier of the Whirling Death rather than the Sivir. This means that another Make It Rain would punish this.
Well, we did see one, so maybe the idea is that there's less likely of a chance there's a Make It Rain. But hey, at least the RNG won't it won't be an issue here, right? Get something going for us.
Yeah, when you have the early tempo, it becomes very easy to force your opponent to trade, and then it makes your Make It Rains targeted missiles against what you want to hit. But it does go through.
That's huge.
And so LeBlanc will level up, and that's going to be Reputation proc number 4 as LeBlanc crashes into the Jagged Butcher. So now we've got the Incisive Tacticians online. We've got 2-mana Whispered Words. Orbmeister still trying to complete the Plunder challenge to get the true win condition. With a rally now imminent, is Monte Cristo suddenly going to run away with this game?
Monty's racing. That Whirling Death was basically a calculated risk. Like, okay, if you have Make It Rain, yeah, I probably lose. I might lose anyways. So I'm going to go ahead and try to go for this, getting Reputation procced here. We're getting those 4 procs. And now there's a really good shot that we just finish out this game on, if not this turn, the next attack turn with multiple rallies with this Incisive Tactician. So
yeah, 6 mana from Orbmeister. There's already an open attack. Orbmeister's thinking, okay, I can go for Sejuani here. Yes, get the Frostbite. This makes the rally a little bit worse. And notably, there's only 2 Whirling Deaths in Monte Cristo's deck, so we know that whatever Orbmeister nabbed is not a Whirling Death. If it's a Bloody Business, then Sejuani becomes the enabler for that spell, allowing her as a 5+ power unit to strike something without taking damage in return.
Yeah, and the Vulnerable going on, Vulnerable's going to disappear at the end of the turn anyways, but, it's kind of, it's interesting for Orb. If we don't, or we can level Sejuani though, right? We have the 2 warning shots in hand. So I think Orb from here on out is in a pretty good spot, as long as they have that consistent Plunder proc to get this Frostbite on Sejuani, because that basically is just going to shut down absolutely everything.
Man, into the Gangplank.
Yep.
Both sides now have both champions leveled up in play, but Sejuani and Gangplank specialize in negating the enemy's combat.
Too easy. We've seen this, the few Plunder games we've seen already, Scarzig. It's so ridiculously easy for both of these champions to get on board and both be leveled up. It's insane. And they're so crazy together on the board. There's not much that Monty's going to be able to do.
Monte Cristo can't go for the Bloody Business here to snipe one of these targets because of the warning shot, frostbiting that strike on response. Also met with the same response versus developing a Rune Runner, or the Tactician went for the kill, but just 1 round too late. I don't know if Sivir LeBlanc has anything to say to this setup.
Yeah, this is a desperation play here too. This Bloody Business, like you said, gets warning shotted. I mean, this is what I think Orb was banking on. I mean, this just seems like such, now that Sejuani and Gangplank are down, there's really no good way for Monte Cristo to deal with them. And I don't think there's a way for Monte Cristo to come back from here. I really don't. Unless we just try to run out Orb of Frostbite options. Like, is that the play here?
That's probably it. We saw it in the match versus Squeeby, where if you put enough pressure on the opponent, they might not be able to proc Sejuani. When Gangplank swings in next round, gets that huge board clear, it's going to wipe out all of the damage that Monte Cristo is even threatening. If there was a rally last round, maybe you can try to force the Sejuani to block, but yeah, from this position, you're just trying to. It's already lethal.
Yeah, this is both overwhelmed units. That's crazy. Well, let's see what Monty has in response here. It's just going to get frostbitten. There's really nothing we can do. Here's the Bloody Business on the keg. Okay. Still won't even kill the keg.
Yeah, it's purely for survival, and we've seen it time and time again. When you're playing just to survive and you don't really have an out to close out the game within the next round or two, you're just doing yourself a disservice. Cashes in the Bloody Business, recognizing this is like one of the only opportunities you're going to have.
I kind of want to see him hover the sigil on the keg again. I'm not sure if that was. I think it was exactly 0 was the problem there, but yeah.
If you go for the sigil, it's guaranteed. And is this a way to just stop the warning shot? But it's going to be lethal here.
Yeah. Wow.
So game 2 goes to Orbmeister. That's going to take us to game 3, which has been the MO of today's broadcast. So that's going to be Sivir LeBlanc trying to pick up a win versus Orb's final list.
Hey, we love to see it as casters, Scarzig. You know, you've said it multiple times now during this cast. We have such good players I mean, everybody, like everybody at this point is somebody we've probably seen before in a tournament or whatever. And when you have that, they're probably going to a game 3. And we love to see it. We love the competition, especially getting towards these later rounds here. We're in round 6 now. You know, crunch time, baby. Crunch time for the last spots available to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, Monte Cristo can't lose this set or he is out. Currently has 2 losses, is it? But had a high enough ladder placement that is the limit.
Yeah, we see here we have the Bakai Sand Spinner, Merciless Hunter in hand, Treasure Seeker. So always going to have that Treasure Seeker turn 1. So Monty going to be pretty happy with that. Also with the Bakai actually Bakai, surprisingly enough, I feel like that's a card that's usually been dropped as of late for something like the Merciless Hunter. We haven't really seen it as much, so interesting to still see that as a choice from Monty. But Akshan coming down early for Orb. That's rough. Orb, again, I think is going to be, in a pretty good spot here. We had talked earlier about how maybe this was kind of the situation that Orb wanted, trying to 2-0 this LeBlanc Sivir deck. And honestly, having that Akshan out on turn 2 is definitely off to a good start, Scarzig.
Yeah, Monte Cristo thinking about just going for the Waking Sands for defense, has the Merciless Hunter, but wants to save it for a better target. Notably, Merciless Hunter's effect does go through Spell Shield, so it's one of the best ways for this deck to deal with Sivir and Ruin Runner.
Alright, let's see what Orb's got up his sleeve, and it's going to be a Bright Steel Protector. That does get rid of the Roiling Sands as well, so maybe just not really worried about saving this Bright Steel Protector, so we'll trade with the Treasure Seeker, no problem. But already the Sivir in the hand of Monte Cristo. All right, there's the LeBlanc off the top as well. So yeah, things not looking
has
bad.
LeBlanc plus Bloody Business. Maybe gets punished by another barrier effect. I don't know if Orbmeister keeping this action alive is the real win condition, right? It's just a nice early game attacker. Sivir showing up here, only 2 mana now for Orbmeister. Can still threaten a Sharp Sight or something to save here.
Ooh, gets the Bloody Business out. And yeah, that's the issue, right? I mean, having this Akshan as the attacker early, LeBlanc's only got 2 health. I mean, that 2 attack quick attack is actually really good. And that's going to be 5 damage at the face of Monte Cristo, taking that from the Sivir. I mean, that's going to make it that much easier for Orb to put together lethal in future turns.
And Monte Cristo taking a waiting play, wants to see what Orbmeister does in response to the Waking Sands, is setting up the Merciless Hunter, being rewarded by holding this card, and gets a much juicier target for it.
Gotta love how that goes under Spell Shield. Feels so good. Feels like you're cheating.
And
furthermore,
it feels like
you're cheating to play
you can
Spell
use
Shield.
the Waking Sands as the unit that pulls the Sivir.
Yep.
So that way you're covering the potential for a combat trick. But with Ruin Runner, you only have to worry about 1 Spell Shield now. Sharp Sight now. And this looks like a pretty strong swing coming from Monte Cristo. Going to be able to level up LeBlanc here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, here we go. There's the pull. And being able to get Sivir off the board that easily is actually a pretty big deal. A lot of the times you have people saying that there's the consideration of leaving the Sivir after you've procced the Spell Shield. That way they can't replay the Sivir, get another one. In this case, Monty has plenty of tools in the deck to not even have to worry about the Spell Shield. We even have that Bakai Sand Spinner in hand to eventually get vulnerable to possibly another Sivir that might come down. So honestly, Monty in a really good spot here, and also in a really good spot to push a lot of damage. We just had the 5 push last turn on the Monty, but now the pressure being put onto Orb here, and things are suddenly looking up for Monty. We still haven't even played our own Sivir yet, and it's looking like we're going to have that for our following attack turn.
I like that Monte Cristo is just getting the Sivir out of the way. You mentioned popping the Spell Shield and just leaving her be. It's just something this deck can't really do efficiently. You have to use something big like a Bloody Business or a Whirling Death. And so with this, at the very least, you can take a big hit from the Ruin Runner. And fortunately, when you aren't playing against the Ionia variant, you don't have to worry about Ghost and Young Witch and Twin Disciplines and Flurry of Fists, like making this 6 damage that's being threatened into a much more devastating swing.
So that might, that actually was already another might in hand there as well. But with Orb being at 8, we have a vulnerable that we can put on a 1 health unit currently, and potential lethal to set up for next turn. I think it's a little risky just because, you know, Orbmeister playing this Demacia variant, you are going to have those combat tricks available to you. So I actually think that's a huge advantage that Orb has going for him right now. And there's the other Sivir. They always have the second Sivir. Always.
At this point, you might even say, okay, they've got the Sivir, but, you know, is the Ruin Runner actually more impactful at this point? With Overwhelm and Quick Attack, that's more guaranteed damage being pushed through. With Riposte in the deck, with Bright Steel Protector in the deck, even at 1 HP, the Ruin Runner can still threaten you repeatedly with this overwhelm damage. But Monte Cristo does again opt for the Sivir. Because Overwhelm is coming up from Might, maybe saying, I just want to leave the unit that has more HP in play. Less HP, pardon me.
Oh, and actually not opting to attack with the Ruin Runner on the side of Orbmeister. So, okay, yeah, just going to go ahead and take the 7 damage. I think that's perfectly fine for Monty here. And, all right, there's a Relentless, though. Is that just game?
No, not quite. Not quite. You can still chump block the Sivir. You can still chump block the Ruin Runner here.
So we're off by 3, okay.
Yeah.
So
no more mana. Don't have to worry about another Shapestone here. You're surviving, but now this LeBlanc and this Sivir have to finish the job on this next round. If Orbmeister has something like Cataclysm to pop the spell shield and then go for another combat trick to remove, it's going to be a pretty rough start. So here it comes. She's not leveled up quite yet.
She will with 1 more strike, though.
So you can put the Might on her, swing in, and then the spell shield and the Overwhelm go over onto LeBlanc. So another rally.
Okay, but is this... So I'm trying to see how the blocks line up. If Sivir does attack first for 8, I do think we have lethal with this Might. So now what can Orb have? A Sharp Sight? Is a Sharp Sight enough to prevent lethal here?
With units with only 1 and 2 HP, it is not going to be enough, if I'm recalling, because of the
4?
Yeah, so it's 4 plus 4. It's 8 exactly. So I think Sharp Sight would live.
Yeah, Sharp Sight saves Orb. Oh, and he doesn't have it! And Monty! No Sharp Sight from Orb. Coming down to the very last play again. So many games today, Scarzig. Gonna take it here. Monty keeping it alive. Staying alive, baby. Staying alive in the tournament.
Believing in Sivir LeBlanc. The deck is very explosive, especially with this, again, this Might Overwhelm rally-based variant. It's just that it's maybe 1 turn slower than some other things in the metagame. And we saw both times where the deck performed very consistently and ended up coming up short based on, you know, the rounds, based on the attack tokens, and based on draws. Like that first Sivir LeBlanc game, both Tacticians drawn, Ruin Runner, Sivir drawn, and then just Preservarium. No early game to speak of.
And it is such a different playstyle from the other Sivir decks, right? Like, it feels like it should be the same because, get Sivir on field, get card that adds Overwhelm or something, and attack for lethal. But it just has such a different playstyle with the reputation procs, with those combat tricks like Bloody Business, and then, of course, the Incisive Tactician for the rally instead. So it's definitely just very interesting to see this deck succeed right now. But it does look like we are going to be getting into the game 2 here of Loser Beam, who we saw earlier. So we're coming back to Loser Beam, and right now, sitting pretty at 4-1 versus Ian Nagara and Scarzig. You know Ian Nagara, right?
Yeah, monstrous player from the from South America, just destroying tons of tournaments. A big name that a lot of players got to look out for. But Loser Beam is holding his own, currently up 1-0 in this set.
So Ian Nagara also, of note, I mean, Cosmic Creation. I know it seems like forever ago. Ian Nagara was in the top 4. So Ian Nagara actually already qualified for Worlds as it currently stands. And again, Loser Beam obviously looking for a top 4 finish today in order to actually solidify a qualification for themselves, as they don't have the ranked points and stuff like that. So, but we see Anivia for the first time.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got a new matchup here, Plunder versus Anivia. A deck that, because you have the direct damage from Glacial Storm, you can still burn through the Gangplank and the Sejuani, even if your birds are frostbitten. You've got Ruination, you see there in the far left of the hand. So if a Gangplank and Sejuani does ever get set up, you don't have to worry about that threatening you, unless it's an open attack. And now with Rekindler in hand, it is not glowing, so Anivia has not died yet. But it's only a matter of time from this position. Ian only has 4 cards in hand and wants to end the round.
Wow, okay. I mean, as the Anivia player, you know, Anivia, we always talk about this with Anivia, I feel, where as an Anivia player, you need to be content with passing. You need to be okay with that. And, you know, that right there, we see it a little bit. It's just, you know, it's what this deck does to just make it to the late game. As long as you can get to the next turn, to the next turn, to the next turn, that just means you're one step closer towards getting that harrowing off. And, yeah, Vengeance, that's going to take care of Gangplank A-okay.
This is so just threatening, right? Because you need the Vengeance here to stop this overwhelm damage. The Anivia does die thanks to Gangplank's ability. We saw the Anivia was vulnerable, got hit by a hired gun much earlier in the game.
Yeah, and we can kind of see here too, especially after this avalanche, Loserbeam kind of outvaluing Ian Nagara here.
It's just a matter of the fact that your win condition doesn't work. Now we've seen 2 Vengeances back to back. I imagine that Loserbeam would struggle to run more than that.
Ooh, that's a Withering Mist. That is a main decked Withering Mist, Scarzig. Do you see that?
Yes, I've seen that a couple times as an Anivia attack to hit discard aggro or some of these other like 2 HP units you see a lot of in the Bilgewater archetypes.
Good stuff.
But now with 11 HP and a Dreadway in play, you know, there's a lot of damage that can be squeezed through from Ian. Gets a Legion's proc to grab a warning shot that's 2 damage already.
Yeah, a lot of heal still from Loserbeam too. I mean, Ian
and
Nagara,
another Gangplank.
Wow.
The champions keep on coming. I said it before, this deck has inherited the buff, the passive buff from Nasus Thresh to somehow consistently draw like 5 out of 6 champions. You think you're in the clear, and they just keep setting up on you over and over again. And this is what Anivia hates, when you repeatedly keep playing these big units. And Ian Nagara is timing this beautifully to have these nice open attacks, not having to worry about Ruination. Because the Dreadway's in play, even with the harsh winds, this Gangplank AoE is still...
So, we do have the Vile Feast, though, for this keg. And with that said, I mean, we have another Vile Feast, we have 2 Withering Whales, we have a lot of heal as well. I mean, there's so many tools in Loserbeam's hand that although this board seems so good for Ian Nagara, you got the Gangplank, you got the Dreadway, you got all this stuff, at the end of the day, I still think Loserbeam should be able to outvalue Ian Nagara. But there we see the Fury of the North to go ahead and save Dreadway. That's huge, because that continues the doubled up damage here, and we just used both Vile Feasts, not on the keg, which means the kegs are also going to go on the stack as well. So this is going to be a very large Gangplank bomb coming through here.
And with this AoE coming through, it's that little bit of chip damage. If Loserbeam is put so far on the back foot that you have to spend all of your mana just healing and not developing the board and not pressuring, you're going to have a bad time. A nabbed Glimpse from Beyond to give Ian Nagara a little bit more fuel from this position.
Look at, I just said, what was this, maybe 2 or 3 turns ago, I was saying that Loserbeam was outvaluing Ian Nagara. And with 1 Yordle Grifter and a Dreadway, and now a yoinked Glimpse Beyond, now Ian Nagara has way more, or not way more, but more cards than Loserbeam. It's incredible how quickly these nab decks can just get back online with just drawing additional cards. But we do look like we're going to be playing a Harrowing here, yeah.
Yeah, this has got to be the play. Yep. Against so much mana from Ian Nagara, if you go for Ruination to clear this board, they just play another Gangplank or another Dreadway. And with this play, you're going to get a bunch of Anivias back. We've got 3 now, thanks to the Rekindler.
All right, wait. This might be the reach that Ian needs. Now that we're outside of like Withering Whales and stuff, we might just have enough reach with Dreadway before Loser Beam can send this attack through. That's not... Nope,
10
that's
damage
okay.
to 10 damage monster harpoons.
Okay, alright.
This is going to prevent the AoE damage from the Anivias, clearing the Gangplank and the Dreadway. How much extra damage can Ian take around the sides, however?
So this still saves the Dreadway, but it looks like we have to lose the Gangplank. I don't know if Ian is thinking maybe we need the Gangplank for the additional damage, but I feel like the Dreadway is probably more valuable in that situation. I'm so curious as to what Ian has in hand. I feel like something in hand does damage, like maybe there's another warning shot in there. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be doing what we're doing here. This is a really tough decision for Ian Nagara. What do you trade away here? Looks like it's the Dreadway.
So keeps the Gangplank alive. This gives you an open attack for a little bit more AoE damage. You do get a barrel as well.
Ooh, there's the monkey idol.
This is coming down to the wire. Loser Beam has the double Withering Whale in play, but is that going to be enough to cover?
I think so, yeah. I think the Withering Whale, I think, is enough now that the mana will be available. And yeah,
this was all in, empty hand, open attack with the barrel. 2 damage guaranteed monkey, to go on the Nexus.
We don't get the monkey. Why did Ian... I don't know if maybe Ian didn't realize that.
Maybe thought that the monkey would get created before the barrel did.
Possibly. Well, I mean, I think you kind of want both, though, right?
Yeah.
I feel like in this situation, you probably want both. So I think maybe not play the Crackshot Corsair. I don't know. Either way, the extra heal here from the 2 Withering Whales is just a bit much.
And exactly. That does indeed cover this.
Yeah, and that is, I think, going to be Loser Beam actually impressively taking a 2-0 here in just a second over Ian Nagara, because, man, that is, I actually wasn't expecting that. This is one of the first 2-0s we've seen today, Scarzig.
It's been very volatile, and when you go up against Plunder, Anivia is the deck that nobody was expecting. That's the first one we've seen today. Maybe it's been getting banned all day because players just aren't preparing their lineup correctly, and you have to take the risk there, right? You have to take the risk to say, maybe I can plunder the Vengeance and take that away from Anivia as an out. Maybe if I plunder their Ruination or their Harrowing, I take away their win condition, because despite all the power of Anivia, it did come down to the wire there against just the overwhelm damage from Gangplank and the Dreadway.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up a little bit earlier when we were just kind of, going back and forth about the meta and stuff like that. What haven't we seen today? And what we haven't seen really up until that game right there was Anivia and Lurk, right? When we took a look at that meta breakdown earlier on in the day when we first started the cast here. And I thought Anivia was going to do pretty well going into today. I know some players actually didn't do too hot with it at the beginning of the day, going 0-2. So it doesn't seem like it's having that big of an impact. And then Lurk, similarly, has just been non-existent. I mean, we haven't seen Lurk.
Right. The meta has shifted to a point where a board-based deck like that just doesn't have enough, just raw power or interactivity with what the opponent is doing outside of, I'm threatening so much damage, I'm forcing you to block. And Anivia, you have to remember, is a deck that has been dusted off from the previous metagame and is now making a resurgence. So players kind of need to refigure out how the new deck should be built. Like with the Withering Mists being tacked in, is that going to be a long-standing add to the deck? You have to learn all the new matchups, and because of decks right now being so punishing with their rallies, with their combo potential, with the Ghost and the Flurry of Fists, there's a lot more pressure when you're playing the Freljord Shadow Isles builds these days.
Yeah, it kind of seems so. Me coming from some other card games thou shalt not mention, there's a lot of OTKs and kind of solitary feeling to some of those games sometimes, and I'm not saying that's the case here, but I do feel like a lot when we look at that meta breakdown again, that top 5, I mean, what was it, like 3 or 4 of them were combo decks, right? It was like Sivir and Azir Aurelia, and they all are basically looking to get 3, 4, or 5 cards in hand, sometimes just 3 really, if you get, like you mentioned, the Flurry of Fists with Overwhelm or something like that. And then boom, now they can do 15 damage in 1 turn. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how this meta has been shifting thus far. But with that said, that's going to do it for round number 6, which means we got 3 more rounds to go. But before we get into the next one, we're going to go ahead and send it over to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal. everybody? Welcome back to the Rise of the Underworlds Seasonal. I'm JDoza, joined by Scarzig, and it's been a day so far today, Scarzig. We've seen a lot of game threes.
Every round has been hype. Players taking big risks, going for these miraculous outs against their opponent, and getting rewarded for it. Because the metagame right now is so centered around getting an early advantage, using a rally or something to snowball that into a burst win, you can really feel the tension around every single card that is played.
Yeah, we've started to see all these plunder decks pop up, finally. And they are living up to the reputation, at least from what we're seeing so far, right, Scarzig? I mean, the Dreadway, the card advantage. So, you know, Dreadway obviously pulls the Gangplank, but then you have these Yordle Grifters, you have these Black Market Merchants. I mean, we just saw a game versus a Nivea where it seemed like it was down and out completely. I mean, the Nivea deck still won, but it seemed like it was down and out completely, behind by like 5 cards, and all of a sudden a Yordle Grifter and a Dreadway later, and it's back up in the game. So,
yeah,
definitely I think a deck to be reckoned with. But is there anything so far that you've seen today, Scarzig, that has surprised you entirely, like, wow, I just can't believe that deck was either here or that it actually performed pretty well?
I think overall it's just Mo's triple aggro lineup I think has been the most surprising. Usually what the triple aggro does is it'll prey on certain lineups and then falter against others, but Mo has been able to pilot this thing against a wide variety of stuff. We've also been seeing Aurelia Azir get through the ban phase a lot more often than I was expecting it to.
I got to agree with you there, because I think, you know, from seasonals of old and tournaments of old, that was usually just like the go-to ban. Like, you just did it. You see Azir Aurelia, ban Azir Aurelia. And because of that, when it's not banned, I mean, not for nothing, at least just thinking right now, I'm pretty sure it usually is taking wins pretty decisively.
Yeah, I think the only loss we've seen on Aurelia Azir was against discard aggro.
Yeah, which makes sense, because that's usually the matchup that we say, like, okay, which was Mo. Wasn't that Mo?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was Mo. So there we go. Case in point.
Discard aggro was like one of the older decks when Aurelia Azir, when players were still sharing the tech, trying to figure out how to counter it. Discard aggro was their go-to choice. And we saw a little bit of that legacy today. The players have still been bringing a wide variety of decks. We're seeing a lot of different takes on Sivir, even Sivir LeBlanc making a nice guest appearance. We're seeing Lulu Jinx. There's still a lot of decks that fill similar niches to other popular ones that players are still willing to bring because of just very specific edge cases of matchup specifics versus comfort versus maybe opponent unfamiliarity with the list. So even when the meta looks pretty clear cut, when we see a top 10 of the best and most popular decks, there is still an angle that you can take as a player to tailor your lineup to suit your needs and to suit your play style. And the Swiss rounds showcase, I think, player individuality the best.
Well, continue to be surprised, Scarzig, because Mo is still sitting pretty at 6-0. So we'll
6-0.
see how far Mo can go again. We also have Henneke. We've been talking about Henneke today, looking for that fourth, seasonal top cut here. Also 6-0 still. And as far as people from the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal, we had a seasonal prior to this. We had some people top 4. Duckling. Did we decide, is it Jaco Waco? I'm going to go with Jaco Waco right now. I can never figure it out. And then also L Games BR, who I know Boulevard actually did a write-up on Wisdom site about a player profile with him. They are all X and 1. Now, they all need to continue winning, because if they do lose, they are out. They're out skis. But right now, they're all still in. So it's pretty crazy to me how many people that either already topped before or they top forward before or whatever, they're all still in the tournament as it currently stands. And
they're all still on the cusp of being knocked out. Right? Even like players with very strong showings from previous seasonals still have some monstrous players to take down, trying to make that top cut once again. And as the seasonals have gone on, as the meta has shifted, as we've gotten more cards, as players have gotten better, it's gotten more and more difficult for these players to land these repeat top cuts and these repeat performances. So the players that we're taking a look at already that have done it before, you know, they know what's on the line and they already know what it takes. Duckling, the previous seasonal champion, did it with a very, very unique deck, the Lady of Clouds Matron list. But still, again, one loss away from getting knocked out. And you hate to see it. The top 32, there's just not enough slots for all these great players.
Nope. Well, speaking of great players, Aikado. So, that's probably a name many of you watching might not have heard of before. Aikado is a player that me personally I am familiar with because Aikado has played in the OLS before, which is a tournament I regularly cast, and has showed up in other tournaments as well. Aikado actually going to be who we're doing here in the next round, Scarzig, and as you can see, we got the decks. And starting off here, Scarzig, what do you know? It's Draven Ezreal.
Ezreal Draven, very stable deck, great for rounding out your lineup. Just something that if you're confident that you can play it, if you're experienced on it, you can play it to some marginal success. Some tournament lineups, you know, some players want their decks to have more specific matchups to beat so they know how to ban and what to target. But this one just kind of wants to go even against everything. Thorn of the Rose, a notable inclusion in the deck because the Guile is just so strong as a cheap way to pop Spell Shield, and sometimes you can shut down rallies from like Lulu Zed specifically.
You can also sneak in wins by playing it and just gaining tempo and stunning something.
Yeah, sometimes you stun 3 things with double Guile and a Ragnar Sentry, and you hit on your opponent for 10. So there is still that potential for, in certain matchups, Ezreal Draven to be aggressive. Another stable deck in Aikado's lineup, Shen Jarvan, a list I was expecting to see a lot more over the course of the day.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing it here, mid-rangey, only running 2 copies of Spirit's Refuge, only 2 copies of Sharpsight and Twin Disciplines, no Feifo, so a little bit weaker to aggro that we've seen in the sort of modern takes on Shen J4, but you can see 2 copies of Golden Aegis able to be tutored off of Scattered Pod, means that they're doing a similar strategy of getting on board, putting the game in your favor thanks to your combat tricks, and then rallying to close things out.
Man, no Fae-folk, no shout out to all the Faes that were released. Come on, you know, all these new Faes. I want to see Fae-folk in there. Scattered Pod, actually, I do want to special shout out to Scattered Pod here because, man, I love how Legends of Runeterra has created tutors in this game, namely Scattered Pod and Zap Sprayfin, which ironically are both elusive for some reason. The ability to know that you can have access to Golden Aegis with Scattered Pod, because for those of you who don't know, you can pick obviously fast, burst, or slow speed spell. Well, guess what? There is only one slow speed spell in the deck, and that is Golden Aegis. So this can essentially guarantee that you can pluck a nice little rally right out of your deck there. And then finally, we round things out. Scarzig, Zoe Lee Sin, actually another deck we haven't seen too much of today. We did see it in the earlier rounds. I think we actually saw Mo's aggro lineup take down Zoe Lee Sin. What do you think about the Zoe Lee Sin presence today?
The Lee Sin has always been a deck that has good, consistent win rates for the players that play it a ton, but if you play it once and Lee Sin is in the bottom 10 cards of your deck, or you're watching a stream of a tournament and you see somebody they're on round 12, they still haven't drawn a Lee Sin, it just permanently sours your opinion of the deck, and a lot of players just don't want to put themselves in that predicament of, I don't have my win condition and I'm drawing the game out. And you have to remember too, right, if you don't get your Gifts from Beyond or your Eye of the Dragons early, you're weak to aggro, and Lee Sin still going to be very weak to Sejuani builds.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Aikado really taking a liking, it looks like, to Scattered Pod, also playing it here. I know that's not always an inclusion in Zoe Lee Sin, but it feels like every time I look at a Zoe Lee Sin deck, Scarzig, people are, there was followers. Like, I swear there was more followers. And then everybody's like, why do we need followers when we all we need is Eye of the Dragon? Who needs followers outside of Eye of the Dragon? That's literally all we need. So
I know.
Now we just
the Tasty Fae Folk, Shadow Assassin have all been ideas for the deck, but turns out you just don't need it. Eye of the Dragon, and that's it. The rest of your spells will do the heavy lifting. And Concussive Palm may be kind of a follower, but we'll see how it goes, because Lee Sin is a deck that is very punishing if you misplay, and a lot of players, even if you don't play against Lee Sin, or rather you don't play Lee Sin, you're probably used to playing against it. You know, these top master players are still going to be running into the very dedicated Lee Sin players a lot of the time, and they know what they need to do in the matchup.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. So I know, you know, I feel like I'm constantly, and just to shift focus again back to what you were surprised about, which was, again, Mo's triple aggro lineup. And I feel like a broken record now, because I usually am bringing up Mo during the seasonals for triple aggro lineup, but there's something to be said here about the, like, because now that we've been through, you know, we're going into the third round that we've done today, or sorry, the fourth round, I should say, and like, there's nobody else that's running triple aggro that we've seen so far, and we've barely even seen aggro, let alone triple aggro. We saw, what was it, Lulu Jinx, I think?
Yeah, Lulu Jinx, that was the closest we got.
Yeah.
And Draven Riven, kind of, sort of, more of like a combo tempo deck.
But, you know, just being able to go 6-0 again. Now, let's keep in mind, last seasonal, for those of you who might not remember, Mo went XO. So Mo went undefeated by the end of the day with another triple aggro lineup. We're doing it again. And arguably two very different formats between Guardians of the Ancient and now Rise of the Underworld. So just really impressive stuff. So me personally, I'm looking forward to seeing how Mo potentially ends the day here, especially going into these later rounds, because now we're going to see for sure, right? There's the triple aggro lineup, right? And then these lineups with these plunder decks that we keep seeing in the Zero Relia, like those seem to be the two decks that are really surfacing to the top here of the decks to beat. Does a triple aggro lineup beat that very specific lineup? And I want to see it. I want to see it at some point. So we'll see if we stumble into yet another Mo game a little bit later, going up against one of these other X&1 or X&O players.
Exactly. You see the wins, but you don't get a glimpse of maybe how close some of those might have been, right? And we've seen Mo on the stream taking it to game 3 and just having that extra shot with discard aggro. And Plunder is a deck that if maybe you give it a second shot, the early game lines up a bit better, they get that Sejuani or maybe the second Sejuani that they need to get set up on the board and crush you, or maybe just a better nab, or maybe they don't whiff Yordle Grifter, right? We saw that really come out to bite Game Boy Rob. And so there's a little bit of volatility there.
Yeah.
And once you climb up through the Swiss rounds, you're starting to get matched to other players that have very phenomenal win rates. It's not just okay, aggro is slowly culling all of the players who didn't prep properly.
Yeah, and it's something I do want to mention as well, too. I know we went over some of the X and ones. I know just some other players we were kind of mentioning previously. We do have 4LW at 5-1. Bryguy, Majin Bay, and Filthy Gamer Weeb are all at 4-2 right now, and do have tiebreakers with ladder, so they would make it as X and 2. What Am I X and 2 as well might be able to make it with tiebreakers.
We'll have to see.
So
but right now on the screen we do have Satella. This is going to be Aikado's opponent.
Wow.
We just talked about running Feel the Rush.
What? What are we looking at?
This is a blast from the past. Now that the Watcher is no longer ruling over the Freljord Shadow Isles archetype, no longer ruling over the control deck sphere, doesn't bring Anivia, brings Feel the Rush.
That's a wild Trundle, Scarzig. A wild Trundle has appeared. And it is about to try to take on Aikado here. That is insane. That's so good to see. And we have, this is Go Hard. This is like, wow. All right, did we just go back like 3 seasonals?
Decks.
This is like 3 seasonals ago, right? Did we just like time warp? Is this what happened here?
Listen, Go Hard is actually still a pretty solid deck, I think.
Yeah.
And now you've got the Ledros in there. I think it definitely could do some work.
Wow, that's
because it just goes to show, like with Go Hard, Plunder, these other Gangplank decks here, the early Bilgewater unit package is just so good for curving out, holding down the early game, drawing cards thanks to Fortune Croaker, and building towards a safe mid to late game win condition.
Wow, what a lineup. So very excited to see this now. You know, I saw Satella day HB20. I go, all right, somebody I haven't seen before. Let's see what's going on. And we pull up their deck lists, and
oh
lo
my
and
god,
behold,
the thing is that when we looked at Aikado's lineup, they were running Shen Jarvan, so there is a little bit of a deny threat there against the Field of Rush.
Yep.
Fortunately, Aikado isn't running Plunder. You don't have to worry about your Field of Rush getting taken from you.
So what now? Okay, we talked about bans a little bit earlier today. You know, the Anivia was a pretty easy ban with the triple aggro lineup. We had, you know, some other bans that seemed like they were pretty obvious. What are you banning as Aikado here? I mean, go hard.
With go hard and Field of Rush, I think you got to ban the Lee Sin.
Oh man, that is
even though you have like the Frostbite threat versus the Lee Sin in the late game, you buy yourself one turn, you buy yourself the other turn. Look at this, the respect against Field of Rush being banned there by Aikado.
You know what? Aikado remembers. That's why we remember. All right. And just to note too, both players are in a situation where they need to win. If they lose, they absolutely do not have tiebreakers. So this is a must-win for both players. This is a very big game. A lot is on the line. Again, last seasonal, last chance to qualify for Worlds next month. Who will it be moving into the next round? X1. Will it be Aikado or Satella to HB20?
There's actually some history here with this matchup, where Go Hard has always been a list, an archetype that shifts and evolves with the metagame, and you might have seen tons of games of old school Go Hard versus Fiora Shen, and that deck was very even, where the Go Hard deck needed to draw Glimpse Beyond to deny procs for Fiora, but this is going to be a deck that gets on board, bullies Bilgewater, and eventually gets that advantage and rallies. Satella already getting a fantastic early start with the Elise, and Aikado going to try to bring it home here with the Young Witch and the Fleet Feather Tracker. Do we have a ping for this? No Go Hard. It's not an instant cast, but Aikado does have mana open for a Sharp Sight, so maybe just a bit too risky to go for here.
What's funny is, so you're right, this matchup does have a lot of history. This used to be a very common matchup, and it's funny how it's changed too with you know, Nopifies as an example. So you know, Aikado has no Nopifies, and that can only one deny. Something that was usually talked about way back in the day. God, I feel so old every time I say that. Back in my day, you know, it was, okay, do we just Nopify and deny every Go Hard that comes out to basically just prevent all three, and then all of a sudden they don't have any Go Hards left in their deck? That's not going to be the case here with only one deny. So Go Hard is going to be a serious win condition, a serious concern for Aikado, which means Aikado is going to need to try to close out this game as early as humanly possible. If we make it too late into the game, you know, getting Pack Your Bags as often as this deck can by turn 10, it's going to be a problem for Aikado, and I think at that point, Satella is going to be able to take home a victory.
Yeah, and no Go Hards just yet. There is one copy of the Ruination in Satella's list, and that means Aikado, A, has to use the deny to stop a Pack Your Bags, or B, has to save this specifically for the Ruination, because late in the game, if you get your board wiped, there's just no way for you to come back, especially against continuous Ledros pressure. Satella doing a great job of just developing this army. This is what I talked about earlier. Yep. The Bilgewater units doing a great job of holding the fort. There's no overwhelm here, right? It's just trading units one for one. With the advent of Fortune Croaker and Glimpse Beyond and Zap Sprayfin, Satella is clearly winning in a card draw and card advantage war if this turns into a grind.
Yeah, we get that keg too. So I'm curious as to maybe if there is a Go Hard in the hand of Satella, so something that doesn't block here maybe gets picked off. Maybe it's that Young Witch there, which honestly feels like it would be pretty good, considering the Young Witch can go ahead and give quick attack to, I don't know, Fleet Feather Tracker. Start slowly but surely picking off this board. And Screeching Dragon can come down next turn as well. So that is a way for Aikado to start cleaning up this board of Satella, pick off the units, get a nice old big Screeching Dragon on the board. But honestly, looking at the hand, I don't think this is enough oomph, so to speak, to actually get Aikado into a winning position here. This is looking a little rough. And also dodging the River Shaper there with the Glimpse. That is not fun for Aikado.
Satella denies the card draw and draws 2 of their own. If Screeching Dragon is the play here, there won't be any mana to back this up. The Sharp Sight is cashed in, and that means that, Satella has access to Monster Harpoon or Vengeance potentially at the start of the next round, not having to worry about the Screeching Dragon eating these tokens and snowballing out of control.
Yeah, this feels so bad, I think, for Aikado. This seems like a good open attack. Okay, we get a keg for free. We get a unit for free with this Fleet Feather Tracker. We get a spell for free. But, okay, that takes care of the Fleet Feather Tracker.
And that's the 2 damage Withering Wail. This forces the single combat. This is going to keep the River Shaper alive. And another strike means you're going to draw another card.
But we're not pushing through the damage, right? And now we're going in. This is turn 5 attack token. We're barely getting any damage pushed through, and that's the biggest issue here, especially with that Withering Wail healing 3. There's just no pressure really being put on from Aikado. And like you mentioned, Ruination being in this deck, with no pressure being put on, by the time we do finally put on pressure, there's more of a chance Satella does find that Ruination or other removal for that matter, and other Monster Harpoons and Vengeances and things of that nature. And it's just going to be too late at that point. And it's getting towards that turn, I think, Scarzig, where if Aikado can't start to develop a board, it's just going to be a big L here.
Yeah, all the spells are being used here just to support the River Shaper, keep it alive, keep cycling cards. So nothing is being left in reserve to actually develop threats to the board. We still have the Screeching Dragon waiting to make its appearance. No Shen or Jarvan available just yet. And this deck, honestly, Jarvan Shen, or honestly, Ionia Demacia, kind of plays a bit like a control deck in the sense that it needs to tweak its lineup specifically to cover what the metagame is doing at the moment. And that's why we don't have the Nopifies this time around. That's why we're running very light on Deny even in the list. And so it helps out in certain other popular matchups, but when you have to consider the classic Go Hard matchup that was very even for this list, suddenly is massively skewed in Satella's favor.
Yeah, and using a Twin Disciplines to save a River Shaper from a kegged up red card does not feel like a way for Aikado to win this game, Scarzig. This is
every time the River Shaper lives, it threatens to draw 2 more cards though. And if you can keep getting spells out of your deck, it becomes more likely that you're trying to get units to back this up, and that's about all we can do. The pressure is all on this Deny, because do you want to deny the Ledros, the Ruination? No Go Hard yet from Satella. Even with that win condition slowed down massively, when you just consider this as a battle of wills and a battle of time, Satella doesn't care if Go Hard is delayed, because you could just lose to around the sides to the swarmy units. Go Hard number 1 finally showing up here.
Took a little while, but now that it's here, I do think that's going to spell disaster for Aikado. We finally got the Shen. I mean, this is, you kind of want Shen on turn 4. Not quite getting it down that early, but still going to be able to put in a lot of work. It's pretty safe attacking with Shen in this matchup, too, just because nothing's really going to trade with it. In fact, it can probably trade with 2 units before it actually dies.
Exactly.
With that third
no
unit.
combat tricks or stat buffs. You don't have to worry about Ravenous Flock. The only big hitter that Satella has in the deck is going to be Monster Harpoons and Vengeance, which we've not seen any of just yet. As we get to the later stages of the game, and Aikado starts to develop these larger units to double down on this, maybe shift in tempo, this all just is predicated on where's the Ruination.
Yeah, Ruination is gonna be kind of a necessity at this point. So now that Aikado is finally starting to develop something, this was kind of that turning point I mentioned earlier. Does Satella have those tools? Now that we've had 8 turns to draw cards, did Satella finally find what they need to prevent this onslaught from coming from Aikado? There's another Go Hard. So honestly, maybe we did find it. Maybe it's not Ruination, maybe it's not Vengeance, but it might be enough Go Hards now where we just start getting the pack your bags online, and that's how we end up closing out the game.
If Satella goes for a reckless Ruination, Aikado denies it and then maybe rallies.
There it is.
This could be the punish. Getting the deny out of the way. Satella just recognizing this board is obviously very important to you. You've been babying this River Shaper all game.
Yeah,
cycling now, looking for the Golden Aegis. This is the opportunity. Gets the riposte, though. A top deck Scattered Pod, maybe a top deck Golden Aegis to double down. Deal that burst damage. It's not quite enough.
I think this is it. I mean, this is, if Aikato can push here and there's no real good response from Satella, I think between this turn and the next turn, Aikato might just be able to close things out just in the nick of time before Satella can really get Go Hard online. But I'm very curious to see what kind of responses Satella has now, because if you do take a look at the list, there is 2 Vengeance in there. So you have to think at this point there's a couple Vengeance in hand. But no, all right, we just let all of this go
and
through.
The Golden Aegis is drawn off the River Shaper.
Oh,
so the rally can now happen here. Your board is not wide enough.
And Shen levels up, I think, with this.
There is no mana for Vengeance to kill the Screeching Dragon.
This is what a pickup with that River Shaper. I mean, you mentioned it earlier.
Keeping it alive the entire game ended up being the correct course of action. Doom Beast for a little bit of desperate healing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I think this might just come down to Satella not finding these Go Hards. You know, we've seen 2.
Yeah, they came out, but they were pretty delayed.
Yeah,
we got 2 back-to-back, but not until we got to the very late stages of the game. And now, with this setup, Aikato just has the ability to play riposte on whatever goes unblocked, and that's going to give even more attack power because of level 2 Shen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at 3 mana, there's also nothing that Satella can do here. There's only Glimpse Beyond would be available. That doesn't do anything. So yeah, I do think the riposte seals the deal here 100%. And that does mean Aikato gonna take the first game versus Satella to move to 1-0 here in round number 7. And these are the rounds that really matter, Scarzig. So that's a huge victory for Aikato here.
The deny hit the perfect target it needed to. If there was more threats available with the Pack Your Bags or with the Ledros, then getting the 1 deny out of the way and doing a second threat right afterwards would have been incredibly detrimental. And we see, again, the power of rally versus these slower defensive decks.
All right, so Go Hard having its first debut here for this seasonal anyways. Not doing so hot. Now gonna have a shot at taking on Draven Ezreal. Scarzig, I meant to ask you earlier. This is a very important question. Draven Ezreal or Ezreal Draven?
Ezreal Draven.
Really? Is it?
I think it just rolls off the tongue a little bit better.
Yeah, but alphabetical order, man. Oh man. Because every time I say Draven Ezreal, then you say Ezreal Draven, I'm like, wait, did we just say the same deck?
It's because we don't want to call it slow burn.
Yeah.
We both agree that's not really an appropriate name for the deck anymore, in my opinion. We can call it Jund or Beam Tempo.
Literally anything.
But Go Hard on turn 2 now puts Satella on a much better timeline for hitting that win condition. Aikato, in the meantime, has a strong curve with Draven here on round 3, or maybe even cycles the Sump Dredger instead.
Yeah, this is a much different story here for Satella getting this Go Hard early, and also even getting good old Betty Croker online early as well to start getting that draw towards the additional Go Hards. I do think this is a much better looking game already for Satella, and you know that's how old Go Hard used to be too, right, Scarzig? I mean, if you got the early Go Hards off, generally speaking, you got a much better chance and much better shot at actually being able to take home the game.
Mm-hmm. And the 5 mana Pack Your Bags isn't really second Go Hard.
Oh, that is bad for Aikato.
Regardless of how favored your deck is in the late game, how much pressure you might have in the early mid game, if a Pack Your Bags gets stacked up too early, then it is going to put, it's going to shift the matchup wildly in Satella's favor. After you cast 3 copies of Go Hard, your 4th copy becomes a copy of Pack Your Bags, which is a 5 mana spell that deals 5 damage to all the enemy units as well as their Nexus.
Yeah, and one of the problems from again back in the day, I really had to stop using that phrase, back in the day, was if Gohard, there was the kind of slim scenario where if Gohard did draw almost all of its Gohards, like 2 or 3 early on, like we just saw, sometimes getting them early was actually bad, just because you lose a little bit of tempo, because they, at the end of the day, they're really only doing 1 damage and they don't really do a lot to the field. That's not really going to be the case here, because there wasn't that much aggression really put on from Mikado in the very early turns. So when that's the case, the early Gohards, they have a little bit more time to come online, and I think that's really going to end up benefiting Satella. And denying the Mystic Shot too, drawing more cards, this is what this deck loves to see. Not only did you get the Gohards early, you got the draw going early, and more draw just begets more draw, which begets more Gohards, which usually leads to a W.
And if Satella keeps up this defense and Aikado cannot deal any damage going into the late stages of the game, the Captain Farrens aren't going to do enough. You play Captain Farren, maybe it gets Vengeanced, so you don't have to worry about the overwhelm. You have to commit your mana suddenly to just playing Decimate after Decimate. That's going to get offset by the healing of Gohard and potentially Withering Wail. So the name of the game is aggression. Aikado has to really turn up the gas here.
There's a red card. No Keg this time. So just going to take out that lonely Sump Dredger there. I'm not sure Aikado really needs to do anything in response. We could Mystic Shot the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate, not quite his old self. I would have argued months ago, hey, Mystic Shot the heck out of that Twisted Fate. Immediately get him off the board. We don't want him leveled up, but Aikado's going to have plenty of ways to deal with him when the time comes. And that time is not now. First, we need to worry about these other units.
And because we know that Satella's deck is a bit heavier, we know that if there's a second Twisted Fate in hand, and you go for Twisted Fate's pick a card, you potentially do run the risk of discarding your Ledros or your Vengeance or your Ruination, which Satella actually does need to survive in the late game. Captain Farren drops down with this attack token, and you take that huge swing of damage. Suddenly it does put Aikado back on pace to burn you out.
So that was a copy of The Cloven Way. For those of you who might be wondering, what the heck was that random purplish looking card on the field there a second ago? That was generated from Tri-Beam. Just wanted to throw that one out there. It is a Nightfall card with Overwhelm. Has some stun effects on play. But
all right, so 16 damage. Satella still trying. We don't know what's in Satella's hand. If they have the Vengeance for the Captain Farren, they're looking for Ruination. They still need to get that third copy of Gohard to keep pressure of Pack Your Bags. Glimpse Beyond number 2 coming through. Aikado electing not to deny the card draw with the Get Excited in hand. Obviously focusing on this burn plan as much as possible.
Yeah, and there's a Draven there, which actually could possibly set up for quite a nice open attack, but nope. Actually going to get shut down by the Doom Beast. Man, it's interesting because Doom Beast was such a heavily played card in the past, and you kind of forget the impact that this card makes. It's such a big swing in life total, and right here, perfect shutdown for this open attack. Going to be able to block the Sump Dredger if Aikado decides to go for this. Yeah, and I mean, you don't feel too bad taking 3 damage on the side of Satella. I think you feel like you made out pretty well this turn. So I imagine that might lead to a Captain Farren coming down. And maybe that's how Aikado decides we try to close out the game. Play a couple Farrens. That's 16 damage right there with just the Decimates. Plus we got Mystic Shot and Get Excited. That's a lot of burn, Scarzig. We might still be able to have this.
Yeah, if Satella doesn't respond immediately with a Vengeance, now with the Salvage, we know that is off the table. A Gohard was actually tossed.
Yep.
Before the 2 cards were drawn.
There is still a lot in the deck, though, as there were, we saw 2 get played. So
Zap Sprayfin also is designed to draw a spell that costs 3 or less. And the way Satella has built their deck, it means that Zap Sprayfin is guaranteed to draw either a copy of Gohard or Glimpse Beyond. So very high chance of still having the Gohard here.
We've seen 2 Glimpse, too, right? So, yeah, almost certainly a Gohard in hand, which means just playing 2 more right now is going to get Pack Your Bags online. There's 1. So the next Gohard that gets played is going to be Pack Your Bags, and that is going to be almost enough to go ahead and kill this Farren. So if there are 2 Gohards in hand, Pack Your Bags plus another Go Hard would be able to be enough to kill this Farron if we're concerned about getting it off the field this turn.
And so not a lot of pressure coming from Satella now. There is the threat of Pack Your Bags, but now with the Captain Farron and these Decimates going through, Satella might be forced into a really bad position where you want to cast the Pack Your Bags, but you have to go for Ruination or Vengeance instead. Remembering that Aikado is on the cusp of winning, right? This is match point for him, and both players are needing to win this best of 3, or else they are out of the top 32.
All right, we got a
barrel
keg,
into Pack Your Bags.
Yep. That will also go ahead and take care of Farron. There's the 6 damage that we need. And it's looking like that's going to be the case. Now, there is some responses here from Aikado. I mean, if that happens, you could Mystic Shot the keg to prevent it from killing the Farron. I don't think that's really worth. That seems like a waste of the Mystic Shot. But, hey, it looks like Aikado is considering it.
Yeah. So
I'm just thinking the burn plan that we talked about earlier, right? Like, maybe that's what we save the Mystic Shot for.
Yeah, it's a huge gamble to say, do I want to have the high roll of 6 damage thanks to Captain Farron's Overwhelm? Or do I just want the guaranteed 2 damage from the Mystic Shot? If Satella was lower, you'd probably respect that a little bit. But I think from this position, it's just a matter of Aikado now putting Satella's mana under threat, under pressure. This is going to be the 3rd Glimpse Beyond. So that's almost all the card draw exhausted from Satella.
Yeah, and actually looking at things now too, you know, I kind of forget this about Go Hard sometimes. I think we needed to Mystic Shot that keg just because of the aggression that Satella is still putting on. You know, these little dinky units on board for Go Hard, the Deckhands, the Betty Croakers, the Pool Sharks, they add up when they're coming in for an attack and they're 3 or 4 wide. That did just push through 2 more damage there, so another Pack Your Bags would actually just be able to close out the game.
Oh, true. And if you didn't have Farron there to block, you go down to 2 HP and then you die to Doom Beast.
Yeah.
After so much card draw has been had, you have to be under the threat and respect every single card that Satella has included in this list. We've yet to see Captain Farron. Aikado passing.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know if there's really anything Aikado can do at this point with this hand. You know, really the only play you have is to play Farron and attack and just kind of pray that Satella doesn't have damage to close out the game.
Yeah,
like, you know,
if there's Vengeance here, then it's going to be really bad. Instead has the Go Hard. This is going to be Twisted Fate number 3.
Yep. There is the gold card.
Stops the Overwhelm. Has the Doom Beast, setting up for a wide swing. Satella can see that Aikado's hand is all spinning axes and decimates, but that's not going to stop you here. Ezreal Draven's classic weakness, the lack of healing, floundering here in game number 2. Going to go to Satella here and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, valiant effort, killing a couple units there, but Go Hard showing and just proving its worth here. Still a competitive deck, still able to take down a tried and true favorite, which we've talked about earlier today as well, Scarzig, in Draven Ezreal. that you know, is usually a pretty reliable deck. And Go Hard, I would say, you know, we also mentioned earlier about some of those decks later on in the day that might surprise people. I mentioned that as we get towards the later rounds, you're going to start to see the people with the excellent records that brought those decks that maybe people didn't really prepare as much for. And Go Hard might be one of them. Maybe Go Hard is one of those decks that kind of surprises us here and has a lot of good matchups versus Plunder and all these other decks that we're used to seeing.
When you aren't accounting for Go Hard, it's incredibly punishing to play against. They have so much draw. They have the utility of their healing and a little bit of stuns here and there thanks to Twisted Fate, and they just have great unit quality thanks to Bilgewater. They can get on board early and just pressure you with chip damage. And now, you know, with the freedom to include greedier options like Ledros and Ruination, you cover even more mid-range decks as well. So Aikado now going into game 3. This is a huge break point for both players. The winner of this will continue their run in the Swiss rounds, and the loser will be mathematically unable to make top 32. Satella hitting the board with the hired gun and just getting those plunders ready to go. Double tri-beam in the opening hand means that with the right sequence of top decks, Aikato can pull off some nasty swings later on in the game.
Yeah, we do already have one Thorn of the Rose to get those up to at least 2, but that's going to get quickly taken care of with a parlay. And I got to say, you know, from my experience, and parlay is definitely not a... I mean, usually when we see this in these decks, it's usually a one-of in all these plunder decks. So you're not really relying on parlay by any means. But when we do see it early like that, which we've actually seen a few times now, getting it early on and being able to pick off a 1 health unit, I feel like that's a very big momentum shift for the plunder player, because it just shows that they're probably going to level up Sejuani and Gangplank that much earlier, and there's not really anything you can do about it. And then following it up with the Monkey Idol, yeah, I hate to see it on the side of Aikato. This is going to be really hard to defend against, especially when, you know, turn 5-6 come and Sejuani and Gangplank are most likely leveled up.
And at this point, Satella doesn't mind that Aikato is managing to scramble for defense here, has the removal spells. It's all about getting the consistent plunder procs. And every round after that hired gun is hit, Satella has managed to do just that. Now when this Powder Monkey goes down, that's going to be plunder number 4. And
the other thing
curving beautifully, potentially, into a leveled up Gangplank or Sejuani.
These powder monkeys and all these plunder effects, you know, we always talk about it leveling Gangplank and Sejuani. In a matchup like this, which you know, yet again iterated last game, you know, no healing. You know, something that plunder has the capability of doing, which we see here with this Make It Rain. Sure, yeah, this procs our plunder here, right? We're towards Sejuani and Gangplank leveling up, just one more turn. But hey, by the way, Aikato's taking damage every turn that these plunder procs are going off. So, you know, there is the possibility that Satella with the right hand just has, you know, a Yordle Grifter and a warning shot, and then, like, you know, Gangplank comes down and we just close out the game by slowly whittling away at Aikato's health, because honestly, there's really nothing Aikato can do about it. And this is right here looking like it's setting up for a huge open attack.
Yep, so 6 more damage coming through.
That's not good. And there's I mean, we might have to Scorched Earth here just because we have 2, and it's a 3-cost card. And we can't afford to take this damage. And yeah, I think Aikato agrees.
It's all about tempo, stabilization. The nerf to Tri-Beam Improbulator means that it's off the table regarding an early answer. Sometimes Ezreal Draven would be able to shift, cast the Tri-Beam Improbulator for, you know, a 2 mana or 4 mana unit. But here, you have to go much further down the mana line to get a sizable unit, something that's going to contest. And another 1 HP thing from the Thorn of the Rose playing perfectly in Satella's hands.
Yeah, I wonder, I think the Tri-Beam is at either 4 or 5 right now. I want to say 5. So I'm almost positive 1 is going to come down.
Yeah, you've got it. You want, in an ideal scenario, to get it up to 6 or 7 to cover Gangplank and Sejuani as they come into play. But the burn is just real.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and listen, I mean, Ezreal off the top there, that gets it to 6, right? It also still leaves 5 mana open to play it if, you know, Sejuani or Gangplank comes down. The problem is you just wouldn't have the mana for the Mystic Shot with Ezreal. So we'll see if Aikato goes for that. I imagine Satella then would just wait for all of that to happen before actually going ahead and throwing down Sejuani Gangplank. But there's just using 1 now with the 5. Wow, this is really surprising. I kind of agree with you, Scarzig.
Gets Abyssal Eye.
Those. That's not terrible.
It gets a little bit of attack through. When Abyssal Eye Nexus strikes, you do draw a card, which is some very much needed reload. But Satella is saying, I'm still at 20 HP. I'm still very comfortable. And it's just a matter of time before I draw the proper amount of burn. If this Monkey Idol, for example, is left to its own devices, you know, that's guaranteed 3 damage. And we'll see where the Powder Monkeys themselves actually end up.
And Ezreal is leveled, so Ezreal might be able to, if Aikato can somehow stay in this game with this Monkey Idol on board and get the Ezreal down, we might be able to close out, especially with now this 3/3 elusive, just pushing more damage. Excuse me, pushing more damage. But it's gotta be tough though. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like we saw this a little bit earlier today, where we had the leveled Ezreal down, but it seems like Draven Ezreal versus a lot of these other decks, it's just like 1 or 2 turns too slow after Ezreal gets online. It's like, great, Ezreal's online, but you're losing the game now, so you can't really do anything.
And then into Warning Shot, Monster Harpoon to stop the Abyssal Eye. And now things are looking perhaps a bit more dire for Satella. You've got the burn, but you've yet to draw your champions. You've yet to draw your burst. If Satella just completely comes up empty over the course of the next couple rounds, then Ikato might be able to jump out ahead and start really threatening with the Ezreal.
Now the question is, does a Dreadway come down for Satella here? And if it does, then Ikato's going to be a little bit concerned about...
Oh my god, there it is.
Oh.
Their Dreadway. 6-mana Tri-Beam perfectly lining up against this.
Yep.
And what's the 6-drop? Gets a Cloud Drinker. Your burst and focus spells cost 1 less. Unnerved Rummage! Let's go. So here's the Ezreal now coming down. Leveled up. Has a lot of work ahead of him to take down the Nexus.
This might be like, if we can close out the game this turn, which seems plausible here, I don't know if Satella might be able to close out the game next turn. That's the issue. So Ikato does have to end things here, or at least try to set themselves up to top deck something that can end the game. Draven is an okay start. I mean, you're going to get another spell to potentially do some more damage with Ezreal, but Ezreal also going to get a Mystic Shot, so that's actually a really big deal here. That's 5 more damage incoming from Ezreal. So a top-decked Get Excited, I think, does that do it? Yeah. So a top deck Get Excited, if Ezreal gets through here, would actually be able to close out the game for Ikato, I believe. If I can
there is one in the deck.
Did we already see it earlier? Or was that game 1?
No, the Get Excited hasn't been cashed in yet.
Okay, alright, cool. So that
I'm
is
fairly certain. Okay. But with the Gangplank now coming down, drawn off the Dreadway, of course, Ezreal is the only thing that can really swing in here. You've got the Boom Baboon, and that you can bring the Flame Chompers into play, but then you don't have mana for the Mystic Shot, and I think you've got to take that risk.
Well, you can also technically go in with the Draven on the keg, right? Just to go ahead and get that strike. I'm not sure if Satella has, some Warning Shot or something in hand, as an example. But yeah, so we are going to do that. And then, okay, actually going to go ahead and use the Axe now, which actually makes a whole lot of sense. So I think this actually also opens up a Mystic Shot top deck, right? 3 and 3 is 6. No. This is still, okay. Nope. Wow, I actually did math right the first time. That's a new one. So
And there are certain draws that with Ezreal's ability could still come through. There is only 1 copy of Rummage in this deck, actually. So it would need to be something like Static Shock, Time Winder, to get that little bit of extra damage on the Nexus, because the Spinning Axe is also 1 damage.
Yep.
And so here it is, the open attack being presented by Satella here in Game 3. There's the Mystic Shot!
Mystic Shot! Off the top! Oh my gosh. We did it, boys. We did it. Ikato top decking like a god.
Wait. Satella can still win with Monster Harpoon.
Okay. All right. Kill the
Ezreal before the Mystic Shot and his ability goes through, right?
Yeah. Because we don't have a card to discard for the Axe. So, yeah. What do we got? Do we have Monster Harpoon? What do we have?
Every game has been so tense like this. I can't stand it.
Satella's not helping either. Satella, play the card. Press the button. Do the thing. Come on.
Oh, man.
Why
and
do
there's so
players
much
do
on the
this to
line
me?
for both these players. If Satella doesn't have the warning
Oh,
shot,
wait, what does that do? That's gonna be
just
2 damage.
2 damage.
No.
Oh.
And Icano taking it with the timely top deck with Ezreal in play. Mystic shot. Woo! Playing to your outs. It's a thing. And that's what Icano just did. And thanks to that, Icano was able to advance to 6-1, I should say. Woo! Wow.
What a close set. The Plunder looked so good and was really in the driver's seat the whole time. And just right there towards the end, we saw that hitch where the tempo was lost. There was like a monkey idol played. That's like just the point in time where you want the Gangplank or the Sejuani to come through to clear things out. And the perfectly timed 6 damage tri-beam to answer the Dreadway. Wow, just phenomenal. When you have these really close games, this high-level gameplay, it really does come down to these key draws sometimes to make or break these best of threes.
Well, and so we were talking about this earlier as well as to, why people have been thinking to bring Draven Ezreal to the tournament. And, everybody's, oh, man, am I just going to play Draven Ezreal again? It's a reliable deck. It does good in most matchups. In this particular case, so we know Plunder is one of the top played decks right now, right? And it seems like these tri-beams, even post-nerf, being 5 mana now, they clean up Sejuani, Dreadway, and Gangplank very reliably. Because let's be honest, getting them up to 6 is not necessarily a challenge with Draven Ezreal, right? I mean, that's doable. It's not like these things have 8 health and we're like, oh, well, maybe tri-beams take care of them. Like, no, that's a plan. That's a game plan that you can have to get those off the board. And we know that these Plunder decks, they focus very heavily on the champion, so much so that they're willing to play Entreat just to make sure that they get them quick.
Ezreal Draven has one of the few tempo answers that can answer that big HP pool that a lot of other decks struggle against, thanks to, a ping plus Ravenous Flock, Scorched Earth, Guillotine, or even Thermogenic Beam in an emergency. So it does make a lot of sense that you would be a little bit favored there, as long as the really aggressive draw doesn't come through from Plunder.
Scarzig, I'm getting so excited because we're about to get into the last 2 rounds of the day. Whew.
Yeah, so
Looks
we do
like
have
we
another
Loser
match
Beam,
already set up. We got Loser Beam, who we saw earlier on the broadcast, versus Officer Oxygen. Loser Beam does have the ladder blessing. He is able to go 7-2 and still potentially make top 32 based on tiebreakers, whereas the opponent here, Officer Oxygen, cannot lose this match or will be unable to get to the top 32. Both players 5-1. Officer Oxygen up 1-0 and has brought Swain.
Finally, honestly, we mentioned this earlier in the day. We're finally seeing TF Swain, and I feel like it's been a little while. I'm very surprised that it's taking this long to get to a TF Swain deck. I really felt like this was one of the go-to decks today that would do pretty well. Then again, I also thought Anivia was going to do well. So what the heck do I know? You just play triple aggro to win. That's the game. So
and also, very unfortunate that we've got the Leviathan to play and it has been silenced.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the one deck that's still playing Targon, so you get kind of feels bad to go up against it right now. Scorched Earth being responded to.
Oh yeah, it's
a deny.
Close. Ooh. Almost went for Bastion. Uses the deny to cover the Scorched Earth instead.
And okay, all right, still gonna be able to get rid of that Eye of the Dragon. So no more of those pesky dragonlings coming in at least.
And and now with the stun, that is going to stop the lethal here. As long as Officer Oxygen can keep this Swain up, can keep pinging Loser Beam's Nexus, it's going to stun the Lee Sin over and over again, and you won't be able to get that OTK. It's going to force Loser Beam to go for an open attack, and it looks like the recipe is in hand. Ooh. 9 HP, just has the Bastion and the Twin Discipline, so Officer Oxygen has to close out here.
I think Loser Beam is able to thwart off this attack, though. I mean, we got double concussive. All right, we only have 11 mana, so we can actually only play 2 of these. But double concussive or concussive and Will of Ionia. one way or the other. I think okay, gold card might change things.
Yeah, you've got the gold card to stun the Lee Sin, take a blocker out of the equation, Loser Beam preemptively putting down the concussive palms, and so that is going to wall out Officer Oxygen's attack for this round.
I don't think it matters where we play the concussive palms. I'm just thinking like maybe we wait till the attack, but I don't think it really matters with what Officer Oxygen's playing right now. Stuns, man. Concussive palm, so good. I mean, you could argue, back in the day, Will of Ionia at 4 mana was, a lot of people would say, was a problem. It was changed to 5, and now it's back at 4. And now Concussive Palm is kind of taking that spot in Ionia as the top 4-cost spell there. But we are going to get another stun.
Yeah,
this is still going to push through some damage.
Yeah, I like that Officer Oxygen is recognizing that these stuns aren't going to do anything, because Loser Beam very clearly has the open attack now, and there is not going to be a way to stop this this OTK. The Zenith Blade already set up on the Lee Sin. He's got the Overwhelm. Now with Challenger and Spell Shield, this is going to be 12 damage coming through onto Officer Oxygen.
Love to see the Tom Kench emote. Gotta love to see it. And Loser Beam tying it up, as we have seen a lot today, means we're going to a game 3 here in round number 7.
Game 3. So Swain Twisted Fate gonna get another shot.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Loser Beam's unbanned deck is.
And I'm excited to see a full game from TF Swain too, right? I would have felt a little bit bad if that would have been a 2-0 there. Just because we haven't really seen a whole lot of TF Swain. So glad to see this from the start here. Going up against a deck that we do see a lot in Akshan Sivir. So it'll be nice to see kind of where TF Swain really falls into place here with this particular matchup, as we have seen it a lot today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the list, we've got like Make It Rain and Death's Hand, which can answer some of these early plays of Akshan and Young Witch. Well-timed Make It Rain or something can just preemptively pop a Spell Shield, setting you up. Our Arachnoid Sentry also, again, goes through Spell Shield with a very clutch stun. So it's not as clear-cut as it seems. If Officer Oxygen whiffs in the early game with Loser Beam hitting a key curve, we've got Sivir in hand. We just need Ghost or Flurry of Fist to shore that up. If you take that huge burst of damage, another, again, Bilgewater Noxus archetype with no healing really suffers to keep up on board. So here's the early swarm.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of early damage pushed through there for Officer Oxygen. We do see the Sivir early. We do see Akshan as well coming down pretty early.
Not taking the risk just yet. No Twin Disciplines or Shaped Stone to cover the HP against a potential Death's Hand. So just going to take the opportunity to even out the damage thanks to the Fearsome. TF Swain, notably, does not have any Fearsome blockers until they get to Arachnoid Sentry.
Yeah, and I think that play right there, trying to push that damage, I think that really shows what Loser Beam's trying to do here in this matchup, which is prevent the game from going long enough to end with Officer Oxygen having that Swain Leviathan combo on field, or level TF for that matter. But it's really the Swain Leviathan, because that gets under Spell Shields. I mean, it shuts down everything that this deck is trying to do if it actually gets established on the field. So I think that Loser Beam needs to close this out early.
And so, bit of a tempo response here, using the Arachnoid Sentry. Looks like Sentry Flock also has the Death's Hand for Akshan. Wow. Nothing to back that up. But do we have the Ravenous Flock for the Merciless Hunter, or is this purely for damage? Both players, Officer Oxygen taking such an aggressive stance in this matchup. The early hand must be dictating this. Sometimes with TF Swain, you are the beatdown in the matchup, and sometimes the deck just feeds it to you.
Yeah, I think that's predicated too a lot usually on things like House Spider.
Yep.
Which we did see come down. House Spider it's two things. It's an aggressive card to go wide, like we just saw, and it could also be a deterrent for aggro decks. In this case, going wide aggressively actually makes a little bit of sense here for Officer Oxygen, and it's turning out to be working in their favor. We even have an elusive blocker for this Young Witch. Zap trade's great here. There is going to be some damage coming in, possibly from Ruin Runner, which honestly nothing really trades with the Ruin Runner either. So this could lead to a couple hits with Ruin Runner, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Gets to pull the Arachnoid Sentry here. This maybe sets Officer Oxygen up for a make it rain somewhere down the line to pop that spell shield and then finish off the Ruin Runner down the road. Thanks to the quick attack, actually remains undamaged. And a Spirit's Refuge. Oh my god. This is really going to swing things back into Loser Beam's favor. If you heal for 6 or 8 and offset all of the early work that was done by Officer Oxygen's little Bilgewater army here, then things are really going to get away from him.
Yeah, and you know, that strategy that Officer Oxygen decided to go with, I mean, a lot of that strategy working is predicated on the Spirit's Refuge not really being drawn, or Loser Beam not having a way to heal back up. Although, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, does this just close it out here? But no, we actually have to get a defensive Spirit's Refuge. Wait,
blocking very far down the line.
Yeah, that was a little risky.
Yeah, so there's only 2 mana though, so they're only threatening you for maybe 1 more damage on the Nexus. It was safe there. It looked a bit odd at first, but Loser Beam's prioritizing keeping the Crusty Codger up because of the vulnerable. You can pull it, and now with Ruin Runner Spell Shield popped, maybe there is a way to ping this, set up a Scorched Earth, maybe an Arachnoid Sentry.
Well, there won't be a way to ping it if we open attack, and it looks like that is the route that Loser Beam's going. So there's the ping there. Now it's damaged, so we do have Ravenous Flock and things of that nature online. Another Zap Sprayfin is not good for Loser Beam, as that is more potential elusive damage coming through. And I mean, clearly
this is down to the wire. Both players
turn.
at 7 HP. Loser Beam with an Overwhelm unit in play, but it is damaged, which puts it a little bit in TF Swain's favor. There is the Sivir in hand, and you can see that Loser Beam is actually holding on to the Sivir, wants to minimize the chances of her spell shield getting popped before she can share it with her Overwhelmed sister. Scorched Earth being used on the Palace.
Yeah, that definitely feels odd, but it might just kind of be a mana efficiency thing, possibly.
And Make It Rain also being cashed in now means that Sivir is very safe to come down now and not have her spell shield popped inadvertently. Might be a bit too late there. The attack token is going back to Officer Oxygen, so maybe there is just a really aggressive line that he's sniffed out here. Getting 4 damage with the Zap Sprayfins, you only need 2 more, maybe supplemented with the Death's Hand or another Make It Rain.
So I don't mind this from Loser Beam because of the deny. I was gonna say Loser Beam clearly waiting until the next attack turn to go all in, try to close out the game. Now it's okay. Officer Oxygen gonna be able to push through what looks to be 4 damage. We do have Ghost to potentially block one of those Zap Sprayfins if we really need to. That draw is a little scary, I'm not gonna lie, but again, we have the deny. So if something crazy happens here, at 5 mana, I think Loser Beam feels pretty comfortable now after seeing that draw, saying, okay, if something comes out and I don't like, I can deny it, and then next turn, I have all these burst spells for an open attack. I should be okay. But let's see how this goes. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and Ghost now. Block one of these Zap Sprayfins. Use the Twin Disciplines here as another block. And that's 3
big
damage.
Call out again versus the Ravenous Flock or some other ping to set this Ruin Runner down.
Yeah, and even though we have the Shapestone to save it through a Flock, that quick attack from Twisted Fate can be a little bit of an issue there.
There is still 1 Scorched Earth left for Officer Oxygen. 2 Monster Harpoons also in the deck. Notably, the Ruin Runner is still looking to survive here, and Sivir is leveling up too. So on the open attack, it'll regain its spell shield.
Yep. So this is a tricky situation for Officer Oxygen. There's got to be something here. I don't think you can let Loser Beam go into this next turn with an open attack, because that might spell disaster for Officer Oxygen, especially with this deny on backup. We open attack, we have Shapestone, we have the deny as protection. This proc,
another Twisted Fate.
We can deny it. it. Okay, I guess we're not.
Lets the red card through. This pops the spell shield on Sivir. So does this mean that Officer Oxygen has double flock and has just been holding it this whole time?
I am so curious as to. Okay, I'm very curious as to how this ends because I wonder if denying the red card was the play there, depending on what else comes out from Officer Oxygen here.
Because we've got Twin Disciplines to cover Ravenous Flock. We've got Deny to cover Scorched Earth.
Yep. But I mean, all right, let's see if there's a flock. Like you mentioned, we have the Twin Disciplines here. But is there another? Wow.
Does not have enough minerals. Can't keep up with that overwhelm damage. And Loser Beam hanging in there. Taking it now 6-1.
Loser Beam, very excited there at the end. You see the good old fist pump. You love to see it. Taking home the victory there. And again, you know, Loser Beam, one of the players not currently qualified for Worlds. And in order to make top cut here, does need to continue to win. We can't get that second loss. So we saw Loser Beam earlier. Definitely interested to see how far Loser Beam makes it, Scarzig. Again, a little bit of a newer name, but so far, pretty impressed with how Loser Beam's been playing.
That's the advantage of watching the Swiss rounds, because you get a nice variety here. This is generally the stage of the tournament where players are bringing things that are a bit more experimental, because you are going to be playing against a wider field of decks. You can play these sorts of off-meta things that maybe just have a more stable matchups against a wider variety of other decks that people will bring.
All right, well, Loser Beam closing out there with a win. And for us, we're going to close out into a quick break before we get into round number 8 here of the Rise of the Underworlds Seasonal. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. What's up, everybody? We are back with more Rise of the Underworlds action. And action it has been. I don't mean... Well, actually, technically, Akshan as well has been around a lot. But we've also had a lot of action in the tournament today, Scarzig. So many nail-biters down to the very last second, huh? Oh, it's looking like...
Oh, beg pardon.
Muted.
It had to happen. I'm glad that we finally got that out of the way. We were overdue. But I was going to say that when you're playing against an environment of the top cut of the NA shard, of course the games are going to be close. It's been coming down to like these very key reads, players setting up their lines of play very early on in the match, and just sort of letting that final card that they draw kind of decide whether or not they committed to the correct line, right? Because
like a top deck mystic shot.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Sometimes it's a mystic shot, sometimes it's a deny, and when you are playing against these decks that are so volatile, if they get that early advantage, they can snowball it with huge buffs or a rally. You have to put trust in a line of play that you know your deck can use to win, and not just try to play out based on what your deck actually is drawing, if that makes sense. You realize that the match needs to go a certain way sometimes for you to even bother winning, rather than playing out with your top decks.
Well, if there's one person, Scarzig, that I know knows how to play to outs and how to play to top decks, it's an aggro player. And by aggro player, I mean none other than the one and only Mo, which we've been mentioning a lot today. I feel like a broken record now. But we're bringing him up again because, hey,
I mean,
guess
what can I say? The kid's got moxie.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. 7-0 now. 7-0. We're just gonna call Mo X and O Mo because that seems to be the what happens here in seasonals. But here's the deal with Mo, Scarzig. Mo needs to just win. He just needs to win one more, and Mo is in. Unfortunately, though, Mo is not blessed, as we've been calling it. He's, in fact, cursed, as we've been calling it. Which basically means if Mo goes X and 2, Mo will not be able to make top cut. And Mo is not qualified for Worlds. Mo is an exceptional player, constantly on ladder, constantly in tournaments, but unfortunately not qualified yet. So this needs to be the tournament that Mo uses to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, just getting to the top 32 isn't enough. Going 7-0 isn't enough. You have to go that extra mile. As we move through the Swiss rounds and get into these later rounds, the players who have only lost 1 or 0 games are going to start getting matched against each other. And that's when we really start to see the power of the most consistent and the lineups that were the most well-constructed based on the meta game for the Rise of the Underworlds seasonal here.
Yeah, and we can see these decks floating on by here for Mr. Emotional, and they're all aggro. The last one here, Draven Jinx. The biggest thing I want to mention with this deck for Mo is that really impressive how Mo, at least from the games we've seen thus far today, has been able to kind of just set himself up to have 2 shots at winning with this particular deck. And that's just, again, that speaks to his experience as a competitive tournament player. And I think that's really key with this lineup, because this is the deck that, given enough chances, will be able to win games. So I definitely like that from Mo.
As we get later on into the Swiss rounds and potentially the top 32, we could start to see competitors banning this. If you're confident in your lineup's ability to heal and survive the early game against pirate aggro, if you're What Am I and you brought Targon, or you're confident in your deck's ability to run Sharp Sight or other elusive units to survive against the Zed Lulu elusive aggro deck, then you take away the discard wild card. And if Mo does not have that second shot of doing the Jinx Rocket Mambo on your Nexus, then I think that maybe that might actually be the key strategy. So far, over the course of the day, we've seen, I think, Pirate Aggro banned once, and we've seen Lulu Zed banned once. And who knows how many bans the discard aggro has actually been drawn. After the Rummage nerf, maybe there's like a false propaganda going on. The discard aggro isn't as strong as it used to be.
Yep. Just because of rummage.
And players are underestimating it, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm not going to lie, that definitely feels like a hit to that deck. I mean, 2 mana versus 1 mana is actually a very big difference. I mean, either way, you could bank the spell mana, but still, saying you saying Jinx Rocket Mamba there, kind of. Oh man, I love Jinx's song. You know which song I'm talking about?
Oh, Get Jinxed
from League of Legends. Get Jinxed. I love that song. It just makes me think about that song. I absolutely love it. I honestly, I love most of the.
I know he's gonna show up at the top 32 with that song playing in the back like it's the WWE.
Yeah.
But we are getting word that Mo's opponent is going to be Golden Rule, who is also 7-0, needs to pick up this win.
Not to be confused with Golden Boy. Golden Rule, a name that I am not too familiar with. Again, just kind of a new player here.
Yeah, we've had some breakout stars, Loser Beam, Ikato, now Golden Rule, who's putting up some heavy numbers, right, against such strong players. When you can go 7-0, you're doing something right. Golden Rule using the Sivir Action Demacia build. This is sort of an anti-meta spin on the Sivir decks that we've been seeing. Running Swiftwing Flight. This is a new card, 4 mana. It adds either a copy of Blinding Assault, Fleet Feather Tracker, or Silverwing Vanguard to your hand. Essentially, it produces a lot more challenger units for your deck, and it allows you to pull blockers out of the way and just swing through onto the enemy nexus. I really like this inclusion.
Yeah, very interesting to see that here from Golden Rule. So I definitely don't hate it. A little bit of a different spin on this Demacia version. And what I will say, too, is this Demacia version, it's impressing me. At least
I love the elite heavy spin on this with the Penitent Squire and the Vanguard Sergeant as well. It means that you have even more of an ability to snowball the board with the Tattered Banner. Golden Rule rounding out the lineup with Ezreal Draven, a deck that we've seen get some very, very clutch wins, but also some pretty heartbreaking losses, notably weak to aggro outside of getting the absolutely perfect draws to deal with that early game.
Yeah, and looking at this lineup, again, these lineups that we're seeing are not generally structured to deal with a triple aggro lineup, and then that's what we were talking about earlier, where Mo is kind of carving out a niche for himself here, basically in every seasonal, where people aren't really prepared for it. And the third deck, the third deck, this is a deck. Misfortune TF. This is a deck for sure. So what are we looking at?
We're taking pirate aggro and we're turning it into a Shuriman list. We've got line them up with Ruinous Path with some burn.
Wow.
This is just the next evolution of perhaps the Azir burn deck, where it was like a little bit of that Noxus style. But wow, what a list. In Golden Rule, this is exactly the sort of mind game you're talking about, where it's like, is this deck so far out of left field that it mind games your opponent into banning this, you get to play the other two instead? Or they just don't know what to play against this, or how to mulligan, or what the speed it's trying to play at is, and you just underestimate it and it blows you up?
Yeah, I always love that idea of playing the random deck that kind of baits your opponent's bans. So good to see that from Golden Rule. I'm curious, too, because Line 'em Up, I love that card. I love the card's design. We saw some experimentation with it when it first came out. It's largely, I think, fallen off since then. But I do like to see here. It looks like Draven Ezreal banned by Mo, and then the discard aggro banned by... Okay, that actually, I think, is a really smart play by Golden Rule. Again, I mentioned how Mo keeps making it so that he has those 2 chances to win with discard aggro. Maybe this makes the difference here with Golden Rule. I do want to throw in, too, before we get into the game, Golden Rule currently just outside of the cusp of the top 22 for ranked tournament points. So, again, this is points based on all of your finishes, at the end of the seasons on ranked ladder. 22 people, the top 22 will qualify for Worlds next month. Just outside of that right now.
So, been grinding on the ladder, has been playing against the meta, knows what they're doing, and has still brought Twisted Fate, Misfortune, some sort of board-based monstrosity, I'm sure, bringing the best of both regions, and we'll see if just raw card quality is all it takes to take down Pirate Aggro.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see this as the first game here. And up against kind of the base aggro deck, no less, right? Like, this is the one we talked about earlier where it doesn't do anything funny. It just has cards. They deal a lot of damage, and you need to prepare for the damage. Like, that's the game plan. And we see here going in for the attacks already as well.
Oh, I love this up trade. Buff the Buckeye
Mo not
Reaper.
really able to push through anything. This is good.
And so Mo, has yet to go up against a deck that trades incredibly well on the board from what we've seen of him on stream, right? There's no like 6 1-drops in the hand to go very wide. If this turns into a 1-for-1 trade fiesta, then Mo could just run out of gas, and Golden Rule just takes over with cards like Ruin Runner and Merciless Hunter.
Yeah, and so the problem with Mo's build, if that's the case, what you're mentioning, is that there is only one Jack the Winner and no Farons. And Pirate Aggro, historically, there has been versions of Pirate Aggro, namely the ones playing 3 Jack the Winner and maybe like 1 Faron, maybe even 2 sometimes, where they can actually go into more of the late game because of those Jack the Winners, because of the Gangplanks, because of the Captain Farons. In this case, we only have that one Jack the Winner, so you might be right. Maybe we run out of gas. There is a Zap Sprayfin that we just grabbed off the top of the deck that will help us keep the pedal to the metal here and try to hopefully continue to deal more damage. But honestly, right now, Golden Rule doing a really good job at turn 4 now of staving off a lot of this early aggression.
Just holding the fort, taking a little chip here and there, has the Make It Rain. This is fantastic. You get rid of the Legion Grenadier, but you're also making it so this ping gets rid of the Imperial Demolitionist. So the defense is still alive and kicking for Golden Rule. A very strong 1-for-1 trade as well with the Buckeye Reaper. Opts to sacrifice the TF. I love this. I love this. When you're playing against an aggressive deck, you play your Twisted Fate for the red card, then you get it off of the board immediately to set up another red card.
Well, this shows me that Golden Rule also has faith that their deck can actually outpace and out-aggro Mo's deck at this point. And honestly, now that something like Merciless Hunter's coming down, I think that's correct.
Yeah, so
and from the look on Mo's face, I think Mo kind of expected to lose this particular game.
Yeah, again, just bringing a pile of good cards seems to be definitely putting up a very strong fight against Pirate Aggro. The Make It Rain whittling away at some of these attackers. It hits the Nexus, which is kind of what you want, but when you look at the board, you look at this Buckeye Reaper, you've only got a couple turns now, all 3 drawn.
Wow.
I think Golden Rule has drawn more 1-drops than Mo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And this is not looking good for Mo, having to basically throw down this Ballista. If we attack with both, we lose both, it looks like, which means we have no target for Noxian Fervor. And honestly, that is just not a good look for Mo right now. So what this is going to come down to, I think, is essentially, okay, does Mo play the Fervor, which is going to get us, within range of maybe like double Decimate or something like that, and Mo is just going to be left to top decking, hopefully a Decimate or, double up or things of that nature to really close things out. Ooh.
Okay, Misfortune drawn. She's just a 3/3 right now. No attack token to make use of that ability. The Treasure Seeker's a fantastic draw just because it gives you another unit to swing wide. Mo would have loved to hold on to this Misfortune to set up a better trade going into the next turn against all of these 1 HP units. And there's the red card.
Yeah, I think that's going to close it out here, Scarzig. I mean, we do have 2 Fearsome blockers for both the Buckeye Reapers, but the amount of incoming damage here is even if we survive, which, I mean, from the looks of it, I don't even know if we can do that, but even if we survive at like 1 or something.
Oh, man, forcing Mo to send the Noxian Fervor onto a unit.
Yeah, this, we've seen Mo play a couple times today, and you can tell this game, like just looking at the pace of the game and looking at the game state, you can tell this was just not a deck Mo expected to face whatsoever. Like, this was just, like, no way.
Yeah,
no
the
way.
draws
this
were
wins.
absolutely so strong from Golden Rule. So ridiculous. had the Treasure Seeker perfectly timed to get the Waking Sands, and that is going to be lethal. Game 1 going to Golden Rule, and getting this Twisted Fate Misfortune deck out of the way. It's like Pirate aggro, but it just does a little bit more on the board, it looks like.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of, I mean, that's it though, right? Like that's the one time we have to worry about it. That was the question mark. You know, Mo probably kind of kicking himself a little bit, maybe saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't have banned the Draven Ezreal with how easily that deck dealt with, you know, one of the aggro decks. But yeah, so now we just, I mean, listen, we just have to 2-0 Akshan Sivir. I think it's definitely doable with 2 aggro decks. Question is, do we get the draws to do it here for Mo? And right now, I mean, 2 1-drops starting things off with a Misfortune doesn't seem half bad.
Yeah, and Mo continuously on stream doesn't get the attack token on turn 1. Still pulling off a lot of wins here, but still not getting like the true favored like free 3 damage that these decks will often enjoy. Golden Rule procs the Penitent Squire, so has the Tattered Banner now available to maybe start controlling the board here in the mid game, and that's something you really do not want to snowball on you here, and it's just going to lock you out just like we saw previously.
Yeah, notably, I mean, Legion Saboteur going unblocked there, you know, instead opting to block the Legion rear guard, so we are going to get potentially another block or another damage off Legion Saboteur, but actually the vulnerable Merciless Hunter going to take care of that. So things still looking kind of even here after this Make It Rain, being able to force this trade on the side of Mo. And honestly, Merciless Hunter with the other deck, I mean, Merciless Hunter was a big deal for Golden Rule with that deck that we just saw, so I do think it's smart to get this off the board.
Yeah, get it off the board. Mo always develops. This is important. In Pirate aggro, you always develop. Even though there's 3 damage for free, they're attacking. Because of the Grenadier ability plus Misfortune, you're still getting a similar amount of damage on average, right? Because you know your opponent can only play one thing realistically to block. You're just doubling down, and you're always playing against that percentage that your opponent just bricks.
Yeah, and I could even see, you know, with Mo's head bobbing back and forth, and the way that Mo is, you know, grabbing the cards, just tossing him into attack a little bit faster. You can already see that Mo feels a little bit more comfortable with this matchup. Again, probably a matchup that he's played with triple aggro a million times. Maybe not a million. Demacia is probably the lesser played variant up until this tournament anyways. But just, you can tell notably a little bit more comfortable. Maybe that means this game will be a little bit more doable for Mo. And I mean, we have what, 10 damage, 11, 12 damage just with all the cards combined right now. All we need is Legion Saboteur to connect one more time.
It's certainly doable, and it's just a matter of Mo having the time to do it. With Golden Rule's deck, there's 1 copy of Relentless Pursuit, and this is the turning point now where Mo is not going to be able to get units to stay on the board. Yeah, the board control of Golden Rule is going to be able to come into play here. Another vulnerable, this time with a barrier, but double up. Going to save the crack shot Corsair. I think this is very smart, especially with 0 mana. You take that opportunity 100%. And now really the crack shot gets to attack the Nexus for 1 damage. You've got the Saboteur and also the Demolitionist to threaten. This will be 3 damage in total. Golden Rule has to keep up with units on board still.
Ooh. That Preservarium is not a unit, Scarzig. That is looking good for Mo.
That's a tree with a picture of a giraffe next to it that can't actually block a pirate. So down to 8 HP now for Golden Rule. And it's just all about the average damage over time, over every round. We've got Imperial Demolitionist, we've got Decimate. Looking at Golden Rule's list, no Rite of Negation from Shurima. There's only 1 single combat, so this can't be disrupted. No mana for Concerted Strike. Mo is hitting these very specific moments where Golden Rule is behind on mana, and this is what you want to do consistently with Pirates, is when your opponent is forced to spend mana to develop the board and have blockers in play, it gives you so much freedom. Just throw your burn out there.
Do you play the Zap first here, or are we playing Decimate first? I'm a little... Because, I mean, you would have gotten the Toon mana, is basically what I'm getting at. I don't know how much that matters right now with how little cards Mo has, but just something worth considering. But yeah, that Zap represents a lot here. It represents 2 damage just if it attacks. It represents this 1 damage. Oh, that was a great hit. I mean, it could have gotten better, I guess, getting the Spell Shield and Sivir. I don't know how much that really matters right now. But that was a great hit from that Make It Rain. And next turn, that Crackshot Corsair plus Decimate, that represents lethal damage, Scarzig. We could be going to a game 3 here in just a second.
Game 3. And when you're playing against these Sivir Action Demacia builds, you're breathing a sigh of relief secretly, because they don't have that punishing combo with the Flurry of Fists. They don't have the Spirit's Refuge. And it's just a matter of sending through the proper amount of damage. Even Zap Sprayfin gets to connect. And so here comes the Decimate.
And, you know, just doing that last-minute check, probably checking to see if there's a Rite of Negation. There is not a Rite of Negation in the deck, and that is going to be an axe to the face of Golden Rule and a win to the win column of Mo to bring it to a game 3 in round 8 now, Scarzig.
But now
7-0.
We've got the Challenger-heavy Demacian variant versus Lulu Zed, a deck that fears even more a deck that gets on board and doesn't let you develop. There is no over-the-top burn damage in this list. If you can't get on board, if you can't hit the Nexus, it is curtains for you. And so Mo has to worry about now a single combat, Cataclysm, Sharp Sight, Tattered Banner, Merciless Hunter, all of these things working against him.
Yeah, this is not... Let's just say this. This was not the matchup I was expecting in the 8th round with both players being 7-0. This is not...
This all honestly calls back to Golden Rule recognizing that discard aggro is actually the biggest threat in Mo's lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a really smart ban from Golden Rule. And if Golden Rule takes this, I think that's probably what led to the victory, is that one decision. And maybe knowing, too, that this matchup that we're seeing now, this Lulu Zed matchup, is probably better for Golden Rule. And we do have the Zed early, though. This could pose a problem, but nope. There's Barrier, and that is basically going to shut down the Zed here.
Yeah, opts for the Zed over, like, Young Witch, for example, to just get a value trade with the Fleet Feather Tracker, was trying to play towards the very specific out of, I have Zed on 3 with the attack token. Do you have something that can stop it? If not, I just start to snowball the game really hard.
There is something to be said there about, because Golden Rule has challenger units and things of that nature, there's something to be said about getting rid of that barrier that we just saw there and having it be used defensively so that Golden Rule can't use it offensively and continue to trade.
Yeah, so because that exactly, the Bright Steel formation is used now, but if you let this Zed survive for round after round after round, it's only a matter of time before, you know, it actually has some backup spells. We see the Twin Disciplines now.
All right, and drawing cards too. So Mo actually doing a good job of kind of sticking in the game here. I still think it's going to be pretty hard for Mo to find a little tiny hole here to actually work this Zed through. Now we do have Twin Disciplines as sort of protection, or even on the offensive for that matter, being able to buff him up to 6 attack there. I don't think that's really going to be the route Mo goes, but still got options. So I think this is a very close game to get things started. Preservarium, seeing that now, is probably a good thing for Mo.
Yeah, still drawing towards trying to get chump blockers, trying to get some key cards like maybe Cataclysm or Riposte to help out against this Zed. Still 5 mana open for Golden Rule, so you have to respect the one of Riposte, I think. It's very clear that Mo is going in on this Zed being the win condition here.
Yeah, now this is if Golden Rule passes here, you gotta figure there is a Riposte. Because Mo is pretty wide now, and there wouldn't really be a reason to not develop something else or play like a Cataclysm, as an example.
If
there is only one of it,
exactly, the hand is all
Okay, here we
spells.
go.
Merciless Hunter actually being committed here, and that is the green light for Mo.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
There's only the threat of Sharp Sight now, or maybe Shape Stone, single combat. All of these are covered by the Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, what a great swing here for Mo. One hell of a turn of events. And I do think, you know, just the way things
And
are
look, not blocking
right
the
now,
Zed. That means Golden Rule's got something.
Yeah, what could it be? 2 mana. I mean, there could be a single combat. Single combat does get blown out by the Twin Disciplines.
Okay,
And nope,
yeah,
looks
blocks
like,
the Zed. Doesn't want to take the risk. If there is that single combat, doesn't want to take the risk just yet. Wants to keep the Zed from leveling up. There is not enough mana for a rally right now, so Golden Rules does still have another round or so to set up another defensive wall or go for more challenger trades here.
The one of Fey Guide just drawn off the top from Mo. I mean, this could be big, and I think this is why we're seeing the barrier again. This is the second barrier that we've had put on this Zed. Mo really going all in on Zed, saying, I need to save this. We need to protect Zed. Keep him on the field. And honestly, going into next turn, if we can Fey Guide this Zed, having the Twin Disciplines as protection, oh man, that's going to be really nice.
So here we go. Swiftwing Flight also has the ability that when you attack your other challenger units, get the +1/+1. And another Twin Discipline. This deck, not known for its ability to draw cards, the Shadow Assassins are being perfectly timed here. Zed has been the key attacker, but the chip damage from the elusives still very respectable here. And Mo, always +1 or +2 against the opponent. Sets up a fantastic open attack here.
Yeah, okay. Don't even need the Fey Guide yet, and I like this. You know, like you said, +1 or +2 of the opponent, just plenty of followers, plenty of champions on board to push the damage.
And so
2.
we've got Twin Disciplines to close out this set potentially. Golden Rule.
That's risky.
We had a read earlier that maybe there was a single combat or something. If you want to put the extra attack power on Zed because of the 2 HP, that means that Twin Disciplines for HP would cover a single combat on the Merciless Hunter. Mo thinking, what if...
There's a single combat and 2 concerted strikes is basically what we're playing around here.
Yes.
Okay.
So using Zed Shadow
cheeky.
Shift...
That's cheeky. Oh,
pushes
wow.
through 1 damage extra, but then
And
also
level
gets
up.
to replay it to draw a card. This levels up Zed at the top of combat.
Wow.
And it's forcing
That
the
is-
combat trick.
That's really... All right, that's amazing. Okay, so this actually gives him 3 outs. So if he go... Oh, okay, actually, no. This only gives him... Okay, no. Okay,
So this
yeah, he's
is
gonna go ahead and
this
save
is
the Zed.
double
Yep.
twin to give
Okay.
6 HP.
I don't know. Is this better?
He
than
already
just
committed.
playing the
You gotta go
twins,
in.
though? Oh man. Yeah, I think he thought he had both twins as a reaction to 2 combat tricks, and he just slapped his forehead. If this is just game, then I think that's just a little bit lucky for Mo. But yeah.
Oh yeah,
there's
has
another...
the shape stone.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's a
Yeah.
lot of resources put into the Zed, and it gets
I
cleaned
think-
up.
Mo. Little bit of a mistake there, I think, on Mo miscalculating, thinking that, you know, if that concerted strike came out, we could just play 1 Twin Disciplines and still represent lethal. Instead, having to commit both just to combat the concerted strike, in which case, you know, something like the Shapestone basically just blows out.
Mhm. Yeah,
Mo.
and you can assign the Twin Disciplines to different units as well. So that the main Zed dies, but the Shadow gets buffed.
Yeah.
But fortunately, Mo is at 20 HP, so that does mean that he has a little bit of room here to still draw
Shadow
into some
Assassins.
outs. Well,
maybe
hang on a
much
second.
longer. Yeah. Hold on. Back up, Scarzig.
Well,
I
okay,
don't know, things...
so you've got 3 HP left. There's no shape. There's no shape stone. It's Daijobu.
Okay. All right, actually considering the Fey guide, because I think it trades with the Bright Steel Protector, so it actually gets a positive trade there. I don't think that matters right now, though. You either attack with elusives for lethal or you don't, I think, so. Ooh. Do you play around another Shaped Stone? Do you commit the other blocker with the Shadow Assassin here?
Well, with this play, you are going down to 1 HP. There's only 1 mana from Golden Rule. So you're playing around exactly Shaped Stone. So Sharp Sight is out of the equation. You don't have to worry about a rally either. I think that Golden Rule, developing all these units and attacking, is recognizing, okay, I just need a wide board so I can try to punish with a rally. There is 1 Relentless Pursuit in Golden Rule's hand, in Golden Rule's deck. And so Mo has 4 damage on the stack here with elusives. And we haven't seen a Sharp Sight just yet, if I'm remembering.
Oh, there's the... okay, we have the rally off the top, though. There's Golden Ages off the top. That is incredible. That is, I think, between this and Fey Guide, Mo might... Mo
and there's the Shetty Mo!
I can't believe with the Golden Ages.
3.
Oh, wow.
Mo keeping the dream alive. 8-0. Now makes top 32 guaranteed.
Mo playing with my heartstrings there. That was... that's... Mo, I really think, messed up that double twin disciplines play. And, man,
you got to see, like, this late into the broadcast, round 8, that fatigue, even when you're playing a archetype you're comfortable with, you're playing decks that you can make these snap decisions. It's still that mental fatigue, because it's like when you're playing a control deck, the fatigue comes from calculating your own plays, and when you're playing aggro, like the mental fatigue comes from calculating what your opponent might have and playing towards these really small percentage outs of I need to go for this line because it's slightly likelier that I draw another Decimator or Fervor. And then that's where the fatigue comes in. And then you just get... If Mo, the matches that he's been having off stream have been these game 3 nail biters, that's still going to leave you with a little bit of damage afterwards where you're just like, oh, my heart.
Yeah, it's... Man, I mean, I agree with you. And this is what we said earlier. I promise everybody watching, it's not just me smork, me go face. I swear, that is not... how easy aggro is. You need to be constantly calculating outs, and that's exactly why that Twin Disciplines play, I think, happened, was because Mo was off by 1 health or 1 damage, and really let himself into a tight spot there. So luckily enough for Mo, though, picking up the win in game 3, which means, Scarzig, Mo is going to be showing up next weekend in the top 32 of the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal, also giving himself a shot to go ahead and qualify for the World Championship next month. But
another player that we have trying to qualify for Worlds. Those of you who are watching here who've been following along with the Seasonals might remember Sir Termund, a player. We're going into game 2 now of Sir Termund versus Cure the Living. He is a player who has really looked up to a lot of the big names that have appeared over and over again, top of the ladder, during the Seasonals, during major tournaments, that have a lot of clout and respect from the player base. And Sir Termund is determined to put his name amongst those top players. And he's had a massive showing so far. He top 4'd the last Seasonal. He's already qualified for Worlds. He's in it now for the recognition. He's in it for the money. And when you're playing for your own reputation, I think that you get even hungrier. Playing Targon now.
Well, yeah, and you know, in that interview that he had prior to the other Seasonals, he had mentioned that he kind of wanted to be one of those players that he looks up to, that people recognize on ladder. And let me tell you, I mean, I know the name. I don't know about everybody else watching, but I sure as heck know who Sir Termund is. Been a great player, performing incredibly over the last few months, and good to see him having some success yet again today during the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal. And look at this, playing Lee Sin, so one of the few players opting to bring it to the tournament today.
And Sir Termund, you know, might make a name for themselves as, again, part of the very, very tiny cabal of dedicated Lee Sin players. Made a bit of a splash during the previous Seasonal as well, not just for his top 4 finish, but for a very slimy Aurelia Azir game where he played triple Deus, and there were soldiers all over the place. It was chaos.
Well, hey, we keep talking about Sir Termund. What about Cure the Living? As some of you might...
Yeah, tell me about it, JDoza.
Yeah, some of you might actually recognize that name as well. I know I do. It's a name that we have also seen pop up during seasonals as well. And as far as seasonal points is concerned, again, popping up during seasonals, currently 6th in place there out of the 22 to go ahead and qualify just from seasonal tournament points. So again, not necessarily top cutting. So just again, for anybody watching, if you top 4 a seasonal, you get invited to Worlds. If you do not top 4 seasonal, but you place regularly pretty well in seasonals, there's a point system in place, and the top 22 of those people end up getting an invite to Worlds as well. And again, Cure the Living in 6. So a regular competitor in seasonals and a regular performer at that.
Oh, baby. Getting back to the game, we've got the Swain Leviathan combo now installed. No Lee Sin yet from Sir Termund, but Cure the Living is all the way down to 8 HP. Has been unable to answer this Zoe, is just getting whittled down based on the chip. There is a Will of Ionia in the hand of Sir Termund to send this Leviathan back where it came from, to buy just a little bit of extra time. And this Zoe might level up soon. If we get AoE lifesteal as part of the equation, based on Eye of the Dragon, then suddenly Scattered Pod becomes the beefiest, lifestealiest, elusive unit you're ever going to see.
Oh yeah, yep. Scattered Pod definitely making a name for itself in a few different decks as of late, now finding its way into Lee Sin. I know a lot of people are kind of questioning its place in Lee Sin, but I don't mind it. I mean, you never really mind an elusive unit that tutors, let alone a big elusive unit that tutors. So TF Swain notably too, I just do want to point out, I mean, I know you mentioned, you know, when we had the TF the Swain Leviathan on board, you know, again, we're in round 8. You know, we're watching people that have great records today that have the chance to potentially top cut here, and now we're starting to see TF Swain pop up just a little bit more. And at that, I'm gonna shout out myself a little bit here, because at least somebody's playing it and playing it well. Nivea is on the side of Sir Termund's lineup as well, so you gotta love to see it.
Yeah, a lot of the decks now, we saw towards the middle rounds, we saw decks that we knew just were good and were solid and were strong for the metagame. As we get to the final apex of the Swiss rounds, we're seeing the decks that, if they're played by a highly skilled player that is very familiar with the list, it elevates them to a entirely new level. Swain Twisted Fate, it got its start as a deck that was bad on the ladder, but only good in tournaments, specifically for this reason, is that you needed these high caliber players to pilot it effectively. So now, here it is. Swain Leviathan is set up.
Yeah, we have, man, that pod is stunned if I've ever seen something get stunned. But here is Lee Sin now.
So we've got Lee Sin. We've got the Zenith Blade. We've got, that's all you need, actually. There's only 8 HP.
Yeah.
So that means that Cure the Living needs to have a stun here. Needs to have something that hits the Nexus. Needs to get through the deny.
And I think, do you have to deny this? Because, like, this is your shot. Like, I think this might be Sir Termund's last chance to go in for the win. Because I don't
next round he's dead on a swing.
Yeah.
There's no double palm to rescue this.
I think he has to. There's
if you deny it, then you're playing into Cure the Living having a just another thing that pings the Nexus, a Death's Hand or a Make It Rain. You're looking for an Equinox here off the Zoe, right, with the super cool star chart. This is the line that Sir Termund has figured out is the best possibility.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so now the deny actually comes out, because you have to. I mean, if you lose your Zoe,
now that you're committing to this line, the odds of getting an Equinox, I think, is around 30%, versus the odds of Swain not having something that pings your Nexus.
Didn't get it. Yep, didn't get it. Yeah, there's, and right after that, we get the Shen emo, and that does mean that Sir Termund and Cure the Living We're going to go ahead and get into a game 3 here in just a second. Yeah.
If you get the Equinox there for the Leviathan,
maybe
you still have the means to maybe block and survive for another round.
Yep.
But didn't come through there. And who knows whatever else could have been in the hand, right, of Cure the Living, if there was, again, another Make It Rain or a Death's Hand. But game 3, we can see here in the preview screen, is going to be Ezreal Draven versus Lee Sin. JDoza, what do you think about this matchup?
I mean, I think Lee Sin has this wrapped up, personally. I don't think Draven Ezreal has enough reach to really get the job done, especially if we get an Eye of the Dragon down early, but, you know, that's usually the case with Lee Sin here. But then again, listen, we could just not draw Lee Sin. I mean, that's...
Yeah, Lee Sin, there's always a chance with Lee Sin, is that you just draw all spells and Cure the Living plays triple Sump Dredger with Draven and just beats you up.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about playing Lee Sin. But that's kind of... That's the thing, though, right? Whenever people bring Lee Sin to tournaments, you always know how good the Lee Sin player is by how well they play the deck without Lee Sin, which is pretty ironic.
That's always the secret.
Yeah.
Has the 1-mana Thermogenic Beam for the Zoe, stopping that horrible snowball from happening right on turn 1. And looking a little bit closer at Cure the Living's deck, there are 2 copies of Thorn of the Rose. So that means that an early play of one of those can stack a Tri-Beam, get a Guile to potentially punish a Lee Sin being played. It's going to shift the timing of when Sir Turman can actually get the Lee Sin into play. And with a Boom Baboon versus a Zoe, it's just a unit that you can swing with, and Sir Turman doesn't want to block.
Yeah, a little bit of free damage there, and it does look like, you know, of course, Cure the Living going the aggressive route. And we do have access to Eye of the Dragon if we want. We do have Gifts from Beyond in the hand. I don't think it's really something we can afford to play right now, though, because getting the Eye of the Dragon out this turn doesn't really do a whole lot. So I do like the Concussive Palm here. It gives you the additional blocker, which, honestly, maybe we just consider trading the tail here. It seems like Sir Turman thinking about taking the 3 damage. There's also trading the Zoe, which... I mean, God, man, that feels so bad. You know, you really want to
the odds of Zoe surviving and leveling up, though, are so slim that I think that this is a worthwhile trade in. If you can get one super cool star chart, I think you're happy.
Yeah, and now you have the tail to trade to the Sump Dredger, right? So things are looking on the up and up. Gifts from Beyond with eventually Zenith Blade onto the Eye of the Dragon, I think will be probably the route Sir Turman goes. I mean, we've seen this in the past where you kind of are forced to pillar on the Eye of the Dragon if you don't have the Lee Sin. Not to mention playing the Zenith Blade, you know, the Daybreak effect, you get another one from the deck. It thins the deck a little bit to actually draw that Lee Sin a little bit faster.
And if Cure the Living ends up in this terrible, like, spiral of putting all of the spells and resources into the Eye of the Dragon to clear, and Sir Turman continuously has the answers, like the Guiding Touch to beat out a Flock and things like that, then Cure the Living suddenly is going to be out of cards. But the Caster Prophecy is definitely coming to fruition here. We've got double Boom Baboon and double Sump Dredger threatening a lot of damage here.
This is a big turn. We need a, like, I was going to say Crescent Strike here, but we did not find it. We got a Messenger instead, which doesn't feel terrible, but that Deny does feel a little terrible. It's not really going to do a whole lot right now.
Yeah, you can drag the Eye of the Dragon up to the top there, and then just swing through with everything else. All the stats in play means the Eye of the Dragon is continuously under threat of being unable to trade.
We should be swapping Cure the Living. Wait, it goes from left to right, right? So Cure the Living should be pulling the Dragon.
Yeah, it's a little bit more efficient to put the lifesteal at the top, but once you get this late into the bracket, there's just tiny considerations here that maybe you just aren't thinking about completely fully, and we'll see, you know, if the 2 damage matters. That's 2 HP. That's like that's some really crazy odds you want to give to Lee Sin.
Yeah, that's gold for Lee Sin. 1 HP is good for Lee Sin. That might be a huge mistake that comes to bite Cure the Living here. You know, again, Cure the Living in a good spot to already qualify anyways, but still, I mean, That's, you know, Legends of
This is all training. This is all training.
Yeah.
Worlds. Because when you're playing against the world qualified players, like every match is going to be like, if I lose this match, I'm out.
And for anybody who might be new to the game or something like that, you know, if you're wondering what we're talking about, essentially kind of Legends of Runeterra attacking 101. If your opponent's at 20 health and has a lifesteal unit and you have a challenger unit, obviously the lifesteal will not overheal for over 20 in this game. So you want to pull that unit first so it's the first one to strike before you do damage so that they actually don't get it at the end of the attack chain there. So right there, because of that, Cure the Living dealing 2 less damage to Determined, and yeah, with Lee Sin
potentially even, you know, potentially could have healed for more if there was a Pale Cascade or something of that nature as well. Could have offset a lot more of that attack. So a little bit of an inefficiency there, but not as punished as it could have been. Finally, Thorn of the Rose coming down. If there's a Tri-Beam and Probulator in this hand, it is going to be massively stacked. Tri-Beam and Probulator is a 5-mana spell, often run in Ezreal Draven, always run in Ezreal Draven, that when you play a card that costs 3 mana, it ticks up another number. And then when you cast it, it deals whatever number it's set at to a unit, and then summon a random unit with that mana cost. So the longer you can hold on to it and play more 3-mana cards, it gets bigger and bigger. And here it is, Guile into Flock, taking advantage of the fact Sir Turman does not have the mana to defend Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, big play there from Cure the Living, I think. You know, Sir Turman's still sitting pretty at 17, thanks to how long the Eye of the Dragon did stick around. There's currently no real way to there's no way to search it or get it out into the field with something like Gifts from Beyond, but we do have, you know, Shadow Assassin for a little bit of draw, so we have some things we can do here. Looks like we are going to throw down the Shadow Assassin, I imagine, just, you know, kind of give you that chump blocker there. But Ezreal gonna be really big here. I mean, it's gonna force the elusive block most likely to avoid that Mystic Shot, which means 1 less blocker for the rest of the field. But there's the Gift from the Beyond off the top, Scarzig. That's another Eye of the Dragon in hand.
That's another Eye of the Dragon. That's another Dragon Link. Continued stabilization. Removing the elusive blockers. This needs to be denied.
Yep.
Absolutely. And this is also denying 2 targeting procs for leveling up Ezreal.
That's huge. And now no mana for the Mystic Shot. So I think all in all, that's actually a really high value deny for Sir Turman, and that's kind of what you want to see. It feels bad not getting the Eye of the Dragon down this turn, which is what we could have used that 4 mana on, but all in all, I think that works out for Sir Turman.
And with the basically with the elusive units being able to trade into the Thorn of the Roses rather than take down the Ezreal, because this is such a minion light deck, it is very difficult to level up Ezreal. And so you can kind of leave him alive. You're kind of chilling at this point. In a couple rounds, you'll have Scattered Pod as a blocker against him. There's always a chance you draw another Concussive Palm. We finally see Lee Sin in the hand of Sir Turman. It's just all about finding the opportunity to get him into play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Scarzig. I keep looking at that blue Nexus health total there, and I'm seeing a 7 instead of a 9.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna keep, because listen, as the Draven Ezreal player, I mean, dealing 7 damage is doable. I mean, that's within range of this deck being able to close out the game. And honestly,
yeah, because 7 damage is 2 decimates.
Yeah,
but 9 damage is 2 decimates and a lot of work.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And right here, you know, stunning this Dragonling. Anyways, this is looking.
We've seen this before. The forbidden line from Draven Ezreal here, that they just stun your board with the Arachnoid Sentry and the Guile from Thorn of the Rose to just hit you really hard.
I like how he hovered the result there of the Bastion on the Arachnoid Sentry ability, because I'm not gonna lie, every time I play Bastion on an ability,
that's godlike. The Time Winder comes through. This is gonna bring Flame Chompers into play. Ping the spell shield off of the Dragonling so it will get stunned by the Arachnoid Sentry. Even more mana needs to be spent by Sir Turman just to stay alive this round. 17 HP is still pretty healthy against a Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it feels bad because you can't necessarily just play Lee Sin now, which is what you would have liked to do for a blocker. because you don't even really have a way to. We have no spells in hand to trigger the barrier. So, and you don't want to put damage onto Lee Sin because then it's opened up to, you know, so many different removal options on the side of Cure the Living. So this is, man.
Oh my god, yeah, and the Guile still comes through.
I think
Cure the Living wants to kill this round, and looking at the deck a little bit closer at Sir Turman's build, there's only one copy of Bastion. So here it is, the 2 HP.
Wait, what do we got? I think Sir Turman actually... I love that.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
They have the mana for Mystic Shot, but my god, like if that ended up like mattering that Sir Turman survived at exactly 2 HP.
I'm just saying.
There's the Mystic Shot. Because you have to hush your Dragonling to cleanse the stun, you also cleanse its lifesteal.
Yeah.
No healing was granted there.
So it did kind of matter. It kind of mattered. Okay.
Whew.
It was.
So that is game 3. Going to Cure the Living, taking down Lee Sin with Ezreal Draven, a matchup that, outside of that specific circumstance, where you draw all of your early mid-game units and pressure versus Lee Sin, is more often than not an unfavored matchup. The Lee Sin, Sir Turman wasn't able to get that tempo to create the space they needed to put their win condition down. The Eye of the Dragons were actually answered quite beautifully before they were able to stabilize.
Yeah, you know, I agree. You know, generally, I'm going to say Lee Sin wins that match. And you even saw the Lee Sin finally get drawn there. And which is that was within, like, you know, maybe average timing, you know, reasonable timing. I don't necessarily expect Lee Sin to draw it in the first hand.
Even if you draw it, it's very rare that you get a chance to play it on curve. So as long as you draw it by like round 7, 8 is when you want to see it.
Exactly, yeah. So you have deny protection, stuff like that. So, and yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, you know, Draven Ezreal just drawing all of the needed aggression early on there. And the stuns, man, the amount of stuns that came out and really did
Thorn of the Rose as an extra tech. Some players run it, some players don't, and there are just there's pros and cons, and that's one of the matchups where having the extra stuns is enormous.
So, all right, we are 8 rounds through the day, Scarzig. We're about to get into the very last round of the day here. And I got to say, I am very impressed with all the players right now. It does seem like in round 8, we're starting to see, like we had talked about earlier, like you had mentioned, we're starting to see some of that fatigue start to come into play.
The cracks are starting to show. The players have been playing all day. They've been grinding it out. They've been taking breaks just like we have. Just like the audience has, but even during their breaks, they're constantly thinking about, okay, I have to ban this if I'm going up against this lineup. I'm learning from my mistakes, or maybe they're vociferating on their mistakes they made in the past.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we are going to be getting into round 9 in just a second, but we will also be going to a quick break. And with that said, when we do come back, hopefully we'll have an update on some of the other players and where their records are at for the day. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal last round. And we are back for the Rise of the Underworlds conclusion to this seasonal for round number 9. My name is JDoza, joined by the one and only Scarzig.
Hello, hello.
Scarzig, man. Whew! Today has been absolutely insane. I love seeing all of these close games. And now that we're coming to the closure of the entire tournament, we have some updates on who is actually qualified.
Yeah, we have some numbers finally for the audience members who have been following along with the players that we've been fortunate enough to watch here on the broadcast. But we do have access to some of the numbers that players have gotten for their wins and loss records over across the rest of the Swiss rounds. We're going to get an update now from JDoza if you want to give us a quick rundown.
Yeah, for sure. So the biggest thing here is I do want to go through a few people that have already qualified. Like they're 8-0 or they're done, they're good to go. So we have Nalkpus, which is a name that we haven't necessarily heard of. I know I haven't heard of that name before, but they are qualified. But then we have Kevor sitting at 8-0 right now. Obviously 8-0 means you're going to go X-1 at worst. You're going to make it. Zorig, who we saw earlier, is definitely going to qualify. Mo, also at 8-0, definitely going to go ahead and qualify. And last but not least, confirmed qualifying, a name that I hold close to my heart just because he was around since beta and was in some of the earliest tournaments, and I was kind of pulling for him to actually top here. The one and only BBG, baby girl, whatever you want to go ahead and call him. He is in the top cut. I'm sure he is equally as excited, if not way more excited, about being in the top
Wow,
cut.
yeah. Big congrats to all the players that are already qualified. That is an enormous achievement on making it to the top 32 again in such a late seasonal. The players that you're going up against are players who have played in the Swiss and in the seasonals over and over again, are so used to grinding the ladder to get those points, to get that training in, and the competition is even more fierce. So BBG definitely deserves that spot, and I honestly wish there was more spots in the top 32.
Yeah.
But whoever makes it, there's never been an undeserving player. You know that everybody here is playing clean, and they're here to win.
All right, so we're all going to rally behind Scarzig to protest for top 64 in 2022, right?
Oh my God.
Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, yeah. We'll have 2 or 3 caster pairs. We'll take 12-hour shifts.
Yeah. Hey, I'm down. I'll do 20 rounds. I'm here all day, every day. I got it. So one of the person that is qualified, but I wanted to mention it in a little bit of a different vein, is Henneke. Henneke sitting at 8-0. We mentioned this earlier on in the day. Henneke, that means officially, as of right now anyways, Henneke is the first person to have qualified or made the top cut for now 4 seasonals. 4. And Henneke also the only person to have top 4'd 2 seasonals. Right? So, has not won
incredibly
yet,
consistently strong performances from Henneke, and it's honestly a wonder that this isn't the sort of player that you're hearing about constantly. Maybe they just like to scrim and study in the shadows and grind, and then just show up here where there's a lot of money on the line. Getting to that top cut, getting a piece of that prize pool for the top 32, regardless of the world's situation, you know, it's still nice to have that nice bonus check bankrolling you and your adventures heading through the Runeterra competitive scene as well.
Yeah, and Black Boss, as we mentioned, in a similar vein, topped the last 3 straight seasonals, and is now out, so not going to be able to make it 4 in a row there. Also, though, we do still have Majin Bay at 6-2 and does have good tiebreakers. As well as What Am I, who might have good tiebreakers, a little bit lower there on the pecking order, I think, than Majin.
Still impressive with the Targon lineup.
Oh yeah, 100%. So they can also go ahead and get their 4th one there. But more importantly, what we're doing for round 9, Scarzig, who do we got lined up here for the last round of the day?
The final player we're going to be following here in the last round is going to be Squeeby, who is currently 7-1, needs this win to get in, right? Needs to be 8 wins in. Does not have the ladder blessing, can't take that second loss, needs to win this round to make the top 32. Squeeby is a player who's been doing a lot for the community in terms of, you know, organizing tournaments and scrims, has been grinding, helped out with Duckling, right, winning the previous seasonal, but hasn't managed to have a large success of his own right. He's gotten very close numerous times. I think made the top 32 in a previous seasonal, but now is on the hard grind as the door is slowly closing to get onto the Worlds stage.
Yeah, and the thing with Squeeby too, again, going back to the seasonal points, the 22 spots that are available with just performing well consistently at seasonals. So because of that top cut previously in a seasonal, Squeeby might be able to just do really well in this seasonal and not top 4, but still get an invite to Worlds. So maybe something like a top 8 plus that top 32 from before combined could give enough points. But honestly, I mean,
you still got to make the top 32 though.
Yeah, we still got that stepping stone. So one step at a time here. But definitely very, very excited to see if Squeeby can pull it off here. But we are going to go ahead and check out Squeeby's decks before we go and get into the round itself. And oh, what do you know? We have another Draven Ezreal player here, and playing a lot of the similar cards that we just saw in last round. We got a Time Winder in there. We do have another Tech Thorn of the Rose, as you can see there, but otherwise pretty similar build to what we've been seeing throughout the day, Scarzig.
Very stable Time Winder tech. We haven't seen any like ridiculous tri-beams. We know that overall it's become less of the main focus of the deck. It's still one of the most potent things this archetype can do, but it's not just all in and let tri-beam carry you. There's a lot more nuance and shifting around of what's actually going to be carrying you through.
All right, and for the second deck here on the side of Squeeby, we have the Plunder deck, which we've been seeing a lot of today.
Squeeby was the first player that we did see on the broadcast running the Entreat as well.
Yes.
For the Gangplank Sejuani, and maybe an indication that Squeeby's actually been grinding and studying with this deck. Once you hit that level of mastery where you recognize how central the Gangplank and the Sejuani is to this game plan, we could see again, Squeeby just make this deck look like it is the tier 1 monstrosity that it seems to be making itself out to be.
Yeah, and we did see it earlier, and it seemed like it was that tier 1 deck. The last couple of rounds, or maybe the last round anyways, it didn't seem to be as big of a deal. We're starting to see TF Swain and things of that nature pop up. But this other deck here, last but not least, Akshan, Sivir, Zed, going with 3 champions here. Some people only opting for just Sivir Zed or just Sivir Akshan, which we've seen plenty of times today. This deck ran in numerous ways, and it doesn't seem to be going away. Does not seem to be going away, Scarzig. We are still going to have to continue to deal with this sort of combo-esque Sivir plus Ghost plus Flurry of Fist type deck. Just trying to take home games in single turns. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, though. I have not been incredibly impressed with this deck today and these Sivir decks.
Yeah,
I
agree with that immensely. Players knew what they were going to be going up against. A lot of their lineups are targeting this one very heavily. Notably because players are trying to get the best of both worlds, where the archetype started off as Sivir Akshan and then shifted to Sivir Zed as a way to punish Akshan as being an early unit that doesn't want to block. But now I think by maybe trying to play it both ways, the deck might be hurting itself a little bit and is being exploited. Squeeby, we're just getting word, is actually going to be going up against Nalkpus, who we said earlier did already qualify.
Yeah, so Nalkpus kind of not really much on the line now. Technically, I will say that there's points on the line, right? Every win you get points. I'm not sure if that affects Nalkpus qualifying for Worlds or not, but Squeeby, on the other hand, everything is on the line for Squeeby right now. The possibility of a Worlds qualification, let alone just getting into the top cut here of today's seasonal for Rise of the Underworld. So this is a huge game. Like, this is a great way to end the day.
For Squeeby in the last round as well, where if you can go 8-0, you can qualify a little bit earlier, take a breather. But when it's coming down to the wire like this, and there's so much on the line, like plus the fatigue of competing all day, there's so many factors that are going to try to make Squeeby crack. And if Nalkpus is playing some sort of lineup or a list that gets a high roll or a lucky draw, who knows if that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back and Squeeby just goes to tilt town and we could just really see like a great game just go to shambles. I think that obviously Squeeby is a very, very well-seasoned competitor that is going to resist the tilt as much as possible, but he's never been in a situation like this before, where there's so much riding on these games. Nalkpa's actually running Ezreal Karma. We talked about Lee Sin being a deck that only a select few will bother to run. Ezreal Karma being the other in the metagame.
Yeah, so I had mentioned this very briefly, very, very briefly at the beginning of the tournament today, Scarzig. And basically what I had mentioned is this, I personally like Ezreal Karma. I like the play style. I think it feels very similar to the Ezreal Karma deck of old that, you know, some of you OG people might remember when Ezreal, you know, and Karma could do.
I don't think it's that ridiculous, but
well, no, I don't think, but it has that same sort of feel, right? You can't 20-0, but it still just has that feel that I like personally. And but it seems like the lesser deck when you're choosing between this and Lee Sin or even Anivia for that matter is just kind of like a control-y type deck. This is a deck that I don't think necessarily Squeeby was prepared for, because I don't think a lot of people expected to see a lot of Karma. So I'm very curious to see how that one goes. Oh wow, look, Akshan Sivir, Scarzig again.
Yeah, so again, running the classic style, the one that started the trend, the one that you want everybody else potentially to adapt to. Only one copy of Spirit's Refuge, so there is room for an aggressive deck to really give this deck a run for its money, being unable to heal. But we've yet to see the full combo come to fruition, and who knows if this deck might just be another debate. Nalpas wants you to ban the meta deck, and then you get to play your two control decks, Zoe Lee Sin and Karma Ezreal.
All right, just opting to play both. You know, I had mentioned, like I said, Karma seems like the worst version, but you know, if you really are all on that control bandwagon, maybe this is the route to go. What I will say is, you know, if Nalkpis does get paired up against somebody like Mo in the top cut as well, you know, maybe this is a lineup that maybe Mo has some problems with, things of that nature. So it's very interesting to see this lineup come out of Nalkpis here. Nalkpis, by the way, so we kind of mentioned before how a little bit of a new name, haven't seen Nalkpis much. So Nalkpis is actually Alan Wu from Magic the Gathering. It's actually a former professional player and also a former member of the Magic the Gathering design team. So you love to see it. You love to see people from
I can
other
definitely
games
understand a Magic the Gathering player wanting to pilot a little bit more intricate decks like Lee Sin and Karma. Lee Sin gets banned. Karma and Sivir are on the table for Squeeby, with Plunder being taken off the table. So we could potentially see a Sivir Mirror, and then Ezreal Draven.
Wow.
So
right.
Sivir Zed versus Karma Ezreal. When we just took a quick look at Nalkis' deck, I don't know if it can deal with this deck effectively. You need the Mystic Shots for the Zed. Double Ruin Runner. Is this a keep? Just play big unit on curve that Nalkis just can't deal with efficiently?
Trip Ruin Runner, right? That's the way to go. You just can't.
You got the ghost. Maybe you mulligan it because you need Flurry of Fists, right?
Yeah. And Zed early as well. I mean, this is looking to be panning out pretty good for Squeeby, but actually considering getting rid of the other Rune Runner, I mean, maybe thinking, okay, Rune Runner actually on 5 is a little bit late, and I definitely understand the consideration.
Are you thinking you just want an earlier curve, try to snowball a bit better? Maybe get Akshan on 2. Try to look for it. This deck only has Shadow Assassin, Ezreal, and Scattered Pod for elusive blockers. I think that Ghost is still a very likely condition here.
Yeah, so we'll see what's off top. Rockhopper on 2, just when you want to see it, Scarzig. That's going to feel really good for Squeeby here. Again, with everything on the line, if Squeeby loses, Squeeby really loses. Squeeby is not going to make the top cut and also loses the chance at qualifying for Worlds. All the marbles here, and this Sandhopper coming in clutch on turn 2.
Yeah, Nalkpis just playing the Fallen Feline to absorb the Roiling Sands. Put the Hexite Crystal in the deck. Hexite Crystal, if it's predicted, it will automatically get added to the hand, or you can just draw it naturally, of course. It's a 2-mana spell that deals 2 damage to the enemy board as well as their Nexus.
There we go. Treasure Seeker as well coming down. Not wanting to commit the Zed on turn 3 with Nalkvis having the attack token there, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to be able to play Zed with the protection, right?
Squeeby is still waiting on a Twin Disciplines or Sharp Sight draw. If Nalkvis's hand is very low quality, could take the risk of just saying, I need to throw out Mystic Shot to call Squeeby out on bluffing, right? Like, if you play Zed and your opponent has 3 mana open, you might be scared of taking that risk where your spell gets eaten, right? But if Nalkvis is forced to take that bluff, call that bluff, put the Mystic Shot on the stack, then Zed is protected by Spirit's Refuge, but you aren't, like, pushing any extra damage the way you would want to with a Sharp Sight, potentially.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an awkward scenario here for Squeeby. We do have that 4 mana up for the Spirit's Refuge, like you mentioned. So we will be able to potentially save Zed if that's going to be an issue here. But we do have to put the pressure on, you know. So again, back to that mulligan, considering dropping Rune Runner. You know, going up against something like Karma Ezreal, you cannot afford to not be the aggressor and not really try to turn things on early. The problem is there is a lot of removal. That actually...
Wow, so
really
5
good.
mana Deep Meditation needs some fuel.
Ooh, okay. Do we deny this or do we
I
Spirit's
kind
Refuge?
of like the deny, unless you wanted to save it for Concussive Palm down the road.
Yeah,
because when you actually look at the deck, there's not a lot of things to deny outside of Palm and Will, and that's probably going to be the one thing that shuts down your combo. So I do like the Spirit's Refuge here. It just means that you get to swing with Zed, because Nalkvis can't block this, right? You need the Eye of the Dragon to survive.
Yeah, and this levels up the Zed. And yeah,
and if Zed levels up, being able to share the stats and keywords means that this ghost that is in the hand is going to punch through for even more damage here in a couple rounds.
Yeah, no,
this suddenly turns the tides of the matchup.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, this Zed being leveled up is insane right now. I mean, you are going to get a little bit of lifesteal from Nalkvis here, but oof. I mean, this is a really quick start from Squeeby. And Nalkvis, honestly, playing that Deep Meditation, I mean, the second you saw that Deep Med, that is an absolute just red flag of, all right, Nalkvis's hand is just not too hot right now. I mean, that's a really good sign for Squeeby, and I think that with Ghost in hand, with Flurry of Fist, I think that this kind of OTK combo potential might even just come online next turn. I mean, we're going to have a double attack Zed maybe with Elusive, and now that means with him leveled up, for those of you who don't know, leveled up Zed, all of the keywords get copied on over to his Shadow. So that means we're going to have 2 double attack Elusive Zeds on board. That's a big deal. And yep, there's the deny. Woo!
And so the deny comes through onto the Thermogenic Beam, and if Nalkvis does not have Concussive Palm
Squeeby just
or
wins.
Gotcha to stop this Zed, it's going to go through. If the top deck for Squeeby here is Shape Stone, oh man, yeah, you can't go all in just yet on the Ghost Flurry of Fists, but
you really
this is still a strong attack simply because of the quick attack, and it creates another quick attack 4/3. No, because of the deny, no Dragon Link for Nalkvis here.
Yeah, you know, as much as the Ghost and Flurry of Fists just has, like, win more written all over it, diversifying kind of your threats here with this Rune Runner, when you already kind of, you're in control of the tempo on board, yeah, and see, we see here, we would have gotten blown out by the Concussive Palm. In a perfect world, that's what Squeeby, like you mentioned before, wanted to use Deny on, because that single card probably shuts down the most aggression out of Squeeby and all the cards of Nalkvis's deck. Kind of not necessarily 2-for-1ing, because you don't necessarily get the card advantage, but as far as board tempo is concerned, that's exactly what it does. And this is rough now.
So Nalkvis is very far behind, has to put the Eye of the Dragon in danger. You have potentially a Shape Stone to trade into the Eye of the Dragon. This forces Nalkvis to have a Mystic Shot to save the Dragon. And the question is, do you save the Shape Stone for your combo? Do you want to get this off the board? Are you fearing the lifesteal? I think because there's so much burst damage available from Squeeby, maybe you don't even care about the 12 versus 14 HP debate.
All right, it's looking like this is pretty good to go ahead and lock in.
Shapestone, yeah, Shapestone can also offset some of the math around a removal spell killing the Zed.
I see Squeeby keep looking down as well, either at like a phone or tablet or something.
Yeah, probably. We saw earlier with Monte Cristo, he had a pen in hand and was writing down some of the enemy's plays, keeping track of how many of each card there is. So here is the time trick, which predicts. You get to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, pick one, and then it's drawn to your hand.
No Hexite Crystal. That was kind of the high roll I'm sure Nalpus was kind of hoping for there. It's what you love to see as the Karma Ezreal player. I don't know if it would have done too much here because it doesn't actually kill the Zed and only pops the Spell Shield and the Ruin Runner, but a free card is a free card.
It would have been also the second spell for the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah. And look at this hand from Squeeby. This hand literally has OTK or combo written all over it. this is like, hey, just play me. Play all of me. Play every single card.
What's so strong about this line is the forking potential. You can just play the Waking Sands. And then Nalpus is like, okay, I have to develop another blocker. It allows you to distribute your combo into a wide attack rather than having to cast a bunch of buffs on a Zed and hope your opponent has no stun.
Ooh, this is dangerous for Squeeby now because this sets up the Zed for a Mystic Shot or, okay.
Thermogenic Beam number 3.
Plays around the Shaped Stone too, but we do have another Spirit's Refuge. It's so weird seeing Spirit's Refuge to like basically deny all this removal all of a sudden. But it does the job. It's basically acting as a pseudo deny in this matchup so far, both times.
And so that's all 3 Thermogenic Beams down. Nalpus, because you can't float spell mana with a Thermogenic Beam, as we get into the later stages of the game, there's kind of less mana in the chamber. Dragonling is created. So now Squeeby has to crunch some numbers. Do I go wide with the Waking Sands? I've got 11 mana to work with. You can cast everything in the hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said before. Like, literally, this hand just screams, play me. I'm actually surprised to not see the Waking Sands committed. I mean, maybe just valuing the open attack to something like, again, you know, Concussive Palm being an issue. Because I think
it doesn't have Overwhelm, so the Waking Sands is a little bit undervalued because of the Dragonling. Just gonna commit here.
Okay, yeah, this is still threatening lethal even with that Dragonling.
Yep. Has the Shapestone to cover Mystic Shot. Has the Twin Disciplines now.
All right, here's the Disciplines. This saves the Zed. Now, is there another response from Nalpus? I mean, usually you gotta figure there is. Karma Ezreal always has so many responsive cards in hand. Let's see what it is. All right,
Deep Med.
That's a good
Drops
sign.
down to 3, so no Palm. Needs to get specifically Mystic Shot
or Hexite Crystal. Wow. Wait a second. Yeah, Shapestone on Shapestone, I think, saves this. And is this still lethal? It is. The
Shapestone.
Wow.
Means that Zed goes all the way up to 8 attack.
And that's going to be game 1 going to Squeeby. His life on the line, but doing a fantastic job piloting this Sivir deck against a really, not necessarily an unknown deck, but a deck that we were just not really expecting to see much of today. I'm sure Squeeby wasn't either. You know, taking care of it really, really well there in game number 1. And now we'll see what gets queued up for game 2 here. It's looking like Draven Ezreal is going to be the next one for Squeeby.
Nalpus can stay on the Karma Ezreal just to stay fresh, keep the deck going. You're already in the mindset for the list. Sometimes players will switch just to get a different, just to kind of shake up their opponent a little bit, make them adapt to a new matchup, and kind of reset, right? It's just a nice mental reset to shift your decks here.
Squeeby. Can he do it? I would personally love to see Squeeby make it as well. I mean, you know, we just mentioned earlier BBG making the top cut here. Some other big names making the top cut. Henneke. I mean, to get Squeeby in here as well would be absolutely outstanding. You could see Squeeby covered his nose with his shirt. I'm sure he's starting to freak out a little bit. He's 1 game up, 1 game away from clinching it here. And Nalquist again.
Not
Nalquist
keeping
already
the
in.
tri-beam.
Yeah, no tri-beam. Which is weird. I mean, generally you want to keep it early, right?
Yeah, typically you keep it in your opening hand so all of your 3 drops starts to stack up. But Squeeby does not think that's the win condition in this matchup. Wants to get on board early. Didn't mulligan looking for Draven or Sump Dredger.
Right, now having to go up against basically what he just played. Sort of. There's no Zed in this version.
Yeah, there is 2 copies of Deny in the Sivir Action as well.
One Spirit's
So
Refuge.
can't really rely on it. But now we've got the Waking Sands. Look at this aggressive start from Malphus. Forces the Thermogenic Beam just so you don't take 7 on round 2.
Well, I think, you know, smart decision for both players, right? Nalquist understanding that, you know, Draven Ezreal, no heal. If you're aggressive and can win out quick, it's going to be a problem for Squeeby to deal with. And Squeeby recognizing that's his weakness. So, okay, it's looking like we're going to have to spend this Thermo Beam to prevent 5 damage. And I think Squeeby's actually okay with that at the end of the day.
Yeah, so we've got the pass here. With just a 2-1 in play, Squeeby can kind of take a little bit more damage for the sake of floating the mana. But yeah, with this setup, another Treasure Seeker, another threat of Waking Sands, Squeeby is going to need to get on the board after all. Has the Static Shock next round to clear the 2-1s. And I suppose the question remains, do you trade the Ezreal into the Waking Sands?
Yeah, you know, right after you said, yeah, go ahead and play the Ezreal, like, that was the first thought that came to my mind is do we actually take this trade? Because 100% Nalquist is going to go ahead and try to force it. Because that's really, I mean, you have to do that, but it looks like instead of going with the Static Shock, we're going to go ahead and stun the Sandstone Charger instead, which means, okay, I don't mind this, because if we do block one Treasure Seeker, we're only taking 2 damage, right? So that's not terrible. And we could technically block both and still keep the Ezreal.
Minimizing the damage that you take. The Arachnoid Sentry is a pretty efficient way to pop a spell shield down the road. But this isn't really going to come down to a combo the way the last game did, where you have to burst your opponent down. It's just a matter of Nalquist getting such an insurmountable board advantage that just a standard Sivir plus Rune Runner can swing through. No Akshan yet is the saving grace here, so we don't have to worry about the Warlord's Palace ticking down, giving this deck more card draw. So Squeeby's doing a fantastic job of holding the fort. Only taken 6 HP so far. Still has the Static Shock to clear these 1 HP units.
Yeah, really getting punished for not being able to utilize the Static Shock there. I mean, that entire board was just one giant, juicy Static Shock. We just didn't have it because we had to commit the mana. And yeah, the problem that Squeeby's running into is we just have too many higher costing cards a little bit too early in the game. And yeah, that's exactly, we see the head shaking. We see potentially Sump Dredger getting rid of this Scorched Earth. Why? Well, Scorched Earth is pretty much useless right now, and we need something. I mean, that's not bad. That Mystic Shot is probably the one card you definitely wanted to see right now, just because we don't really have enough mana to do anything else this turn.
Yeah, with the Scorched Earth, you have to pop the spell shield, then damage the unit, and it's way too many hoops to jump through and for a 3-mana spell.
This is a good attack with Sump Treasure, though. I mean, it trades quite nicely with everything. But okay, we're gonna Thermo Beam to get rid of the spell shield.
If you're getting rid of the spell shield on the Rune Runner, that simply means you aren't attacking with the Sump Treasure, right?
Yeah.
We saw a quick hover from Squeeby onto the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and it's stacked up to the point where if Nalquist does not just open attack, then the Tri-Beam punish potentially comes through. From a position like this, if Nalquist commits a Sivir or something of that nature, there won't be mana for Deny. Yep, so here it is, Tri-Beam, getting a 5-drop, nullifying this overwhelm damage and getting another blocker. 5 mana units on average have roughly 5/5 in stats. So
ooh, that's perfect. That's all you needed right there.
that is
4 attack.
actually stellar.
Unless there's
It's got to be Shape Stone.
That's going to feel really bad if there's a Shaped Stone. I mean, it just kind of is what it is at that point. But that's a lot of damage coming through if that's the case. You got to do it, Squeebs. Yeah, go ahead. Submit the block.
It's only better if you get exactly like the 5-5 or like a 6-5, right? But
wow. So unfortunate. And
yeah, we've got the Mystic Shot, the Static Shock.
See, now
Draven,
we're drawing
Boom
the
Baboon.
cards that we wanted at the beginning of the game. We wanted Boom Baboon and Draven at the beginning of the game in the Mystic Shot. Instead, we got all of our 4 and 5 cost cards, which is really what led to where we're at.
I think you could play the Draven first, or the Boom Baboon, just to see if Nalkbus spends under deny mana again, because you need the Static Shock not only to hit a key target, you need to draw the card from this position. Running very low on resources, and this is what the Shurima decks do to you. When you're playing Ruin Runner into Ruin Runner, because the Spell Shield absorbs another resource from the opponent, you just run out of cards by having to deal with these massive threats. Eventually, something will stick is sort of the play line for these decks. Has more defense for the Ruin Runner.
It's going to keep it alive, which means more damage potentially pushed by Nalkbus on the following attack turn here. And honestly, not enough removal on the side of Squeeby to actually deal with this board. So, I mean, Nalkbus doing a great job of keeping the threats alive and really keeping the pressure on Squeeby to, it's looking like, bring it to a game 3 here. Just a second. That's Sivir. That is not good for Squeeby. Things are looking pretty dire right now.
Yeah, there's just no clean answer here. You play the Draven because you want some discard fodder with the Rummage, but this just gives Nalkbus the chance now to attack. Ghost on Sivir means that she's going to swing and Flurry of the Fist. So combo does indeed come through. Sivir's going to share these keywords with the rest of her comrades, and there's no way to survive this, unfortunately.
Love the Zillion emote. Love the Zillion emote.
Yeah, even with no other units attacking alongside her.
Yeah, there's Rummage here is going to grab a whole lot of not useful cards. And that is going to be Sivir taking home game number 2 with the double attack there. Also going to level up, so we'll probably still get to see this sweet little animation here. Shen emotes up. And we are going to go ahead and get a game 3 here between Squeeby.
When you're up 1-0, you really like your opportunity to just close it out for a clean, just back-to-back victory, and your prayers are answered. But now, going into game 3, this is the final shot that Squeeby has to make this top 32 to keep his dream alive of qualifying for Worlds. There was a previous seasonal performance from Squeeby that got him a decent standing, but needs to collect even more of these qualification points by making a top 32. It comes down to this game. Draven Ezreal versus Karma Ezreal.
Draven Ezreal. Ezreal's still making a name for himself. And just as a little tidbit here, it was the Empires of the Ascended seasonal where Squeeby was able to make the top cut there. Actually playing TLC, Nasus, and Aesol Demacia. So very, very different meta back then versus now, just to kind of give everybody a little bit of perspective there as we get into game 3. And we'll see which Ezreal gets the better of the other here, with Draven or with Karma. Scarzig, you excited or what?
This, I'm honestly just, I can feel the stress through the screen, through the internet of Squeeby. He's got to keep it together. Not only is so much on the line, but this is the final round of 9 rounds of Swiss. These players have been playing all day. Trying to keep your mental health up is such a huge part of being a card game competitor. We've got some early game now. Turn 2 Ballistic Bot, Boom Baboon. There's definitely some tempo in this hand. And if we consider this matchup similar to the previous one, where Tri-Beam is never going to resolve, then it's going to come down to this early aggression and Nalkbus completely whiffing on Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, no Eye of the Dragon, but I got to say, generally speaking, I think one of the reasons why Draven Ezreal has become so prominent is because it doesn't have to deal with decks like this on the side of Nalkbus. And honestly, I think this is an uphill battle for Squeeby. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be rough. I think, we could do it, but oh man, this double I mean, getting these Hexite crystals, if we're able to pull some Hexite crystals early as well on the side of Nalquist, that's going to spell disaster for Squeeby. So we do have the gotcha, deals with the
discounted. When you draw gotcha, it only costs 2 mana on that specific turn. And just to push through a little bit of damage, but also keep these blockers alive, Nalquist recognizing, if I can just keep playing defense, then the game is massively in my favor. Because this deck has things like Will of Ionia and Concussive Palm, Captain Farron is not really a threat. And if you get to round 10 and the Karma Ezreal deck is still at 20 HP, there is no miracle with the Decimates or the Ezreals that's going to give you an out.
Yeah, and on turn 4, attacking with a Boom Baboon and Draven, not really that great right here. I mean, we have 2 chump blockers. Maybe we take the Draven. Nope, we just have another gotcha there. That is rough for Squeeby. The aggression that we do actually have just not really coming through. And like you mentioned, we make it to turn 10. Nalquist still at 20. I mean, it's looking like that might be the case because Nalquist sitting pretty right now going into turn 5, still at 20 Nexus health.
Yeah, just keeps on spending this removal, and maybe this is the line that gives Squeeby a chance at victory. If Nalquist just keeps answering everything 1 for 1, or maybe 2 cards for 1, maybe Nalquist just runs out of steam. If Squeeby can continuously play out these threats, then there could be a chance for Squeeby to just take control of the board and swing through. Right now, he's considering casting the Tri-Beam right now versus the Ezreal.
Yeah, so Ezreal hitting the board. Definitely, pretty good for Nalquist. There's no immediate way to deal with it unless we commit this Tri-Beam for 5, which feels a little bit bad, having to utilize all that mana there. I don't think... Actually, Tri-Beam is at 3, I believe.
Yeah, Tri-Beam is stacked up to 3 right now. Maybe going on the outside chance that it does get stacked up a little bit more. You don't want to cast Tri-Beam for 3 because you can hit things like Solitary Monk, bounce your board back, and offset that tempo. So it's going to be Thermo for Thermo. Nalquist down to 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, Nalquist actually... So, card advantage-wise, Nalquist falling behind here. So, once... This is kind of the window, right? Squeeby, between turn 6, when we get the attack token back, and turn 10, needs to close out the game, needs to start putting the aggression on. And the problem that we have right now is that all we have is a lonely Ezreal and now a Boom Baboon off the top to really put pressure on. That's not what we're really looking for here. We have a Tri-Beam as well, but we can't play that right now. We needed to get stacked, a little bit further up there, like you had mentioned, Scarzig. This is not the greatest hand to really try to close out the game between turn 6 and 10. Maybe you level Ezreal. Maybe the Ezreal is actually what closes out this game, but even Ezreal is not that close to leveling yet.
Yeah, exactly. The Karma Ezreal deck is such a minion-light deck that you lose out on targets to actually level up the Ezreal. And anything that you do play, something like a Static Shock perhaps, down the line, where it's 2 targets for Ezreal and much-needed card draw, could get denied.
Oh, Squeeby playing for his life here. Again, on the cusp of potentially being eliminated from this seasonal. And from Worlds qualification as well, as we do need this seasonal on the side of Squeeby to actually qualify. There's the spinning axe there to hopefully utilize one of these flame chompers to his advantage to pull the Ezreal. That does still leave the kitty cat on field here as a blocker for the Boom Baboon.
Yeah, so Squeeby really wants this Fallen Feline to go away. Please just trade it away. Dealing 1 damage to Ezreal to set up the Ravenous Flock, of course. Nalquist has a response.
Oh boy.
This could be Mystic Shot to save the Ezreal. This could be 3rd Gotcha to answer Squeeby's Ezreal.
There is the slim possibility, too, that, let's say this other Ezreal on the side of Nalquist gets removed somehow. Maybe Nalquist just doesn't draw into the Karma by turn 10. The longer that Nalquist doesn't draw Karma, it just extends that window for Squeeby to start to close things out. Because once you do draw the Karma, that's when Nalquist is going to start to just, you know, play a deep med that's ×2. Now we have ridiculous amount of spells in hand, and then the card advantage just starts to get blown out of proportion on the side of Nalquist. There is, oh man, that's going to be a huge blocker right now too, which is going to be a problem for Squeeby.
Yeah, so Scattered Pod, when we look at the deck, you know, you can tutor for burst and fast, and whatever spell you get is basically what you want for this matchup. If you go for slow, you're tutoring for Thermo Beam, which honestly, if that's what Nalquist pulled out here, you've got the damage against Ezreal, and that could be the final nail against Squeeby's ability to threaten at all.
Yeah, Squeeby
with only 3 mana up, the Tri-Beam is prepped to go.
We have to use these Flame Chompers as a blocker just because 5 damage is not... You cannot go to 9 health versus Karma Ezreal. That just makes it far too easy to get that sort of that combo off there with them both leveled on the field. Although there is the argument that regardless of what health you're at,
Nopify
you
in
still
the deck
get killed.
to cover this Ravenous Flock or the Scorched Earth.
Yeah. We do still have the Mystic Shot as well, so...
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems like Squeeby is going to be able to get rid of this Ezreal one way or the other. There it goes.
And now we've got Scorched Earth for the Scattered Pod.
Tri-Beam's at 4 now as well. And this will put it at 5. So I think 5 is kind of a little bit more comfortable for Squeeby. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, though, not a whole lot of units. So with no units on board, what do we play Tri-Beam on? We can't get a unit from Tri-Beam. That's got to feel so bad for Squeeby.
And so here it is, Deep Med. I believe this was gotten off of the Scattered Pod. Nalquist just looking to reload here. And while Squeeby was slowly grinding Nalquist's resources around, grinding those resources down, you know, jumping back out ahead with some reactivity, thanks to all the spells. If there's a Concussive Palm, then you get to stop Ezreal, you get to summon a 3/2, which is very difficult to deal with from this position.
And there's a Thermo Beam.
Yeah, big Thermo.
Wow.
Nalquist recognizing that Squeeby is obviously on the ropes here in terms of threat potential in hand. And if Nalquist just passes back, doesn't play any units, the Tri-Beam doesn't do anything. You can use Static Shock to just attack only the Nexus and draw 1 card.
Which we kind of, honestly, we kind of have to do it. I mean, we can't afford to sit around and wait while Nalquist just continues to draw closer and closer into Karma. Sump Dredger feels like at least a decent draw. I mean, pretty good bet that if we play the Sump Dredger, it probably just gets taken care of, though, from Nalquist, so feels a little bad there. Ballistic Bot, okay, now we have something to work with here. The problem is, now it's turn 10, Scarzig, and I'm willing to bet Karma is looming right now.
Round 10. So many spells drawn. 2 gotchas already played. Perfectly lined up in the early game for tempo. And here's the Karma.
Oh, there it is. Squeebs.
And this isn't a variant of Karma Ezreal that's running the one of Healing Potion, where you double it up with Karma and then immediately stabilize. But if there's a second Karma in hand, we got the Insight of Ages, and suddenly Nalquist has an entirely full hand of so many different spells that there's no way to respond to anything. So here comes the Tri-Beam. All in versus no deny.
I mean, yeah, here, yep, there it is. The doubled up deny, taking care of Tri-Beam, and, you know, Squeeby's shaking his head. Unfortunately, not much you can do about that. And the Mystic Shot in hand, not going to be enough to actually take down this Karma. I mean, maybe you consider playing the Sump Dredger, just knowing that it'll trade with the Karma. You could maybe push through 4 damage, but Squeeby not even willing to do that there because we do want to go ahead and utilize that Ignition to get that draw. But I think it's just going to be a little bit too late. There's Time Trick as well. Time Trick, another way that this deck can go ahead and just restabilize, get cards in hand. We even got
gets the Hexite crystals off of the Predict. So this will also be doubled by Karma.
Oh, wow. That feels bad.
Yeah, so this is going to be a board wipe. Tons of direct damage to the Nexus.
Oh, there's another scattered pod now, just drawing more cards. You can see the game's starting to really pull away from Squeeby. Unfortunately, now that this Karma's on field, and this was the concern at the beginning. If we didn't close out the game before turn 10, Karma is going to end it. And
yeah, even without Eye of the Dragon, just the 1-for-1 removals of the Gotcha and the Thermogenic Beams was all that Noctis needed to just shut down the early mid-game threat from this deck. And when you look at Ezreal Draven and you take away Captain Farron as a reliable win condition, or Tri-Beam and Propulator, and they have to rely purely on beating you up on board, that win condition is a rarity. Like, it happens very often. It's usually based purely on draws, not really a stance that you like to adopt with the deck. So there's the wipe coming through, and 10 damage exactly being threatened by Noctis.
Okay, is there a weird world where Squeeby somehow squeaks out a win with Ezreal? My gut is telling me no, but I don't know. Like, I would, I'm trying to think of some potential draws where Ezreal just can pop off here, go in, but unfortunately the scattered pod, the biggest problem here is Ezreal can't even actually connect with the Nexus Strike. I mean, we have scattered pod as this big old blocker on board, and now actually, never mind, we might just be dead to an attack here. I think
so now we have the Concussive Palm being doubled. We didn't get Ravenous Flock off the top to try to shut down this Karma, and so now this is just going to be a massive swing coming through from Noctis.
Squeebs, my man, throwing up the Shen emote, and like we mentioned earlier, Scarzig, Squeebs needed the winning in to qualify for the top cut next weekend. Also needed to get into the top cut to potentially qualify for Worlds. He gives the IRL Shen emote, and with that, Squeeby will be removed from the Rise of the Underworlds Seasonal Tournament. So unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a really strong run, and heading into the final round, you're playing against the Karma Ezreal. The only Karma Ezreal we've seen all day. Ezreal Draven, a very stable matchup. It always likes to change its form to cover the current metagame, but there's just a couple decks that are outliers within, once you open up the meta beyond the top 10 decks and you go a couple layers deeper, there's a few decks that you just simply can't account for.
Yeah, you can't build your deck and tech against everything, right? It's just, it's impossible. You like to think you can, but when you start trying to do that, it really degrades the usefulness, the overall usefulness of your entire deck, right? You can't just play one-ofs with everything, unless you're Ruben and you make Ruben's pile, and that just works. So it really depends on what you're playing. But yeah, you can't do that. You can't tech for everything and prepare for everything. You have to make these meta calls on, okay, generally speaking, like as an example, most people I feel knew we're going to see a lot of Sivir. I mean, that was kind of the foregone conclusion. And we saw a lot of decks actually deal with Sivir quite well with a lot of tech against those Sivir decks. Not so much for Karma Ezreal. Not so much for Karma Ezreal, right? It's not a deck I think that many people are expecting to see. Or that really weird deck that Mo played against. Who was his opponent that was playing the Shurima, like kind of just pile of Shurima Noxus?
Oh, yeah, like the Misfortune.
Yeah, oh, sorry,
that Misfortune deck
Shurima
that was
Bilgewater.
just Bilgewater and Shurima crammed together to make a pile of good cards.
Oh, yeah, that was 100% a pile. 100%. So... but yeah, it's been awesome. It's really been awesome, and I'm glad to see that towards the end of the day, we did start to see some of those decks that we talked about at the beginning of the day that might be outliers, like TF Swain. Like we even saw somebody with an Anivia deck have success. So I imagine when we start to see everything kind of culminate into the top cut here, we're gonna see a lot of one-off decks. I don't think it's gonna be like everybody playing Sivir, everybody playing, Zero Aurelia. Are there going to be probably a lot of Sivir and a Zero Aurelia? Sure. But I think a lot of those decks actually were dealt with quite nicely with a lot of these other decks that had the tech in those. So yeah, I'm really liking what this top cut is shaping up to be, Scarzig.
and just even the players that we have qualified, and then the meta that is to come. Once you get out of Swiss rounds, the decks at play become a lot more focused. So then the mind game becomes a lot stronger. Do I play the strongest deck? Do I counter those? Do I counter the counters? The question that every tournament player has to ask themselves.
Counter the counter.
And then that's why you end up with Karma Ezreal and Anivia. Yeah. You really didn't see a lot of Viego today as well. I was expecting to see a couple more players experimenting with Viego, or at least maybe see it in lineups and it gets banned. But players just not quite confident enough in that list right now.
So, with that said, we do have hopefully a surprise for everybody lined up here in just a second. But before we get into that, we do have some updates on some of the players. Yeah, we have a lot of players in this list. Wow. So, as people who we know qualified because they're X and O or X and 1, right? We know that if you go XO, go X1, you 100% qualify. We have Kevor going XO, baby. XO, Kevor. Henneke also going XO. And then for the X and 1s, we have Tatsu, Nalpus, who we just saw, Trevo, my boy, my Brazilian boy, Trevo there, making it into the top cut. This is going to be a lit top cut. Cameron Hanzo also making 8 and 1. 1 IRIC, Golden Rule, who we saw a little bit earlier as well. And Aikado, who we also saw earlier as well, also making it there at 8 and 1. There is a lot of big names on this list for sure, Scarzig.
Yeah, we've had some players who are just trying to play for the tiebreakers. They've got the 7-2, and it's just going to come down to after all the numbers are crunched, and that's probably even more stressful, where you got your 7-2 and you still might not make it, depending on who won against who.
So we are going to go ahead and have an interview before we close things out for the day, everybody.
But with who, JDoza?
You know, it's this guy, this person. He's been playing for a little while. He usually plays these 3 decks that are very similar. And I think they involve trying to play this card called Decimate. Decimate, is that the name of the card? I think, yeah. And you know, oh my God, there he is. There's Mo.
JDoza slow rolling us all. We have the Decimate King joining us. Mr. Emotional, how are you doing, my friend? Very well played today.
Well, it's popping. Thanks. I appreciate it. You guys had a great cast. I got to watch you guys in between rounds. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
We had a great cast because we got to see you play. Triple aggro, showing up and doing the work.
No, I keep ending up in interviews with you. You keep playing triple aggro. You go. Wait, hold on. Your name is actually missing from this list. What was your final record? It
was 8. I ended up going 8 and 1. I got a little higher.
Oh, you couldn't do the 2 back-to-back 9-0s.
Okay, I lost to Kever, but in reality, I lost to 5 champions, double Faithful and Refuge, and 1 of Atrocity and 1 of Elusive Blocker. But all that aside, it was a close game.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
It was still a close game. Even after all of that, it was still an extremely close game. So I'm very happy with making it as close as it was after he pulled all of that out. So I'll take it.
That's really good to see, honestly, that you were able to say, you know, I still played it well. I played it correctly. And, you know, that's the mark of a top player. But
I got a quick question. Do you remember, we were watching that game, there was double twin disciplines. Do you remember that with Zed? What did you?
You're gonna go right for that one.
I gotta call it out because I want to see if we were right with the mistake. Was it that you miscalculated by 1 that you'd have to play both twin disciplines?
I didn't miscalculate shit. I'm just bad. So like,
I mean, you gotta soften it up a little bit. You can't just go for about this big misplay.
No, so I was sitting there and I'm like, so I had the read on no single because there's no reason to concerted strike if you have single combat. So there was no single. He only plays 2 concerteds, and for whatever reason, my thought was like, oh, I just make Zed live here, GG easy. And as soon as you see me like commit the first shapes, so I have to commit both for lethal because I was 4 off lethal. So obviously I had to do double twin for pump to lethal. And as soon as I commit the first one for health, I knew I was locked in and I knew it was a mistake. Because by pumping something else, I basically lose to exactly the second, like the 2 of 2 concerted. Whereas pumping my Zed's health makes me lose to still the 2 of 2 concerted, but on top of that, like literally any pump spell in this deck that he hasn't played at all yet for the entire game. So, also in my defense, I've played that deck like 10 times, and I kind of brought it hoping that everyone would ban it out. And
there was a few lineups we saw today that I think had a similar vibe of you're bringing a deck that's very clearly meant to be banned because you secretly want to play the other, and that was, I think, the edge he had in that matchup against you was banning the discard aggro. Recognizing that was actually like the big deck all-star of the lineup. But speaking of the Lulu Zed, that deck, are you one of the players who thinks that deck is actually kind of bad and it's just kind of getting really nice, a lot of mileage out of being good against the current meta game? Or do you think it has some staying power and it's going to be dictating the meta going forward?
I think that deck sucks. I just think he has a bunch of units with the elusive keyword, and there's a bunch of, like, everyone's just playing the solitaire, like, single-player game mode right now, and elusive just does that better than every other thing. Like, if you notice, like, with the Sivir Auction Ionia deck, like, the only reason Sivir Trashcan wins is whenever you go, like, give my unit elusive, you know, double strike. So
yeah.
The way you counter that is by having a 1/1 elusive unit, and you're like, okay, well, you don't win anymore. And then if decks can't deal with a single elusive unit well, then they're not going to be able to deal with a bunch of elusive units on top of just a bunch of rallies. Like, I played a game like round 4, I think it was the first time the deck was unbanned, and I accidentally won the game because I drew a rally when I had, like, they were at 8 and I had 4 power of elusive, and I accidentally drew a rally in a game I had no sense of winning, and I just, like, opened up Notepad and typed out played, and it's just like accidentally won the game.
Oh my god! I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's the point of having the rallies in the deck, is getting those miracle outs. Talking about your other aggressive deck you brought, the Pirate Aggro. I loved bringing the Arachnoid Sentry and the Ballistas. Do you think that this is just for the sake of a tournament, for the sake of seasonals, that you want to run that more mid-range style, or is that going to be the core pirate recipe going forward?
Yeah, so I'm a huge advocate for One of Century in all of my aggro decks, except for like Discard, but that's because Discard built itself. You have like 2 slots that you get to play with, and right now those 2 slots goes toward the Undying card that I never remember the name of. But in my Pirates deck, survival skills, and the Pirates deck and in Spiders, I'm a huge advocate for One of Century. It pushes so much more damage than any other random like junky 2 or 3 drop you can play. On top of it, randomly makes you not die against things like Ezreal Draven. It gives you big tempo swings there. Lisa, it's good there. It's just good against all of these mid-range decks, and the meta right now is very mid-range heavy. Even though it is like super solitaire, almost every single deck is mid-rangey, and then just has this "oops, I won the game" combo. So this helps you either stabilize or push an insane amount of damage that you shouldn't be pushing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the power of Ghost, right? Who would have thought that, you know, this far into the game's life, now Ghost is played in like every deck, and it's the "oops, I won" card, right? So
yeah.
The other deck, actually, so I saw the look on your face when you were playing this deck, too, and I'm like, I wonder if he's just like, nah, I just lose to this deck. Misfortune Twisted Fate, that random pile that you played, what were your thoughts on that deck? Were you going into that game like, I just lose? Like, was that your thought?
No. What is it? He's playing Misfortune Twisted Fate. What do you mean? I ain't losing to that. You sure you know who I am? I ain't losing to that. You got mixed up with someone else. No, I saw that deck and I was like, dang, I like this one. No, reality is like the only real cards they play in that deck is against me is Make It Rain. So as long as I'm not getting Make It Rain, or if I, play my 2 health units, then I just like casually win. There was one person that brought this the deck and they weren't even playing the Keg Girl on 2. They were just playing the girl that gave something vulnerable, so I didn't even have to worry about them going Keg Girl on 2 into 2 damage Make It Rain all over the place. So that one was really free. No offense to whoever that was, but yeah, that deck was super free. So yeah, I don't think that's a real deck. I don't know.
Account for the meta for sure.
Yeah.
Mo, never a lack of confidence. Never a lack of confidence from you, I gotta say.
I mean, when you're playing aggro, you play against these outs. Listen, Mo, I gotta even when you're playing not aggro decks, your ability to play against ridiculous outs is astounding. I got a little story here. You might even remember this one. I was watching Mo play Targon, and he played Solari Priestess and had offered the Falling Comet or the Traveler.
I remember this
playing against Field of Rush, and I was like, okay, yeah, you take Falling Comet here because the Obliterate's so good against Tryndamere and whatnot. And he was like, no, I'll just take the Traveler because it's going to give me Falling Comet. And he played the Traveler, got the Falling Comet anyway, and that's when all my hair fell out. I was maulding.
Yeah, I actually remember that I doubled up on my Travelers for no reason. I was just being cocky, I guess, and hit like always. So.
It paid off. It was fantastic. That kind of leads me into another question, though. When we talk about you on non-aggro decks, are you still a believer in Soraka Tahm Kench? It got a spike in attention and win rate about a week and a half ago. Players thought that it was actually in a good spot for the metagame. Do you think that that's still the case?
We saw like none today too. None of
it.
Yeah. So I was actually one of the people I advocated for it. I tweeted it out that TK Rocket would 100% be in my lineup. I deleted that tweet shortly after, but I did tweet out that I think TK Rocket was good because it has nice tables, right? It's good into GP Sejuani. It's really good into all these like random Demacia piles, and it's like not the worst into the elusive decks because they're all tiny. The downside is you will never ever beat a Noxus deck, and I expected there to be a whole bunch of like Ezdraven TF swings. So also it trashes on Anivia, which Anivia has like the best tables by far of any deck in the tournament scene right now.
Let's be honest, Mo. You never actually are going to bring anything other than triple aggro. Like you might say that, but you're always going to end up deciding on triple aggro, right?
Yeah, it's because I try, because triple aggro sounds so bad most of the time. Like my lineup within like maybe 10 minutes before I actually had to choose a lineup to lock in today was like Demacia, Sivir Auction, Sharvan Jhin, and then Anivia. Because Anivia is the nuts deck right now, and the other two are just very solid mid-range decks that I feel like I can just like outplay other people in mid-range matchups, because that's what mid-range matchups come down to, is taking tiny advantages and outplaying. And I thought I could do that. And then I realized I think I would lose brain cells if I had to play Anivia for 9 hours straight. And then I realized I could easily go like 5-0 pretty confidently, maybe 6-0 with like mid-range mirror matchups. But as soon as I hit the 5-0, 6-0 mark, there's no way I was beating people like BBG and like Trevo and Realkey and these like other mid-range just like legends. So I figured I'd just give myself the best out by just slamming aggro against all these other people. And it kind of, I made all my decks 7 minutes before the tournament and blocked it.
And we got one of those legends, BBG, making the top cut for the first time as well. And speaking of first time stuff, so we're going to close it out here with one last question for you, Mo. Worlds. This seasonal seems kind of important for you, huh?
Yeah, I really wish I would have played out the other seasonals I went in. For those of you that don't know, I went in I think I went like 0-1 or 1-2 in the first seasonal, and went like, nah, F this, I'm not playing. I was like, there's no shot I'll ever get there on seasonal points anyways. So I was like, if I ever get that far into seasonal, I'm either going to spike or I'm just not going to make it there consistently enough. And I was probably getting there on ladder anyways. Come to find out, I made the decision to not play as much ladder in the last 2 months for various reasons. And then, so basically it came down to forcing out like, oh, well, I need seasonal points now. Going 9-0, going gate 1, you'd think like, oh, you're locked. Well, that's because I have half the seasonal points. So yeah, I really need a top 4. So I probably won't be bringing aggro to top 32. We'll see. I'll bring what I think is best to win 2 rounds. Because that's all you need to do.
Says now, and then you'll bring triple aggro next week. All right,
maybe.
Mo. All right,
we'll see. We'll see. No, I'll bring whatever is most likely to win me the 3 games I need to top 4. Because last seasonal, I brought the lineup that was like, if I beat Jordan in that last seasonal with triple aggro, I'm pretty sure I'm favored to win like the entire event. And that was my mentality. It was like, I'm not gonna go for top 4. I just want to go big. And because I had a whole nother season to qualify for Worlds if I needed it. And now I'm like, well, since this is the last shot, I just have to play it safe.
Okay.
All right. Well, Mo, what do you got for some shout outs here before we let you go? Send you on your way.
Well, obviously, I'm going to shout out my boy Boulevard. Go check him out at twitter.tv/Boulevard. or wherever he's at.
He doesn't need shout-outs, Mo.
Also, check out my boy Boulevard over on twitch.tv/Boulevard, who subbed to me for like 4 months, by the way, so shout out Boulevard. There.
Oh, that's
also,
why. You just have to buy Mo's love.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on Twitter, Twitch, everywhere at either emotional, E-M-O-E, Chanel, or Mr. Emotional. Like twitch.tv/emotional, twitter.com/Mr. Emotional. And yeah, that's it. And Boulevard.
Awesome.
Shout out Boulevard.
Oh. Jesus, I'm never going to hear the end of this now. All right. Anyways, that's going to do it, Mo. Thank you very much, and congratulations on making the top cut for next weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you play.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to also, I guess, playing.
Qualifying. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I guess
Mo is going to be going back to the lab, finding that top 4 recipe to make his plans come to fruition. Very well played from him today, and you can really see underneath the snark and the confidence, there is a lot of calculations going on all the time. I'm really curious to see how the meta might even shift based on people's perceptions of what decks are strong or weak coming out of the Swiss rounds here.
Mo snarky? I don't know what you're talking about, Scarzig. No, Mo would never be like that. Yeah, very, very excited heading into next week. It's going to be one heck of a week and one heck of a month as we lead up into Worlds there. But that is going to do it for myself and Scarzig for the Rise of the Underworlds. Yeah, it's been a day. We said it earlier. It's been a day. Scarzig, what do you got for some shout-outs? You got anything?
I mean, I'm really glad that I was able to be part of the seasonal broadcast once again. Watching the players play this game at the highest level is always a pleasure. I'm so glad that all the viewers stopped by today to watch us cover the footage, and just a massive congratulations once again to all of our currently qualified players, and my fingers are crossed for everybody who's waiting for the tiebreakers to get sorted out and make their top 32 appearances.
Awesome, yeah, and the only thing I got is check out my website, because I started putting up some kind of rules of Runeterra stuff, like the attack stuff we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
With, attack skill effects versus like Crackshot Corsair, what gets the keg and what doesn't. It's JDoza.net. It's on my blog over there if you guys want to check it out. There's videos on YouTube too, but definitely good for beginners as well. So, but with that said, that's going to do it. So, Scarzig, it was awesome as always. I hope everybody has a fantastic evening. And yeah, we'll see you at next weekend for the top cut, the top 32 of the Rise of the Underworld Seasonal. See you guys later.
Have a good one.